Get out of here, phone. Over there. I can grab this, do this, do this, do this. Well, this should be good to go. Cool. That should be good to go. And then I can play some tunesies. Yeah, tunesies. Okay. Now I'm gonna need some confirmation before I even set this to public. Hey there, Francine. Welcome. And Wormings and Marty and Pip. Welcome everybody. And Myra. Oh, I hope one of those is correct. All right. You guys have given me just enough confirmation that this all seems to be working okay. I'm gonna flip it to public. This is what I get. Oh, baby, I can't wait to talk about that briefly. All right, let's get this going. They're both correct. Oh, no. Oh. Well, don't worry. You're now get this voice for the next 4 to 7 hours. Hopefully not 7. I don't want to be on here forever. Hey there, Breeze. Just need furry. Hey there, Ert. Hey there, Carson. Hey there, XD. Hey there, Hog. Hey there, 8 Dice. Hey there, James the Great. Oh no. Hey there, Waddle. Hey there, Libby. I don't know how to pronounce her name, I'm sorry, but welcome. And Schmeep. And Aaron, and Boss of Awesomest, and Kennedy, and Death, and Mr. Wolfenstein, and whoa, Josephina? And I don't know, and Shiru, and Chicken Dog, and Sailor, and Sophia, and Tatum, and Logic, and Rain, and Lola, and Peanut, and that one dude, and James the Great, and Lucas, yeah, and Crazia. Oh no, these are names. Welcome everybody, welcome. How am I doing? I'm doing great. I'm doing pretty good. Oh no, show. Beautiful. Left Vids, the last one posted on Reddit. Binged them all. Oh, nice. Thank you for coming to the YouTube. Wow, hits are good. Thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoyed them. I am out of breath. There's 75 of you here now, which is always a shock. And don't worry, Sailor, I have a mega jug of water that, despite how tight I put the lid on, keeps dripping. It's 4 to 5 way through. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, excited to see more of the awesomeness. Amazing, amazing. Came from binging all your Animal Crossing vids. Love them. Thank you, Shmeep. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Huge fan. Good stuff. Oh, don't call me Daddy Denzel. I am but a man. Okay. You're welcome, Lola. Hey there, SMR. What? Welcome to the party. You're just in time. Or, whatever this is gonna be. I have no real script for this stream, but we're gonna try. We're gonna make it fun. Oh, she was sitting on her throne. He absolutely was. Okay, no. Let's get some okay, what kind of music do you guys want? We got Animal Crossing, which is the usual. We got some Gravity Rush stuff. We got some Jet Set Radio. We got some Firefall ODST. Or sorry, Firefall OST. Skillet. Delicious. Hey there, Schnitz. Welcome to the stream. You've been essaying in 12 hours, so you can't stay for long, buddy. That is A-okay. Pietro needs revenge. He'll get his. Don't you fret. All right, give me the goods. Music, play all. You guys are gonna get a random assortment of tunes. It's most likely going to be 80%, 80, 90% Animal Crossing. Yeah, it's gonna be 90% Animal Crossing. No, I want you to shuffle it, please. Do the shuff. Play library shuffled. Whoa, not that. I want this library shuffled. Play all tracks. There you go. There we go. Yes. No, all this shuffled. Hold on. Sorry, I'm doing the dumbs. All right. Okay, I guess I can begin. Hey there, Lilith. Welcome to the party. Okay, so I'm gonna swap over to where is it? Do it to this. All right, guys, welcome to the live stream. You guys are just in time for the party that is going to be what we're doing today. Today is a director's commentary for the latest video, Time Traveling Designer. I'm going to be mainly just opening up the files and the project and showing you guys what it was like to put this together. You can throw some questions at me if you'd like on how stuff is made. This is mainly just like technical stuff. Like oh, how did you do that one thing in Blender, or like how did you make the song, or like how did you edit the video, and all that fun nonsense. Like we're not really doing any like lore stuff in terms of like I'm not gonna be like I'm not gonna be like confirming theories and stuff from people. That is you do not want to hear that from me. This is purely mostly just techno babble. Thank you. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Zopkum. Thank you so much for your donations. I saw the first one. I didn't say anything at the time, but I do appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah. Oh, I remember you, Bingus. The fast streams. Welcome back. yeah, keep your lore questions till I guess the end of the series, because you're not getting answers from me. No, sir. Get out of here. Well, at least with that. But if you want to ask, like, oh man, how did you upres his mask files? Then I'm down to talk about that. Okay. So without further ado, oh, actually, and last thing before I begin, let me get some stuff up before I swap screen. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. Actually, ooh, and the other thing. Let's go to this page. This page? No, this page. Hold on, we're almost there. Don't worry. We're just about to begin. We're just about to eat our sweet stuffs. All right. Probably turn this down a whole bunch more. We can go to the home, I guess. All right. So first, I'd like to just let everybody know that if this kind of stuff is your fancy, like technical stuff and like this commentary and where it's going to go and everything like that, I have a second channel, which is Denzel 2, where I post the other directors' commentaries. I have some pretty egregiously edited ones that are basically little documentaries about morning turnips in boxes and a collector before I converted to doing live streams. So there's got a second channel for all the fun technical nonsense. But if you also wanted to see the full resolution images for wallpapers or whatnot for any of the videos, over on the art station, the Denzel art station, we have we got all the frames up in big high resolution imagery, so you can download all the images to your heart's content. Excuse me, I have to burp. I'm sorry. And yeah, go on there to get them. We got all the videos from Lowe's Crafting on upward, and then all the art from all my other videos previously. So if that's your cup of tea, links are in the description. Actually, I don't think the art station one is. No, it is. It should be in the mega link, the link tree link in there. You get that going if you want to check out all the stuffs. It's all available. Also on the Denzel Bandcamp, please type correctly. On the Denzel Bandcamp, we have all of my music that I've ever released for free. You can get the soundtrack to Terraformed, or the music from Isabel's Dream, or Lacrimosa in high definition quality, even the KK version or the instrumental. That's badonkers. And I think that's it, actually, in terms of all the stuff I wanted to say. I also have merch in the description if you want to help support the channel and all the fun stuff, support my Patreon and what have you. Okay, now that all that's out of the way, we're good to get going. Actually, before I do that, you guys are talking, and I've been not ignoring it, but just not reading it. Song request, if you actually do 8 p.m. from New Leaf. I think I could do that. Let's see, New Leaf, 8 p.m. 8 p.m. All right. Do you want the rainy version, the snowy version, or the sunny version? Because we got them all. I'm gonna do the sunny version because it seems like a nice time. Okay. Did you do the music yourself? I did, actually. Later on we're gonna be talking about it. We got it here. That's we got the tune for that, or the file for that open. We'll be talking about music later. Yeah. When will Nintendo hire you? I don't know. Not gonna lie, I kind of hope they don't, because then I can't make fun spooky content. I have to make child-friendly family content, but also, if they offered me a job, I wouldn't say no, because it's Nintendo. Come on, guys. Videos are great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jordan. I'm glad you appreciate them. Astronaut in boxes. Oh my gosh, I feel bad for the villagers. What is the future of Gas Mask Person? You're gonna have to find out. Do you know who Joe is? Cotton Eye Joe? I don't know. Maybe, but I can't tell for sure. Sorry, I can't say for sure. Will we get to see non-Animal Crossing animations with OCs? Yeah, probably at some point. Yeah, probably at some point. uh, why is it called New Loaf and not old as heck loaf? Yeah. How do you decide on what character to focus on? Well, a couple of videos ago, I held another stream where I had you guys ask me, or I asked you guys to help me pick some of the villagers that I would be using for the rest of the series. And the current cast that we have now was what we decided back then. And now I just kind of pick every now and again, just the ones that I think would be fun to have more important roles in the series. People like Pietro, Raymond, Dottie in the last one. Um, I try to give all of them kind of like decent amount of screen time, but for the most part, it's just like we eventually need a star or need a couple stars, and then we just kind of let them do their thing. Post when there's an opportunity. Ask your questions whenever. Ask for everybody. If you guys have questions, just throw them out whenever you get them. Don't ask if you can ask a question, because there's a high chance I might miss it when you actually do post it. Okay. Animal Crossing isn't real. Oh, sure it is. Super starter fruit tree. Apples, I guess. Why would you put hand sanitizer on a cut? Disinfect it, I guess. I don't know. Can you put Canberra the koala in the next vid? Sorry, buddy, I can't take requests anymore. The request gate is unfortunately closed. When was the casting? Oh, it was a long time ago. It was when I was doing town meeting. Because that was the video where we'd actually see everybody in the village. And I didn't. When I needed villagers, I had 5 that I already wanted, and then I picked another 5, and then I forgot that I forgot to include Filbert. So then I had to commit to 11 villagers, which is why we have 11 villagers, which I'm sure most of you have seen, but it was a deliberate accident, I swear. I think Animal Crossing maybe you have to help. That'd be fun. Forgive me if this has been answered, but how long does one of these videos take to start to finish? About 3-ish months. I start them. Whenever I start them, I also live stream things here and there, and then usually I'll kick off production with a live stream, and then in about 3-ish months we get another video, and then I try to live stream throughout them, and just to show that they're being made. Don't worry, it's a good time. Who's your favorite Smash Bros character? Sora, let's go. So your character seems ominous. Is the series meant to be like a bleak interpolation of the game and how our avatars interact with the game? That sounds like a lore question. I'm gonna have to say, whatever your best guess is correct. When will Town Meeting Part 3 come out? Moving on. So would you consider accepting a deal with that fully animated your whole series, composed by the best composers and writers in the world? Sure, I guess. Like, Nintendo owns the IP, so it'd be up to them, not me. Where does the name Denzel come from? A very young age. I was trying to make a RuneScape account one day, and then Adam was like, Denzel Washington's a pretty cool name, and then misspelt it, and then I have been using it ever since. It also turns out it's a last name for a lot of people, so and for a long time Google kept correcting it to the word female, so it's been a bit of an uphill battle living with that name, but but I enjoy it. At the crucifix and the Nook's Cranny part. Thank you. Will you ever do an Animal Crossing live stream where you go to people's islands? I haven't played the game in like a year, so unfortunately, probably not. I don't understand the ending of the last episode. Were the villagers trying to evict Mask Boy? I don't know. Maybe. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Gex 2? Love me some Gex. He's so great on every video. Oh, thank you. I very much appreciate hearing that, because I'll talk about it later, but this episode's song was it was in the works for quite some time, And by quite some time, I mean 3 whole days, but that's a story for an hour from now. Should I buy a Denzel button? Only for feeling generous. I highly appreciate it either or, but just watching the videos and being around is just as valuable. Um, oh, thank you, Francine. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy your stay in the music and community. Um, why do players use switches? Because they're playing the game on the Switch. This is Switch game. Hey, then, so what's your favorite Animal Crossing character? Ah, good old Jeremiah. Love me some little blue frog. Did you get any level 99 in your RuneScape? Oh God, no. I was not I was not good at that game at all. I played it for forever, um, but was not efficient at progressing in it at all. Uh, how long does this project take? Well, I've been working on it for about a year and a half. Um, yeah, we can speedrun questions. um, Denzel, name the Denzel is perfect. You'll also never change it. Oh, that's great to know. I was contemplating changing it before my channel blew up, but now I can't. So it's probably a blessing and a curse. But thank you, I really appreciate that. What character do you think should join Smash Bros? Goku. Hey there, Sadie. Welcome to the stream. What is your progression when the anime? Wait, what is your progression when you animate before the final cut? I'm gonna show it a little in a hot second, but it's storyboarding, then blocking, and then animation, and then lighting, and then rendering, and then putting it in the editor. The edit is kind of all is like fluctuating throughout all those processes. Don't worry, your question will be answered very long form, but in a bit, in more detail. I love the animations. I love you, Sophie. Thank you very much for watching them. Is the island in the video based on your actual island in game? Funny enough, it isn't. My island in game is hot garbage, and I don't know. That we'll leave it at that. I don't know if this has already been asked, but what program do you use to create your animations and music? We use Blender for all things 2D, 3D, and rendering animate. No, for all things 3D and rendering and animating and all that fun stuff. We use After Effects to do any 2D animation graphics. I use Vinci Resolve here, which is this program that we have open to do to edit the video in, and I use Cubase, which is this other program. No, this other program to do the music in, and I will explain how all these work in tandem in a little bit. Don't worry. Hey, they're crazy. Welcome to the stream. I love your Animal Crossing videos so much. They're so creative. Great to watch. Thank you, Foxfire. You're quite the gem. I'm trying to read these as fast as I can, but I'm terrible at reading. Did you first play Animal Crossing? My first Animal Crossing game was Wild World on the DS that I got sometime later. Actually, a friend of mine bought it for me at the time, and that's how I got into the series. Did you see the new Kingdom Hearts trailer? I did. Sora's shoes are gone. That makes me sad, but I'm still probably going to play it when it comes out. Hey, pass by the show to show some love. Great work. Thank you, Nintendo Academy. I appreciate you coming by. This might be a personal one answer if you want. Are you able to make a decent living off of this? Kinda. I'm currently doing it full time, at least attempting to. So we'll see how. Ask me again in about a year. This might wait. That's the same question. Do you feel burnout all the time? And healthy breaks are, despite what I tell people in the Discord, healthy breaks are used throughout productions. Where do you edit? In this program, Vinci Resolve, the program that's on the screen now currently. I'll show more about it when I get into the minglings. All right, I'm gonna do I guess a couple more, and then I'll start talking, and then stop the chat. Who/what inspires you to animate? Well, just my general love for effects and 3D and animation stuff. I love movies and the things that are done in movies. I also used to work professionally in the film industry, so this whole circle of creativity nonsense is quote unquote the calling. So yeah, now I just do it for myself and with Animal Crossing because it's fun. Agua. You should put your videos on movies, like movie screens, or like they spliced Time Traveling Designer into like the next Infinity Wars or something, and then everybody has to watch it. Okay. Where's the time gone? It just goes, man. I'm telling you. Three animations to stellar, and you keep it if you get tired or burnt out. I understand the animating is sure hard, isn't it? It can be. It's very time consuming. That's why they take a couple. That's why I take a good chunk of time. Um, some recent fan art that I've missed. Oh, we got some more fan art that I get added to the thing. Um, but just a bit. All right. Quick skim. I love you guys. Thank you all for your sweet words. I'm sorry I can't read them all as intimately as I'd like to. Um, but we'll get to a Q&A at the quote unquote end, or take a break halfway through and then take some more questions. All right. Oh, welcome to stream, man. Oh wait, what software are you using to animate? Well, it's part 3 of town meeting. Look here, bub. All right, guys. So welcome to the commentary video. I'm going to talk about the video in, I guess, 4 different stages, or at least attempts to. I don't really have too big of a plan on how to do this, but so stick with me here as we go through. But yeah, I'm also not going to play the video fully, or at least throughout, because I assume we've already seen it. But video, wow, town meeting. Look at all the stuff. We do the video, and then and Mask Boy does a walk-in, Nook does the talking, and then everyone does the squawking, and then people do the screaming, and then Dottie goes, "What do you want from me?" And then Nook tells her the good news, and then Mask Boy then deletes the game, and then the game gets reinstalled, and then time travel, and Mask gives and slaps his money down, and then Nook says, "Hold on there, chap," and he goes, "I don't have time for this," and then he runs through and then does the glitching, and and then he does the thing, and then everyone's all screaming, and it's pure chaos for the next 4 minutes of the video. And then then there's this sequence where they're doing the christening for the bridge, and he gets to pick an option, and then Dottie says her line that everyone was like, "I love that moment." I'm glad you do. It was a great time. I thought it was a pretty funny gag. And then they take a photo, and then more chaos ensues, and then everything else happens, and then everyone in the town goes, "Wow." Hold on, I also have to stop playing the music, unfortunately, because we're going to be hearing a lot of as we actually, because I'll probably also turn this up a little bit more. Obs, get cranked that bass. All right. And then there's the end of it where he does the thing, and then the town, and then he shrugs and walks off, and then they leave, and then we have the credits. So many people leave the credits. Like the video's retention's at like 70%, and then this moment comes up and drops to like 10, and then no one sees the ending. Yeah, here's where I call everybody out on saying part 2 for town meeting too much, and then telling you guys to go watch Isabel's Dream, because that's technically the sequel anyways. And then man, the end sequence where they all talking in the end, and everyone yells a victor. Oh man, good time, great time. And the video ends, and I humbly ask for your patience as because I don't know when I'm gonna start the next one yet, but video was a good time. It was a good time. So this is the 8th episode in the series so far. There's 10 episodes that I promised to do, and this one is the 8th. The idea to do this one actually was on my mind for quite a while. Like I wanted to do a terraforming one for so long, and to tell you the truth, I actually never thought I'd actually get this far in the series to actually either A, do this episode, and B, get the opportunity to do the next 2, because well, technically I haven't done the next 2 yet, but now I have the legal permission to do the next one, so that's very cool. That entire fact is it's quite mind-blowing to me, because I never thought I'd get this far with the series a year ago. So thank you, everybody, for watching the show, for commenting, for sharing it with your friends, for making it as popular as it has. That's very cool. Yeah, it's a good time. I'm enjoying myself. I think the series is pretty fun to work on / make, despite Tom Nook being so fat that he can't actually bring his hands together. Actually, I made that joke with Roll. Some some point way later in the episode. Where are you? Where are you? He does right there, right there. He see guys. He tries so hard to grab the thing, and he can't reach. He can't reach. Thank you, Era, so much. I really appreciate that. That dollar, you're a gem. Thank you very much. Anywho, so I guess I can talk about all the fun stuff. So I guess writing this episode was pretty simple. It was I for a long while knew that I wanted it to be a montage of just stuff going on throughout the video, like just things happening, like just trying to get in as many uh uh, ways that people play the game in Terraform as I could, both with my own experience slash experience that I've seen on Reddit and the internet and such. Like this was a gag that I saw somebody else do that I thought would be pretty funny to recreate. This moving on, we have the switches. We got masked by holding the switches because the only way to move things around is technically to talk to Nook. Yeah, I know we're supposed to be watching Nook, or theoretically speaking, we should be in the town hall talking to Nook and just time traveling in that one room for the whole time, and then the whole village would just change when he goes outside. But I went the more visual route. Yeah, good old Molly, eating the sandwich. That was a good time. How's this flying? I know you can't do this in the game, but this image, oh baby, look at that. He's sitting on his couch. He's like Snoopy style. It's hilarious. Were there legal issues? So far, no. If there is, then the series will just either disappear or cease to continue. So fingers crossed until that or if that ever happens. Um, where am I going? Where was I going with this? Writing inspiration for it. How that came to be. It's terraforming. You gotta show terraforming. So that idea was already well in was thought of fairly early on, in terms of the whole series, and a lot of stuff that I was trying to do in the previous episodes was to build up to this episode so that I could actually do it. Um, and then I got here, and then I was able to do it. So we have to hit all the hallmarks, like Mask Boy getting the hat, Mask Boy putting on the hat, Nook saying, "Oh yeah, beautiful," and then leaving, and then montage ensuing. Um, so like writing for this episode was pretty easy because it's a pretty simple, like a pretty straightforward narrative going through it. It's just he's just terraforming, but he has to abide by the game laws. So he has to talk to Nook to do the things. He has to pull out money. We have to call our villagers in the middle of the night. Even though I know when you do that, they come, like there's a short cutscene where they come to the town hall. And you stand there and you do like that like hand pound gesture. I wanted to do that, but I ended up just not writing it in. Thank you, the Pudgy Penguin. Thank you so much for your donation. Thank you for amazing content, and don't forget to take breaks. We take breaks, ish. Um, yeah. So I wanted to have a scene where a villager being told that they're moving is included. And I chose to have Dottie being woken up in the middle of the night. You guys, see, okay, I got a ton of comments about the continuity error of Dottie saying it's 3 in the morning. Guys, I know, I wrote it. I understand that, that it's not technically legal, but I thought it wouldn't matter that much because the narrative of it is just she's woken up at night. The exact time doesn't really matter. Um, but you guys always surprise me with how diligent you folks are with these details. So that was fun. We had Dottie getting called. I wanted to include that, and then I really wanted to have some footage of the Switch being used, both for lore reasons and for just funny gag reasons. And this effect, the time fast forwarding or rewinding technically, was like was with every episode, there's kind of like either a couple shots or like a couple ideas that drive a lot of the motivation to do the episode. Um, in all these crafting, it was to make it spooky, and to do the DIY ingredients gag. In Great Pietro, it was the flashback sequence. In in boxes, it was the whole auction sequence, being a reference to Get Out. In Morning Turnips, it was the drowning sequence. And in Town Meeting, it was no, not Town Meeting. In The Collector, it was pretty much the whole video, but also the fossils dig out. In Isabel's dream, no, Town Meeting, it was Pietro's house being set on fire. In Isabel's dream, it was Wisp's story sequence, and and the opening dream sequence. And then in this video, it was to do this time warping effect. Oh, what? Wrong button. I was like, wow, I really want to do this shot where all the stuff is flying overhead, and Nook is looking at him like, oh no, he has the power. Um, this to do this shot, although technically cumbersome, and I'll talk about it later, hopefully, um, was very much like a I want to do this episode to do this so I could do this or make this imagery, and then have houses flying in a montage and all that fun stuff. I thought it'd be really fun, so I was like, yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. It's gonna be a good time. Um, and then we did, and it was. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty painful the entire time through. Um, you could fly, and you could have like a, yeah, exactly. The next shows Isabel the progress bar for the laptop in town meeting. Did it preview time traveling designer and the last two episodes? That sounds like you want me to explain Easter eggs, which I don't think I did even to begin with, but I don't know. I feel like Phil should do a video of Mask as identity. That'd be pretty fun. I hope he doesn't say that Mask Boy is Kevin, because we see the two of them in the same room together, or in the same shot together. So, so it doesn't really make sense. But hey, each their own. Why you choose Dottie? Whatever the case is happy, because I adore her. She was chosen as one of the villagers, or to be one of the villagers in Maskwood's village a couple videos ago, and then I just thought she'd be fun to have some screen time in this. Okay, yeah. So writing for this was pretty simple. It was pretty much just getting getting in various scenes. So Maskboy getting hat and everyone else's equipment, moving house, and then and then just a montage of just stuff going on or just stuff happening. So like writing wise, it was pretty simple. Then I also wanted to have a little continuation bit to to show the town's reaction to the events that unfolded. Um, so that was a given. Just have everybody angry, yell evict. It'd be a good time. Um, and then that was kind of the writing for it. It was pretty simple. And then, but once we get writing done, sorry, I gotta stay hydrated. Once we get the writing done, then we move into the storyboarding phase. And the storyboarding phase is kind of fun because it's a lot of nonsense. It's basically just me taking whatever rigs that I currently have available and putting them into blank scenes, and then just like posing them around like little dolls, kind of, and taking little photos of them, and then putting that in the editor, or putting that in my editor, which is DaVinci Resolve, and then trying to pace out what I think the video should feel like. In the stage is kind of also where I figure out camera angles and, yeah, general pacing, kind of start roughing out what they're gonna say, and like just building the backbone and the naked core of the video out, and making sure that the video idea works, and then testing various narrative ideas and whatnot to just see if they flow okay, if they work in the context of the whole video. This is where I'm testing a lot of yeah, just testing different compositional ideas and camera angles and stuff, and figuring out how I want the video to look, how I'm gonna do everything. And then from this, I also then make a list of like what I'm gonna need. Like for example, earlier here, where is it? I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna need the town hall shots of the town hall, which I've used before in the past. I could just pull out one from a previous episode and then just reuse it here. I need an area with Mask's house and like a little, maybe like a little forest area for it. So I need to build that set, so I make note of that. I already had the town hall. I've been using that for a while, so I can just reuse that. But then like later on in the episode, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna need Dottie's house, so I'm gonna make note of that. I'm gonna need uh footage of the Switch. And then what else is there? And we're gonna need to make stuff outside and have Mask sit on houses. I'm gonna need all their houses. I'm gonna need more forest stuff. I'm gonna need meeting all the villagers. Gonna need like it just gives me a good understanding and like an idea of what to expect when I start more seriously working on the video. But storyboarding phase is literally just Mask voice T posing everywhere, whilst I block out everything and like try to figure out what I need and what works, what doesn't work, and what needs to change, and all that fun stuff. And it's a good time. It's a good time. Francine asks, "Where do you edit?" I edit in the program Vinci Resolve. It is a magic design. There we go. It is there's a free version and a paid version of it, but it's DaVinci Resolve 18. It's a non-linear video editor that is the current leading standard in terms of color management or color grading. Editing, I don't know, because it's kind of dumb if it's from point to point, but yeah, it's a video editor. We use this to edit the video, and inside of here is where I do all the sequencing. I also do all the sound effects and stuff in it, or at least this is where I do all the sound mixing for all the sound effects. Not music. I do music in another program. I also do these speech bubbles in here. Where are they? Give me like this one. Speech bubbles. I also make the speech bubbles, and they're animated in here. And then we also do a little color grading stuff to make the shots go from looking. What was the hotkey for it? D, Alt, D. Okay, we're keep the shots from turning them from this into this. Ooh, oh la la, very cool, very nice. And then exporting it and all that fun stuff. This is where this is where the magic of assembling it all together happens. And then inside of Blender is where animating all of them happens, and then rendering all that fun nonsense and garbage. But yeah, pretty much yeah. But storyboarding, this step is planning out the video, essentially just turning the script into actual visual noise or like into a visual representation as sloppily and as quickly as possible. Storyboarding usually takes 2-ish days, maybe 3-ish days of just roughing stuff out, putting characters in, taking a photo of them, putting them in the editor. Like the storyboarding command timeline is literally this. It's just images and then written descriptions about what's supposed to happen. And I try to pace, like stretch them all out to also get pacing as well, so that I can get a feel for how long the video might be or how fast a scene should go. But the speed of the video is in flux for pretty much until lighting, because what seems slow in storyboarding is very fast when you actually try to animate it. And then you might need more time to make it work. You know what I mean? To make it look all nice and what have you. So yeah, we start with storyboarding, and then we get all that going, and then we get a nice version of the video. This only needs to look good for me because I'm the only one who's going to be using it and referencing it and what have you, and because of that, it makes it fun to watch, because it just looks really weird. You just get rooms full of Mask Boy, because it'd be more cumbersome getting the other rigs in just for the photo when I could just duplicate mask Chio 7 times and then have him to be himself, but also the other characters. It's a good time. Are you self-taught storyboarding? Cheryl, so there's what I'm doing, which is very crude storyboarding, and then there's actual storyboarding artists, which like actually draw frames and character motions and arcs and stuff, and like actually draw descriptive, informative frames for other animators to work with. I don't do that. That's hard. Or at least a form of work that I prefer not doing. So I wouldn't really call myself like a call storyboarding like a cool self-taught skill. It's just photos. 1 second, gotta take a slurp. You're welcome. Anywho, quick pause to read your sweet words. You should make a gag in a future episode about the villagers only seem to want to hang out when you're busy and doing something important. That's facts. So, not to be weird or anything, but I really like your voice. Thank you, Libby. I really appreciate that. How many people does it take to make one short? Just one, sometimes two, because I ask a buddy to help me with some stuff here and then. But I do this all myself for the most part. Um, hey, Dendel. Wait, that's the same thing. You said that twice, Libby. Get out of here with your sweet compliments. But thank you, I really appreciate that. I wore the gas mask for the majority of my playthrough and when AC New Horizons debuted. Nice. I'm glad you had a good time. Hey there, Loud. Welcome to the stream. Why was Raymond's house falling off the cliff? It wasn't stable. It was it was placed poorly. I don't do that. That's hard. Oh, that's facts. Wow, whoever quoted that sweet line of wisdom, they deserve, I don't know, money, I guess. Have you played Animal Crossing New Leaf or Animal Crossing New Horizons was your first Animal Crossing game? So my first AC game was Wild World on the original DS. And then sometime later I bought a 3DS so that I could play New Leaf. Literally only bought the device slash console slash handheld just to play New Leaf and played the crap out of that for like a year. And then I got a Switch to play Horizons, and that was pretty fun. Well, the Switch was a gift. And then and then I'm like, well, now that I have it, I might as well play Hades. But yeah, I'm a pretty big AC fan, I think. How do you edit that? Editing is literally like you go in, I take a screenshot, like I open up Blender. Come on, do the goods. Do the goods. Come on. Yeah. Work. Give me. I will use this. I open up Blender. I add a plane. I add a sphere. This is Mask Boy, and then this is Tom Nook, and I go, all right, we're gonna need a camera in here. We're gonna need a camera. We're gonna want to put the camera like in a nice frame where they are, and then do a little bit of that, and we go, sweet. I take a screenshot of this, and then inside of Resolve here, I then take that image and put it in. And I go, great image, and I make it as short or as long as I need. And I do another image, and then I set it up and do another image, and I go, all right, storyboarding. we're we're making a video, and then I do that for the whole video with all the shots. And then it helps me figure out all this all the fun stuff. You're so great what you do. Enjoy the video so much. Thank you, Natty. I'm really glad you do. Guys, the man slurps to assert his dominance just because we can't see him constantly T-posing. That's terrible. How do you get audio from the villagers speaking without the background noise? Ooh, that's a big question, and a question that I love to explain and show, but that's gonna have to be talked about in the audio phase a little bit later. But the short answer is I generate it myself with the program Cubase, and but I'll show you how it works a little bit later in like an hour, hopefully, if I don't talk too much. Um, come on. Oh no, I should just went to the next thing. Uh, um, oh no. Oh no, sorry, this file is so heavy, like this project is so heavy that it takes like 10 minutes to go to the final timeline. So I'm very sorry. Wait, in the meantime, oh, never mind. We're already back. All right, and then once storyboarding is well and good, once I think I have a good grasp on like what the video is, how it's paced, how the shots are gonna work, if I have a generally good idea of like what to expect from work on the video and shots and the episode looks plausible or like doable for my skill, then I go, all right, time for blocking, baby. And this is where the magic happens. This is where the twinkle twonkin sweet looking stuff happens. We're gonna go to the blocking phase. Blocking. Now this is where things get spicy. Actually, hold on. Before I get into that, let me catch up with these sweet words. Oh no, you're faster than I thought you'd be at your typing. What's your favorite snack? Cinnamon buns. Love me some cinnamon buns. Hope I didn't miss much of the stream, but also love Time Traveling Designer. Thank you. The theme. Thank you. I'm glad you do. The orbs. We love orbs. Will you make a short on for the older Animal Crossing games? Currently nothing's planned, but who knows? Sounds like a fun challenge. What happened to our man with the face? Oh right, I was supposed to also switch to the director's commentary page. Hey guys, welcome to the director's commentary page where I this is where I was supposed to be. Thank you for reminding me. Talking seriously, do you have an island? Do you have a dream address? I do have an island. I do not have a dream address. My island is hot garbage, and I don't want anyone seeing it yet currently. I've also haven't played the game for like a year and a half, so my villagers hate me. How do you get the animalist voice? I'll show that a little bit later when I do sound, but I generate it myself by literally just repurposing the game files. I saw Time Traveling Designer, Time Traveling video and discovered your channel a few days ago and love all your vids. Thank you, Paco. I'm glad you do. What mic do you use? Your voice sounds really clear. I'm currently using the Shure SM570 or whatever it's called. It's the podcast mic that you see every podcaster using. Yeah, it's one of those. I bought it a while ago. Have you ever added to, well, that's a whole thing, but yes. Hey there, Molly. Welcome to the stream. I had a little bit of modeling in Cinema 4D for class recently, and honestly, I'm mesmerized by the sorcery of animation you possess, especially since you do all of it yourself. Bravo. Thank you. But, can I have a little bit of a confession? I don't model anything myself, really. I'll do some model editing here and there, but most of the models just come from the game files. I just have them. I just reuse them and then upres them where I need to and fix their textures up where need be. Oh, I can actually show that a little bit later. That's good. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, it's a good time. Have you met the Muffin Man? He's a great lad, bro. The content you produce is hella mint. Thank you, DC. I'm glad you like it. My favorite thing about the game is the wedding island. I'm glad you love it. Do you generate the animal's voice? Yeah, I'll talk about that. I'll talk about it later. So I noticed that in the video, the Switch has 2 counts. Does that mean there's another villager besides Mask Man? Oh, you mean Campbell Soup? Who knows? Find out next in a couple months on the next episode of the Animal Crossing saga. I can play a tune actually for that. Give me this. Oh, actually, that wasn't exactly what I was anticipating, but it's a good time. Let me actually properly shuffle these because I can actually play music while talking at the moment because I'm not able to listen to music. Play shuffle. Give me 5 p.m. Beautiful. Anywho, what moment did you enjoy the most of your last animation? Is in the final result? I think where was it? The bridge moment. It was a lot of animation, but I really enjoyed how it came out. I thought it was pretty fun. Um, oh, and the Sonic picture. Oh baby, I got some nonsense to talk about that image. Actually, I can play this while we mingle again. Oh no, not with audio. Ooh, thank you so much, Columbus. Columbus, sorry. Hey, I wanted to ask how many episodes you have planned for the series. I remember you saying you were saying, but I forgot. My theory is the collector is Mask Boy. There's 2 episodes left for a total of 10. And this last one was the 8th, so there's 2 left. Get hype, I guess. Are you gonna do other games for animations? I was thinking, my nose. I was thinking you'd be good with some SMT or Earthbound animations. Wait, what's SMT again? Super Mario time, maybe. But to answer your question, probably. I don't have any strict plans at the moment, but my whole thing is video game and cartoon stuff, just in general. So there's a high chance for yes. Have you been contacted by Nintendo? I have not. They I'm assuming a no to them. And they're at their time. But it's 6 p.m. But 5 p.m. Well, it's 7 p.m. for me currently. So, I in theory should play that. But I like the earlier songs. They're nice. They're gentle. Excuse me. What's the hardest part to animate? Actually, funny enough, this shot coming up, this one of Dottie, I neglected to animate for a while because I didn't want to do her rolling around. But we did it, and it was a good time. The shot of everybody getting ready to no, stop it. Of everybody getting ready to take a photo was a bit of a time. This particular shot, there's a lot of people, a lot of movement. This shot was pretty. His motions were pretty wild. Oh wait, but these are animation questions, guys. I'm talking about blocking. All right, wait, a couple more of these, and I'll go back into my aimless ranting. Chatting gives you many ideas. Sonic Hill, we love Sonic. Stop calling it Picasso art. Oh, that's Garbo. So like how I capture the villagers snark from the old games and the sweetness from the new ones and all at once. Nice, thank you, Ada. I'm glad I was able to achieve that. Do you think Animal Crossing New Horizons is better than New Leaf? Hot opinion, but no. I like New Leaf a lot more because there was more to do, but New Horizons was a step in not a wrong direction, but not the direction I thought it would go. But yeah, it's a good time. I enjoy it. Can we expect something involving Jeremiah? Probably. I'm not gonna say how or where or when, but I'm not saying no. You skipped it. It means that Kevin is Mask Boy. Okay, this is the one piece of lore I can confirm. Kevin is not Mask Boy. The first episode where we see Kevin is the same episode where we also see Kevin beside Mask Boy. So, unfortunately, they're not the same lad. But keep the spirit alive. I'm sorry. Where'd you go to school for what you do? I went to a local college of mine for animation in 3D, but that was many years ago. Afterwards, I started working. I worked professionally in the VFX industry as a layout / camera tracker guy, which is pretty much just a fancy way of saying I was a technical camera animator and shot setter upper guy. Yeah, that's what I did for for quite some time, and then now we're doing YouTube. Or at least we're trying to do YouTube for a bit. And if we fail, then I will. I guess I'll just retire and then and become a janitor. That sounds nice. Okay. Configuration for your PC. We got a 3090. Fun story about that later. We got a Ryzen 5950X as a processor. We got 64 gigs of RAM, and we got like four hard drives. Three of them are SSDs, and one of them is a regular fat hard drive because of another story that I will talk about later. But yeah, I built it about a year ago, and now it's my current main LAS. Actually, I'm gonna stand. Okay. So moving on to the fun next thing, which is blocking / layout. Give me 1 second. I gotta fix something. Okay, so welcome back. Well, at least I'm back. Hey guys, so the next step after storyboarding is a step called the blocking or layout, and like I just said in a little bit before, this step is pretty much what I do professionally, or what I used to do professionally. So it's the act of taking a shot and setting up as much of the technical aspect of it as I can in terms of at least camera animation, scene setup on how like the shot is going to be, how the shot kind of should be done in a sense. So kind of like laying out the foundations for any technical aspect of it, putting in any assets that I know I can reuse, getting assets that I have ready that I can use into the files that need them or into the shots that need them, getting all the rigs into all the shots that need them, and it's all the technical grunt work of just like of making sure each shot is ready to be animated, and as well as roughly blocking out the characters so that they're doing the actions that I will be expecting them to do in the shot. Yeah, and yeah, that's pretty much what this whole step is. It's taking the storyboard and actually making it, giving everything backbone and putting everything that actually needs to be in the shot in the shot files. This is also when I'd be solidifying frame ranges. Oh no, I was gonna say more about that. I'm solidifying so much more than just frame ranges. Oh, shot numbers as well. Figuring out how many shots are actually gonna be in the thingy in the video. And then just roughing everything out and just getting it all going. At the end of all this is when I get to actually like pat myself on the back and go, oh wow, Dongle, you're in for a world of pain when you actually get to animating these. Like this shot, that's not gonna be a fun time because I don't have cliff pieces ready yet. I'm gonna have to model those at some point. Big woo. You're gonna love that. You're also gonna need to make a forest and do grass and add trees and bushes and flowers and all that fun stuff. This one you're gonna need clouds. The clouds. This one you put the house in, you put the door in, you put Raymond's hands in, but you need a beach. You're gonna need to make a beach. And I go, oh great. And so on and so forth. It's more figuring things out, or at least further solidifying the things that I'm gonna need for the stuffs. How do you find the patience to do all the small details? They kind of just overlap, or not really overlap, but I add them in whenever I'm doing a step that I can add a detail in, like, and if it's not too much trouble, then I'll usually put it in. Like a great example of that would be where is it? This shot, where is it? Oh no, it's not in here. All right, in the final video, there is a I swapped the texture for the record to be my logo. Something like that was like super easy to do because I was already in the process of doing some texture switching for the phone in the lighting phase because I didn't want this version of the Tom Nook photo on her phone. And I'm like, well, I'm already here. Let's just change some textures over there, and then put in a little funny gag. Come on, get back, yeah, and so on and so forth. So like little details here and there. If they're not too egregious or take too much work to do, then like I'll usually put them in at whatever stage I'm like doing that type of gag at. Like if it's an animation gag, then I'll do it in animation. If it's a texturing gag, I'll do it in rendering. If it's a sound gag, then I'll do it in sound. Usually, a lot of them aren't really planned. They kind of just come into fruition when I'm working on them. What's a good one? I'm trying to think of a nice one, but I can't. This Hippix one was pre-planned. But everything that they're doing here in on during the prep, the setup, I came in here knowing that the only detail that I knew I wanted to do was have Diva step away from the bridge when the shot cuts. Everybody else's actions, I'm like, I have no idea what I want them to do. I'm gonna figure it out as I go. And I pretty much just started from like left to right, and then just animated them doing things, and then trying to make them react to each other. So like if you can see over yonder, this is my favorite little detail. Lolly is asleep, so then Goldie pokes her with her cracker popper thing, then that wakes her up, and then that draws Roll's attention, and then he starts to laugh, and then that draws Jacob's attention, so he looks over. Nook, while he's looking around, he's in the way of Dottie here, so she leans out of the way and then leans back in when he gets out of the way. Everybody on the right side is kind of just like watching and waiting, and so on and so forth, and it's a good time. And then like later on you get this last scene where they're all like getting ready to do their thing. I'm like, I can't have them all hold on, like get into the same pose, because like at the same time, at least, because that's gonna be like weird to look at. So I'm like, they all need to do something unique for themselves, I suppose. So I'm like, we need some of them doing it correctly and some of them not. So Jacob is fine. Roll can't grab his thing, so I make that a joke. Goldie is the only mature one, so she gets it going. Lolly here is just interested in the thing itself. Filbert, he's cool. He knows what's up. Same with Dottie. Same with Nook. Mask, he doesn't do anything because he doesn't even want to be there. Hippix, you can't see his hands, so I didn't even animate them. Diva, she doesn't really care. In the animation, I actually have her rolling her eyes. Pietro, oh man, Pietro, he's a gem. He lives his own life. Same with Molly, and Raymond here is checking his watch because he wants to leave. And it's like, it's stuff like that that kind of just gets thought of as we go. And then like these other images here, I didn't really have plans for initially in the storyboarding phase. I kind of was like, I just need 3-4 funny images that I can just put in sync with the music. And I'm like, I thought that'd be fun, so we'll just do them. But essentially, that's what the blocking phase is good for as well, because it also helps me kind of like figure out where I can cheat things, where I can spend less energy making doing a certain thing, where I should focus more attention on, etc., etc. Like I knew this shot because of blocking that it was going to be time consuming because it took forever to set up. This shot was really simple because it's just Harv just doing an action. And so on and so forth. Blocking's a good time. It's very slow, very tedious, but when it's done, I know what I need to do, and I know how much I'm gonna cry, because that's important. You can't just go in blind. Oh yeah, and we also changed this shot because I later on didn't want to actually have them helping each other up, because I'm like, it's hard to animate, or let's just not do that. Title, etc., etc. And then this was pretty simple. It's just everyone's favorite Isabine doing Isabine stuff. Whoop, 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 whoop. Everyone yelling. I hate doing crowds, guys. Like doing this, doing. Come on, come, get up. Doing this, having them all do a thing. I can't. I have to animate most of them uniquely because their proportions are all different enough that makes transferring animations from one to another not work, or at least be as annoying to fix than it would be to just animate them from scratch. So I cry. I cry really heavily, but I do it for you guys because you guys want to see everyone yelling evict. But yeah, that's pretty much blocking for the most part. That wasn't very descriptive. Does anybody have any questions about blocking? I feel like I didn't really do anything or say anything correctly, because it's blocking. Nook, play on for Tanuki. Hey, you learn something new every day. We appreciate all your hard work. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you do. Did you ever have a temper tantrum? I tried making a donut in Blender, but it keeps messing up. It's just the process of making art and working with programs that you don't understand. Like, it's just inevitable that you're gonna have problems. I guess it's just coming to terms with that notion makes working through them a lot easier. At least for me. Square, thank you for sharing your process. Thank you for watching. There's like 150 of you here, which is bonkers. The villagers are yelling evict. So cute. Oh man, I have a bone to pick with the audio for that. You were so mean to Raymond. His house had jail bars around it. Actually, that wasn't Raymond's house. That was Hippix's. Yeah, everyone's favorite hippo. I love you. Thank you, Keon. I love you too. You're a gem. Have you ever thought about transitioning over to live content? You seem like a good director / writer / cinematographer in general. Not to recommend it. Animation is great. Just curious. Maybe, but I don't know. I've never been given the opportunity to. No, I have before in the past once with some friends, but I also am not much of a leader, so I don't think I could direct a team. But hey, if you want to work for free, come on around. Denzel Academy. No, don't actually. I'm not hiring anybody, but thank you. I don't know. It's big. It's big baby. I don't know if someone asked, but what do you really think about Tom Nook? I think he's a great lad. I think there's all the memes of him being an unruly, heartless landlord are, although funny, very exhausted now. He's just a guy doing the best he can, owning every single piece of thing on the island technically. And we try to represent that, or we try to show that here in the series. He's not a villain. He's just a guy getting by. He's just a guy getting by. Thank you, Nadia, so much for your donation. A humble thank you for your hard work and for the awesome entertainment you provide me. Hope my baby Raymond survives the mask boil. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. The animation on the live itself is adorable. Thank you. Yeah, this is blocking. We just get everything roughly done as roughly as possible. It's mainly all just technical stuff, so I can figure out everything that I need to make the animation go as smoothly as possible. This is also where I'm figuring out any constraints that I might need, like characters holding things, what the camera is going to be, or how the camera is going to be moving, so that I know what I can and don't need to animate. And then we'll set up whatever scenes we have ready to reuse, and so on and so forth. And then we move on to animation once everything is good to go, or once everything is feeling okay. Because also in blocking, I'm a mess, guys. I'm sorry, I'm stuttering so much. Also in blocking is where I would tweak some more of the pacing as well, because you can only get so much out of your storyboarding in terms of like how fast or slow something should be, and it's only when you actually see it in motion that's when you know that something is too fast or too slow. So also in here is where we're fine-tuning that a little bit more and getting because we can actually see them moving and we can actually have them doing the stuff, and it's all well and dandy and delicious and pretty cool. And then once we go, wow, this looks pretty good, we move on to animation, and then here's where all the fun happens. Here's where all the fun happens. Actually, and at this point we still didn't have any audio, so we don't get any. We added this shot later. The opening shot here of the house. Come on, load it up, buddy. Yeah, thank you. Of the house here. I ended up thinking that in the last video, Isabel's dream, it started with a black screen, and that kind of didn't do too well in terms of cueing people to stay on the video. So this time we stuck a brand new shot around, or brand new shot in, just of some, backwards. If we stuck a shot in the beginning just to show that it was that something's about to happen, and then noise, and then Nook saying, "Here's your box, here's your hat." Oh, and the hat. Doing this was so dumb. I think I live streamed a little bit of it, but like having him grab that, having Tom Nook hold the hat, and then Mask Boy grab the hat out of his hand, and then swap the parents from Nook to Mask, and then have him hold the hat. It sounds dumb, or it sounds really easy. Like they're just swapping hands. But I hate constraints so much because doing this is always a pain in the butt. But we made it work. So yeah, blocking or to animation. Since we blocked out what they're doing already, all we have to do is then take those animations or those keyframes and then make them smooth. We just how he like, well, I'm pretty much doing pose to pose with a little bit of transitions between poses. Like Mask is doing this, and then he turns to Nook, and then he does an anticipation pose, and then he spins, and then he does a wee, and then that's like, I don't know, 6 keyframes or 7 keyframes or whatever, and like I just go in and noodle the keyframes a little bit so that different parts of his body are offset a little bit, doing some what's the principal name, secondary motion. Yeah, there you go. And easing and tweening and all that other fun nonsense to make it look like he's not like a stiff robot. And we do that process for everybody, even Nook, even his little ears, they jiggle now. Oh, jiggling. Oh man, the jiggling. Actually, you're right, Gravity Rush. What is a good shot that I could open up to show animations? Sorry, the program was sort of bugging out. We're gonna open up we're gonna open up a heavy shot. We're gonna open up this shot. We're gonna open up the animation for it, actually. The one where everyone is standing on the bridge, getting ready to have a good time. You guys remember this shot? Oh man, it took like 3 days to animate. It was terrible. But we're living. We're gonna also take off the camera animation because I don't want it to move while we scrub through it. I'm also gonna turn off the set because it's pretty heavy. And so on and so forth. So this program, the program that I use to do all the animation and all the work stuff in is Blender. Blender, for anybody who doesn't know, is a free open source 3D animation and modeling, rendering, compositing, video editing, texture editing software. It's free. You can get it from the website, and it's open source. Everybody loves it. I love it. They use it to make films. They use it to make movies. They use it to make VFX. To make 2D animation. It can also do 2D animations. It's a pretty hefty powerhouse of a piece of software, and I use it to do all the animation, all the rendering, all the modeling, that's kind of it, actually. I don't do any 2D stuff in it. that's After Effects. We'll get to that later. And yeah, so in this program, outside of Blender, I don't model in any of these models or anything. All these characters come from the game files. I just import them into Blender, clean up their models a little bit, rig them so that they can all move, and then animate them so that they're all able to do this. Oh no, it's so slow. I'm very sorry, guys. Unless I do this. It's not nearly any better, but that's fine. Yeah, we animate them inside of Blender so that we can blend their animations together, and it's all well and dandy. There's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 rigs here in this shot, and each one, we're gonna go to the animation tab. This is gonna look really complicated, and I apologize beforehand, but I assure you, it's not that bad. Okay, so we're gonna start with Jacob here. He's doing his Jacob things. He's looking, he's like, it's me, Jacob, doing the Jacob things. Where's your rig? It's here. Get rid of these guys. Get rid of these guys. It's me, Jacob. I'm Jacobing. Wait, how did I get this to run a little smoother last time? Oh, actually just maybe because I have the entire world open on my computer. You're gonna have to bear with me here on this. Actually, and donations. Oh my god, Columbus Mugs, thank you again. Oh my goodness. Out of curiosity, how are these not happy? Wait, out of curiosity, how are they not happy that Island is 5 stars? Did they not realize how hard it is to get 5 stars? Isabella is mean to my island, right? Oh man, but he got it. And thank you, freaking hell. I really appreciate that. I watched the vid. Makes me don't want to try and travel anymore. Keep it up, King. Can't wait to see more animations. Insert Pepe hype. Thank you. I really appreciate those guys. Thank you very much. Wait, what was I gonna say? Oh, right, that's it. I don't not condone time traveling, just so everybody knows. I do it myself. Play your single player game however you want. Who cares? Time travel. It doesn't matter. But also, I'm an adult who has other things to do, so you know, I can't be out here waiting 7 years to move my entire village to the beach. But animating. So we have our guy here. And I utilize this aspect of Blender called the non-linear editors to do all the animation for all the animation in parts. I have one chunk here which is basically just doing which is basically just noise on his torso and his chest and his head here. That is randomly moving them just a little bit, so he's not 100% static. And on top of that, I do his animations of him actually doing the things, like he's got a pose where he's looking, then he looks forward, and then he's looking back, I guess, and then doing whatever stuff. Then on top of that, what is this? What is this? What is this? What are all these keyframes for? Blender, what is? Oh, his tail. We also put some wiggle on his tail because we wanted to have his tail jostle in the wind a little bit, but you can't even see it, so it doesn't even matter. Why did I do that? Because I like giving myself work, I guess. And we do that for pretty much everybody. You get next up was Roald. He's got noise animation for his body, and then some the action to actually do his action, and then whatever this was at the end that I forgot what he did. His torso did a thing. I guess I moved his torso more. Wow, pretty cool. And then there was Lolly doing her thing. Shamestick. She's got some noise. She's got some actions. She's got some animation on her ears so that they flop around a little bit. Look at that. Look at that. Hey, look at that little ear flopping. So cute. Everyone loves to see it. Oh, right. What software do you use? Wait. I never know when's a good time to like give the full list because I feel like every couple minutes the collective majority forgets. But no disrespect to you, Aaron. This is Blender. Blender is a free 3D animation software that I use to do all the animation stuff. I use DaVinci Resolve to edit all the video portions together, all the shots and stuff. I use Cubase to do the music. We'll talk about the music later, as well as the voices on how I produce those. They're done in this program, and then I also use Adobe After Effects to do 2D dialogue or 2D animation stuff, like it's not in this particular version of the shot, but when he does the thing with the thing to pick the option for the speech, that was animated in After Effects. And then I also use Affinity Designer to do any 2D image editing that needs to be done. So things like texture manipulation and what's a good example of that? Right here where it says Nookbook on Nook's laptop. That's not there in the original game. I put that in myself, and I just edited the textures for the laptop to add the word Nookbook because I thought it pretty funny. Yeah. Anywho, thank you, Elrewind. Your videos give me much needed laughs. So hilarious, but also so surprisingly emotionally engaging. Thank you for your work. Thank you for watching them and being around, as well as your donation. I really appreciate that. All right, what was I doing? Talking about animation. Yeah, Lala's doing a thing, and then Goldie does a thing, and then she does she gives her a slap on the wrist, which in the camera looks like she's pretty close, but in reality she's pretty far, and doesn't actually touch her with her prop. But that's fine. We don't see it. It looks like it connects. And then what else is there? Then there's Filbert. He stands there going, "Wow, I have the power. I can do it." And everybody loves him. And then there's Dottie standing on the bridge. I animated half her body because the bridge covers it. It literally covers almost her entire body. That's great. Who else is there? And then there's Nookington who just goes, huh? It's fine. And there's Mask who literally just stands there doing nothing. He's literally just noise animations. Where's your thing? Where are you? Where's your? He's literally just noise animations, just standing there, menacingly staring. You love to see it. It's Mask Boy, everyone's favorite character. Ooh la la. And then beside him is Hippix, who, I don't think I animated him much. I think just his head, because that's all you really see from behind the crowd. And then there's Diva in front of him. She does like a little step back. She's like, I don't want to be close to this guy. With her fun. I can't give two rat behinds about this situation going on here right now. I just want to go home. And then who's beside her? Pietro? Yeah, he's pretty happy. He's living his best life. He lives by his own rules. We love me some Pia Pep. And we have Molly, who's just happy to be here. She's a gem. And then Raymond, good old ramen noodles, waiting for his cue. Wow, what a great time. All of them have faces that all need to be also individually animated, and to do the face animations for them, I actually employed a new system in this one. Where is it? Materials. In the last couple videos, I had this like texture setup that would let me switch all of their face, either their eyes and their mouth, with the click of a button. Kind of, but it was very, very, very heavy as of like a file system to work with, because it included loading in like 40 or so textures per character. So in a shot like this that requires 14 characters, you're loading in some like 100 or whatever, like some multi-hundred files or whatever. And I didn't want to do that. That'd be so ugly. So in this particular episode, some lad on my Discord was like, "Don, check this out," and he did like a cool backflip, and then showed me another method for doing eye animations or texture switching, which is what I was looking for. And I said, I saw this before. This is dumb. And then I didn't do it. And then sometime later, like a day later, I was like, oh, let me actually just try it, because it might actually work out. I did a test with I think with Nook, or no, I did it with Dottie actually. She was the guinea pig, because I was also trying to do I was also trying to rig a different rigging system, and one that would let me do more dynamic animation for things like flapping ears or tails for other characters. That didn't work out, but the face did. So then in this particular instance, it requires a little bit more work outside of the program, but it's a lot easier, or a lot what's the word I'm looking for? It's a lot it's not as heavy. It's a lot lighter for Blender to work with, and basically it's where is it? Can I see the files for them? Because you guys are gonna love it. You guys are gonna love what they look like. I take all the eyes and mouth textures and the different layers of them, and I just put them in one big long line. Like I just make a long, super long image file of all their eyes and their the color map and the mix map and the normal map, and we do the same thing with their mouths with the same things, and we can plug that in once into their textures and set up this whole math node nonsense, which basically just takes the face their get over here. It takes the face UVs and then just slides them around so that I can type in one value, and then it'll just change their it'll just find a different place in the texture line, and then show me the mouth for the eyes for it. And it's a good time. Yeah, that's kind of it. I'll probably do a tutorial about it sometime in the future, showing how to set it up, and do it for anybody interested in this technique. But for the most part, I just watched this other video. Oh, actually, wait. Let me find it real quick. Yeah, YouTube.com. Blender texture switching. Yeah, this one from this guy. Go check this video out. It's same technique. I had this part with a tile, but instead of making it a big square, I made it a line, so I didn't have to animate multiple values to get an eye thing. It's I'll make a video about it in the future. Don't worry. But it won't be anytime soon. I'm sorry. Columbus says, "Wait, are these villagers on your island?" Also, thank you for the donation, but no, they're not. The only villagers that are actually on my island are just Pietro. Actually, I don't have anybody else. Yeah, just Pietro, and that's a big reason why he's in these videos, because I have him on my island. Also because he's Pietro, and there's a big meme culture surrounding hating him, so I'm like, that's gonna be a big point in the series. But finish your appointment. Nice. I'm glad you had a good time there. Assuming you did. Game system villagers insulted you. They do. They're so sassy over there. Okay. You made the models from scratch, or you just ripped them from the game files? We just took them from the game files. We're all. I don't model any of these guys myself, because that would take forever. Who is the masked guy based off of? Anyone in particular? Thank you for your question. That was a great question. So we're gonna move on, and we have the shot here animated. It's a good time, and everybody's doing their thing. The set for this particular shot was a pretty big pain in the butt, because it didn't work for a while. Well, no, it did work for a while. It just took forever. I'm not good at making towns look nice, or like making pretty villages. There was a time like a month or two ago when I asked Twitter, like, "Hey guys, send me your images of your villages so that I could sneakily use it for reference." Under the guise of quote unquote science, and you guys have some really good design chops. Oh my goodness, I could not ever replicate anything like that, in a video at least. So I tried my best. I tried to make the village look as ugly as possible, in the end shot, and not this particular one. We'll go to the final and wait for that to open up. I tried to make the village look ugly, by covering it in a bunch of weeds, but everyone still said it looked beautiful. So I'm at a loss. but that's the time. Come on, do the thing. Oh no. What other things I talk about animation? We animated the shots. Everyone had a good time. There isn't really anything necessarily interesting about animation. Oh yeah, this shot. How did I do that? Well, it's all furniture that gets thrown around. Like it does the throw. Um, it's not ugly. The rendering makes everything look too nice. Or it looks so right. That's truly is a curse. Oh wait, Control B. Yeah, all the furniture that flies up above. That was really neat because let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of all this stuff. It's in props. Blender recently, and by recently I mean like many whiles ago, updated the software to add a thing called geometry nodes. And geometry nodes is a procedural modeling kind of or procedural generation system in the program, and it's all node based, so you can do some wild stuff with it. I'm very not verse in how it works, but I was like, oh man, I'm gonna need to do a shot where like tons of furniture is like, you know, rolling around overhead. How am I gonna do that? Geometry nodes, yeah. Previously in some of the other videos, I've been collecting furniture, like just the models of furniture, and me like and them being already pre-prepared. So in this particular episode, I'm like, all right, we're gonna take all the furniture that I've made or that I've gotten prepared in Blender, put them in a big folder in here, and then I'm gonna take how was it again? So it was we made a big sphere that's been subdivided a couple times, so it's a big cylinder, that we smooth out a little bit, and then we displace it a little bit, and then we add some geometry nodes. And the geometry nodes, what these things do is it takes the geometry, it covers it this particular node just kind of spins it. This node does some more stretching to make it stretchy. This node then turns it into into like these little dots. I don't know if you can actually see them, but these little dots, and those kind of just spin around, and then we replace those dots with furniture, and then we just animate them spinning and rotating around, and then that's kind of how we did that shot. It kind of, there's some of them pop in and out while it's going, but I think the chaos of it all kind of like masks some of them kind of popping in and out and disappearing, what have you, which I think came out kind of neat. And for so long, I was like, oh man, I don't want to animate this shot at all because it involves Tom Nook doing this action of him throwing the doors open and running out. And it looks okay, but at the time, I was like, oh wow, I really don't want to animate him doing this because I'm not great at animating moderately dynamic body movements, which is why most of the animation in the series is like, everyone's kind of standing still and it's relatively static, not really doing too much. Like everyone's just standing still and everything else is moving around them except for big shots where I need to actually do bigger movements. because I'm lazy, guys. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. Also, if I didn't, then these videos would take even longer to come out. So, we cut the corners everywhere we can. Yeah, that was pretty much animation. So I knew what ideas I had for yeah, no, better yet. I didn't exactly know what I needed for sets, but I know what the characters were going to be doing in them anyways. So I was just like added a plane, then animated the characters doing what I thought they needed to do, except for these last 3 shots, because these ending shots were welcome to the stream, Donk. These last ending shots were entirely reliant on what the set looked like, because it's one thing to block out, you know, a quote unquote ugly village, and then animate a camera to it, but it's another to actually like make the set and then have everybody populated and doing things in it or whatever, and then the camera actually has to then change, and then I have to change the animations of the camera to highlight what the actual set looks like. This particular shot I originally was planning to do. It's Dottie and Jacob, or Dottie helping Jacob up from, I don't know, a pitfall or something. But then when it came to actually lighting it, or working on it later, I neglected these shots for a while because I was working on the actual set for so long, which is over here. Is it town full? Yeah. Yeah, I was working on this particular set for longer than I thought I would need to. Oh my god, come on, please. Let me click it. Longer than I thought I needed to, and I didn't really know how it was going to look for like most of the production, until like the last couple weeks, when I'm like, oh shoot, I actually need to get this set finished so I could actually do the last 3 or 4 shots of the thing. And I didn't, and again, I don't really have any like great town making ideas or abilities, so I was like, I just kind of threw a bunch of stuff together. And again, I tried to make it look ugly because I wanted it to be ugly, and my best idea at the time was like just covered in weeds. I think that'll be fine. But it was a time. So we animate the thing, we do the animations, we work on the stuffs, and everything is all well and good and dandy. And then in the end episode, we get everybody going, and we try to animate it as fast as possible because I don't want to work on doing crowds for forever. This shot took, I think, a day. Come on, Resolve. Yeah, this shot took about a day or so to animate. But I'm like, once I do it once, I can reuse it for pretty much the rest of the shots, because Blender has a really neat system of letting you like reuse chunks of your scene file and then reference them into like others. What do I mean by that is, if I open up any other shot that involves the crowd, so like the last shot, come on, give me the goods. So this whole crowd here is I animated it once in this shot of them doing the thing, and this shot is a little bit longer than what this shot was. But from that other shot, I can then like literally go into the files of it and go, all right, give me just the crowd file, like just the portion of the shot or the file that holds the information that is the crowd, and then let me put it in here, and I can do that, and it'll reference it, and then and I don't have to animate the crowd twice for this other angle. I can just literally reuse all my animation from before. And I dance, and it was a good time. So this kind of general like workflow idea, I try to reuse as much as I can. Like if I know I'm going to be using something more than once, or I need something that might be useful more than once, then I'll just reference it from a previous shot before. When I was talking about, I did the same thing in Isabel's dream, actually, during the Adobe audio, get out of here. During the beginning, so like this whole couple shots of Isabel doing a thing and like talking and whatever, and like all these angles and what have you, and it's all well and dandy. I just reused almost the same shot fully later on when Wisp they're doing the same thing Wisk's perspective. So like, this is just the opening shot again, just reused from a different angle, and this is same shot from a different angle, and and it's all well and dandy. This one was, I think, custom because I needed to do the light thing, but this was just reused. This was reused. This actually wasn't reused. I had to make this from scratch because the angle that I was referencing was I know I'm sorry. I know this isn't a Isabel's Dream commentary, but just stick with me. This particular shot was made to camera, so Mask Boy is his arm is like weirdly wrapping around in like a big circle, so that I can actually like show up where it is and get this angle. And it didn't work from a side perspective, so I was like, oh, I'll just redo it. But then this shot where Isabel gets thrown and is tumbling away or whatever, full reuse. And then we just added their rigs in to talk and do the thing and what have you. And it's a good time. So wherever I can, I reuse as much stuff as possible because it saves a lot of time. Yeah. And then we animate, and it's all well and dandy. Before I get into the next portion, which is sets, I guess, and then rendering and a little bit of rendering, does anybody have any questions about animation? Does anybody want to know how I did something, or like, yeah, just have any general questions? We're opening the floor. Q&A. Water. The way I talk is so cute. Thank you, Kyla. I appreciate that you enjoy the enthusiasm. What programs do you use to make this? Is this Maya? No, this is Blender, the free open source free open source 3D application. Download it now in a local Steam Windows store or from the website itself near you. Water. Where you get the models from? I extract them from the game myself, or at least I used to. Somebody on Reddit ended up posting up the all the models and textures for all the assets from the game, and I've just been pulling from that. It's this big old list, this big old honkin' donkin' list of models. And it's got everything from characters to furniture to flowers to buildings and structures and environment stuff and the plants and all the models of the game. I just take what I need from this and make them look nice. Make them look as nice as possible. What made you do these awesome ideas of house flying? I just thought it'd be funny. A lot of the time, most of these ideas is just because I think they're funny. Even if they're like scary or like creepy or like thriller-esque, I'm doing them because I think they're funny. Or at least funny because they're being done in Animal Crossing, at least. That's a pretty big reason why this is like kind of has a thriller / spooky like essence to it, because like Animal Crossing is not that. So we just I think it's a nice way to mix things up. Hold on, I'm reading your comments. Will this commentary be still up after it ends? Yep, it'll be available here on this channel in the, where is it? Not here. I need the main channel. Thank you. It will be available in the playlist tab over in Animal Crossing. No, where is it? Livestream archive. In this playlist is where I keep all the previous live streams that I've ever done. But this also will be re-uploaded, hopefully probably with tags or timestamps to Denzel 2 as well, which is where all the technical stuff is. Like, this channel is dedicated to the technical stuff. So subscribe to that if you're still here and have yet to subscribe to Denzel 2. It's a good time. But yeah, this will be available to watch afterwards. Nice. I didn't realize how good Blender was. Blender is great. I highly recommend it. How does your brain make these? It just does, slowly, and obviously they get more complicated as time goes on. But you know, we do the best we can. What else is there? I'll just let this play while I catch up on your comments. It looks like animals are watching a movie. Right? It's a good time. A while back, you said you specifically chose to play Control to study/observe some aspects of the game. Plug Discord here. I'm assuming you applied the observations in the stuff floating. Maybe. Maybe. Uh, did I do anything for Control references? I don't think directly, but I do love me some Control. Also, don't die from water dangle. If your water goes down the wrong pipe, raise your arms over your head to clear airways. Thank you, Dunk Meme. I will be sure to do that. Brownie Doreen, I hope I pronounced that correctly, gave us a nice donation. Gotta go to bed now from France. Oh, nice. But love your work. You're so talented. Great job as always. Plus, continue the good work. It makes us happy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and thank you for the donation. I hope you have a great slumber, assuming you're still here and have yet to leave. What else is there? I love the continued growing fear that brothers seem to have. The frame of them holding the cross was great. Thank you. So far with what was your favorite animation you've done so far with the Animal Crossing theme? Wait, with the Animal Crossing theme, like the theme song? If that's the case, then Animal Crossing, the Sounds of Music video from 2 years ago. Check it out, guys. Yeah, we'll go with that. Do you ever use your voice in your animations? Nothing recently. I've used my voice before in some previous stuff, but that was like a long time ago. Oh, this doesn't need to be here. We can fast forward this. Yeah. How did you animate the hyper realistic motion of Timmy blowing up the island and being a dictator? Through painstaking moments of tiny blocking steps. I love the houses and the furniture flying. Keep those ideas coming. Then you're gonna love the next episode. I think, maybe, I don't know. I hope you do. Not a question, but I really enjoy your commentary. Thank you. I'm glad you do. How did you do that? I don't know. we just do. But welcome, Mikkel. So what's the most heavy / complex scene? Yeah, what made it complex? What is the most complicated or complex scene? I guess it'd be, where is it? This one. At least in this episode. Or is the, actually, yeah, no, probably still this shot. I don't think any other one was necessarily that complicated. Yeah, they're all pretty tame. Oh, actually, maybe the Sonic one. Yeah, probably the furniture flying overhead, because it had a couple systems that I wasn't familiar how to a couple effects that I wasn't familiar how to do, all kind of like coming together. Like it had some like relatively involved character animation that I thought came out okay. It had the furniture flying overhead, which required me to have to like gather like a bunch of furniture to make it look good. Also, the time effect of it going from day and night was a big pain in the butt. Getting everything to pause when Mask Boy stops, because the trees also paused and the grass also kind of paused, I think, in the background. I also spent the time to make sure the flag paused, but it goes out of frame before that happened, so I didn't even need to do that. So yeah, I guess this. Oh yeah, and the it's not in this particular version, but also the clock on top of the building is also radically spinning as well. So I had to quickly rig up that in the final, and that was it wasn't hard or anything. It just took time. But yeah, I'd say probably this shot. It took me many passes to get going okay. to get going. Just okay. Yeah. I like how the storyboard part shows your mask queen. Sorry, mask green. Yeah, it's a good time. What made you want to animate the Animal Crossing shorts? Like, how did they start? How did they start? One day I went to bed and wondered if I could, and then woke up the next day and said, "Cool." And then I posted to the internet, and it went viral, and everybody else unanimously was like, "Yeah, you absolutely should make more of these." So I said, "Okay," and then made a series. So, but even at like during that initial thought moment, I thought of a couple ideas that I wanted to do, and like enough ideas to make a series if it were to be popular at the time. Um, and then thankfully it was. So now I can actually do them and get to get these ideas out and what have you. And then obviously when I started working on them, then they became a great excuse for me to like just further learn 3D and Blender and animation and editing and directing and all the stuff that I actually really like doing on the channel and just in like being creative in general. It just so happened that it's within Animal Crossing. Um, so with that being said, guys, unfortunately, I'm not really an Animal Crossing channel. I'm an animator and musician that is currently going through an Animal Crossing phase. Um, so yeah, eventually I'm gonna transition away from this stuff. So I'm sorry for you hardcore fanians that were that were hoping I'd do this forever, but our days are numbered. But don't worry, I'm gonna give it all a great ending so that it doesn't suck. It'll be good. It'll be good. Um. Okay. What else is there? Um. Are you planning on sales in the future for merch? Oh, probably. Probably. Actually, we had a sale before in the past, so more's probably to come. I also don't think I have much agency over that, but I could be wrong. But yes, the answer is yes. More sales for merch will come in the future. Do you have a problem with level of details of the models since they're usually meant to be looked at from far away the camera perspective? Yeah, all the time. Like during the breaks and like the initial stages of a lot of these episodes, it's just me spending time making models, making sure that the models that are important look good up close for how I need them. So like in the last video, Nook, Isabel, and Mask were all up-res so that I could actually get a little closer to them, at least their clothing. Yeah, you can't see it here in any of these shots. I can kind of hear, but yeah, I went in and made sure that its clothes didn't look low quality, and up-res his mask to make it look a little nicer. Same with Nook's sweater and his jacket and everything. I tried doing their faces, but their faces require too many arrays of textures, so that made up-resing them more challenging than it was worth. So I didn't. Oh wait, there was a donation there that I didn't read yet, but yeah, we up-res the heck out of everything that I can up-res that won't take too much time or that matters for the shots. If something doesn't, like this cup in the background, then we'll just leave it as is and not worry about it. Oh no, you got this. I said you guys have questions and you gave them. Be thinking of importing the skeleton model to use them as reference for some sculpt. Is it a lot of work getting the models and their materials into Blender? Do you adjust their materials after? I do. I'd recommend actually watching some of the previous live streams of me setting up the rigs and stuff to get an idea of what it's like to get them going. In those times, I also explain what I'm doing and why I'm doing it and everything like that. It's not super difficult, but it is a bit time consuming because you have to do the same kind of general steps for everybody. But yeah, you can get it to work. It's a good time. Which part of the pipeline did you start learning first? Technically layout and blocking. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna have to skim through most of these because they're flooding in a lot more than I thought they were. And I'm a slow reader and long explainer. Can you react to your first animation? Maybe later. not now because it's not even Animal Crossing related. Dingo. I would like to pay you money to render me just a short loop render of Molly sitting under a tree, flipping through a book so I could make it an animated wallpaper. Sorry, bub. I don't do commissions. But that sounds very cute. Yeah, maybe in the future. Kingdom Hearts animations when? Okay, look here, bub. It's not a bad idea. and it has crossed through my mind a couple times. I do love me some Keyblades, but I don't know. I don't know how I do anything in that franchise because it's already pretty bonkers enough. But it's not off the table. Oh, I can actually we can play this. Oh, we're all getting through the Animal Crossing phase. We appreciate you sharing your gift. Oh, thank you. Catch Me Crossing donated a whole whopping $10, or technically $9.99. It says, "Hi, I just wanted to pop in and say thank you so much for sharing your creative genius with us, your timing, your angles, your genius. Also, how do we make Nintendo utilize you? Firstly, thank you very much for all your kind words. I'm not a genius. I'm just some lad, but I don't know. Send send the guys my stuff, I guess, and hope to Gumbo that they don't go, wow, this is cool and all, but can you not do that? Because you don't appreciate you putting Lolly's house into the abyss. But we'll see. Do you want to do, or you'll end up making a video about how you've burnt out in around 3 years? Oh, I don't want that arc. It'll happen regardless, but I think Matthew's a girlfriend. maybe. I'm gonna make a villager ever say dad jokes and do a laugh at them. That is a very specific question that I've never thought of before, but who knows? Maybe. Okay. I'm not actually an Animal Crossing fan. I like it, but I haven't played the games or stuff. But your animations are really good, so I ended up here, and I'm glad I did. Wow, thank you, Zerkai? I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry, but thank you very much for sticking around, even though you're not really much of a AC fan. I'm glad. I don't know if somebody asked you this before, but how do you get the models? I mean, the models you use in the animation is straight from the game files, or find them from somewhere like a website. We get them from the game files. I guess I'll have it open. Yeah, I just have a file or a folder that just has all the files and all the textures for said files, all the clothes, all the furniture, all the characters, all their faces, all the buildings, and everything like that. I got the bank. I got the bank, Bubby. Baby. That's what I'm looking for. Do you play any of the Persona games? I have Persona 4, but I never beat it. I got like 30% through it and then put it down and never picked it back up again. But it's a good time. I also have access to Persona 5, but I don't know if I want to embark on like a 400-hour game. Maybe someday. What's the difference between the difference of this kind of 3D animation and 2D animation, and which do you think is easier? Both are just as complicated as the other. They both require the same amount of time and dedication and work and whatever for to make something good in either one. They both obviously have the pros and cons, because 3D, all you have to do is model a character once, you can see them at every angle, whilst in animation you have to draw them every frame, depending on whatever frame rate you're doing. It really just comes down to what kind of what kind of patience you're cool to give your art. I prefer 3D animation because I like the idea of making something once and being able to see it and use it in any way you'd like. But I also love 2D animation. It's just so good. Like, good 2D animation is beautiful. So yeah, they both have their pros and cons, and they both require the same general amount of work and dedication to make competent, nice looking things in them. It's just 2D is all drawing. And 3D is 7, 8 different departments that all come together to make a nice image. Do you think you'll continue to pursue animation in the future? That's all I do currently. That's literally what I do here on YouTube, as well as what I do professionally. So, yes, well, we'll be animating for at least a while. Okay. Disney dangerous. Be careful, Dental. Oh, I'm there already. Don't you fret. How do you get inspiration for these videos? I this sounds kind of narcissistic, I suppose, but like I just really like the ideas that I'm coming up with. I think they're just really fun. They'd be really fun to see. And like the stuff I do on the channel and the videos and the kind of content that I create is the kind of content that like I want to watch and see and create. So I'm like, when I come up with neat ideas, I'm like, heck yeah, I want to do them. And then like the motivation and excitement to see it done is like it really gets me through a lot of the drudgery of it all. So like I'm like I want to see a shot of Mask Boy paving. Where is it? Where is it? I want to see a shot of Mask Boy paving a giant Sonic out of golden paths. That sounds pretty fun. Um, it just requires a lot of work to do. So, yeah, it's a good time. Okay, I'm gonna go for another 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna talk about set building and rendering and stuff. Yeah, we'll go with that. What else is there? I'm begging you, drop the terraforming on Spotify. It's such a terrific banger. Oh my goodness, it's on its way. I did submit it to have it on streaming platforms. I will let out a big notification when it's available. But unfortunately we gotta wait. This spy on these are hacking their systems. Facts. I wish I had them that much balls. Bells. You could just sell some turnips. What else is there? What are your thoughts on From Software games like Dark Souls, the indie game Rain World, and the PMD series? I don't know what the PMD series is, but I love me some Dark Souls. Never beat any of them except for Almost Bloodborne, but love me some indie games. Haven't seen Rain World, but that's a cool time. And I'm not sure what PMD is, so I'm gonna have to apologize on that. Seriously need to make the next Animal Crossing movie. That'd be a fun time if they did. How long does it take to make? How long does a video take? Are there any ways you make the process easier and quicker? I do. When I actually get into talking about sets, I'll show some of the tools and add-ons that I've been using to help with that. Because the alternative is pain, but yeah, every video I learn a little bit more. The workflow gets the workflow matures a little bit, and I'm able to work a little faster. Also, with every next video, I'm able to also reuse stuff that I've built for previous videos before, like character rigs and sets and everything else in between, and sound effects and stuff. So it's like, excuse me, every video I'm not starting from scratch. I'm starting with a nice honking trumpet, and we're dancing our way into doing a lot of the stuff. So yeah, it's a good time. I'm a 3D animator as well. Have you considered archiving your streams or doing learning/follow along streams? Yeah, all the streams are archived. If you go on the main channel, to hop into the playlist tab, there's a live stream archive playlist where all the playlists or all the live streams from previous times, literally up until the first one I've ever done on the channel, is that's where they go to stay. And then there's where I do things like rigging and some animating and other commentary stuff and asset gathering to show you what that's like, music making from time to time. Yeah, I pretty much show the wide gamut of like how I do things through live streams, and I unlist them and put them in here so they don't clutter up the main channel. But yeah, you can find them there. How's it going? Oh, it's going amazing, man. Thank you for asking, Corbett. Would you post your live streams on your channel? Just answer that. They're over here on the playlist. What made you shift from AE to 3D animation? Big fan in your Animal Crossing, or not Animal Crossing, sorry, Maple Story phase, and I might have taken a similar route to AE because of you. Was it hard to transition? So firstly, thank you for sticking around as long as you have. That's wild. I still use After Effects. I use After Effects as a comping tool, which is what it's intended for to begin with, for these videos and for other projects and stuff. So it's very much become less of a it's no longer my main animation tool, but it's still used alongside animations. You can't do 3D animation in After Effects, at least in the same caliber as Blender. So like, I couldn't do this in AE, but it is still used. I do still like it. I've been trying to get away from it though because Adobe, but it's a good time. The transition itself was pretty okay because I went from doing MapleStory stuff to doing just music, and then but during that time I was also just generally learning 3D animation stuff outside of YouTube. So coming back, I was like, yeah, Blender, let's go. That didn't really answer the question, but like it wasn't that bad. I never not stopped doing it, and I just kind of kept improving, but also learning 3D alongside. So now they're both used together in Junction. Rather than Denzel, what do you like being called? Any other D word? You got Dongle, Dangle, Dingle, Dwingle. There's many more that I can't remember, but all of them work. I was wanting to try 3D animation. How do you do that? It's so cool. You just get Blender and just look up some tutorials on how to use it and get going. That's pretty much what I did. It's been a good time. You guys do anything casual for yourself? Also, PMDs. Oh, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I'm not too big of a Pokemon fan. I like me some Pokemon, but and I did play a couple of the games, but like I'm not a huge hardcore fan of any means. At the end of the video, will there be a continuation of Isabel's dream? Guessing from the ending of both. Technically, this video was the continuation of it, or at least what happens here. Here? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, here. It's just what happens next. And like every video is just what happens next in the story, or like in the story or the event or in the city or town or whatever. Which is why I haven't really made like a dedicated part 2 of a thing or what have you, but yeah, every video is a sequel technically. Did you went to school for animation? I did. I went to college for 3D animation, and it was a good time. Then I got a job at a studio, and then the rest is history. Did you do all this by yourself? Yeah. I'm a one-man band here in Dingleland. Oh wow, there's comments too. I could do a comment corner later. Oh baby, that's gonna be a fun time. Rhymes with immensely or rhymes with clay? How's your? Oh, sorry. Densel's pronounced Denzel, so just like a dense cell, or Denzel, like Denzel Washington, but with a S instead of a Z. Everyone's favorite letter. The Z, that is like that. It's a good time. Are these videos kind of individual stories, or is this one big story of Mass Way, and we're learning more each time, and there will be a plot twist or something? I don't know. You're gonna have to watch and find out. Yeah, you broke into 3D industry. I'm still building my skills portfolio. So I was very lucky when I was in school. I managed to get a job at a studio as a tracking artist. Through another friend that had also done the same thing, in another class. And then from that, I was able to get work at a studio, and then build up experience and stuff from there, and rapport with other folks. Then was able to get good enough to jump around a little bit from other studios in the same general department. And then now I'm where I am now. So networking, I guess, is really where it's at, or having a slamming portfolio, or getting into a department that is in need of help, and there is no one else that wants to do it, which is pretty much what I did. And then I ended up actually liking the department and doing that for time. And that taught me all sorts of stuff. Taught me a little bit of lighting, taught me a little bit of camera animation, taught me a little bit of character animation, taught me a little bit of effects stuff, and it was neat. It was neat. I used to make the Animal Crossing short series. I made one, and it did really well. So I'm like, well, let's make more. That's pretty much the story of that. Oh, this is just the updated Dota tutorials for beginners. That's facts. Listen to Lola here, guys. She's speaking the real words. Hit up Blender Guru. Watch his latest most up to date Dota tutorial. Learn Blender, make some good stuff, and then post it to Reddit. Okay. So it is 8:20. I'm gonna stop reading the comments for a hot minute, and I'm gonna wildly talk about building sets. All right. Hey guys, welcome to this episode of or this week's this section of the video where I talk about building sets. Everyone loves sets. So in the blocking phase, as you can resolve, what are you doing? Oh no. Sorry, we're gonna have to wait a little bit. I accidentally hit a new tab and then it clicked out of the timeline, and now you have to wait like 7 years for it to reload again because the project's really heavy. So I'm really sorry. All right, yeah, sets. Okay, so we have if you notice in the blocking phase, there's literally nothing here. It's just houses. It's just rigs. Or characters doing on planes. Because of that linking system that I talked about earlier, where you can do things in one file and then kind of reference it in another file, so that you can update it in file A and in file B and C and D or whatever that are all hooked into file A. They all get updated as well. I do that kind of thing for any sets that I'm going to be reusing, but for most of the time, at least for most of these, there's a lot of one-offs. One-off being a shot that we only see once and only requires one type of either set or work or thing, I guess. So in this case, like this shot with Hippix's house falling into a hole. I knew I wanted to have it fall into a hole. I didn't know how I wanted the set to look, but I know it was probably going to be in a forest. Because that's the easiest thing to make, because a forest in this series is just grass, trees everywhere randomly, flowers randomly, and then we need to make a hole to put his house in, and then I need to find the jail bars to put around, and then get those in, or this shot, for example, or this sequence, or the bridge sequence. I needed to use the bridge sequence. Actually, this is actually really cool. Like, there's only a couple of camera angles, so I knew I didn't have to make a fully detailed set. I just need to make a set that looked good from those camera angles. So when I when I was developing it, I was like, okay, I know I'm gonna have this camera angle. I'm gonna have some. I'm gonna have this camera angle. I'm gonna have this camera angle. I'm gonna have this camera angle and this one, and then this one, and then we're reusing the first one again. So I only have 7 or so cameras. So I just took all those shots from the blocking file and I just put them into this Blender file, or this blend file, from all the different camera angles. So here we have. Oh no, please, we don't need to see all the textures. We have 6 different views, which should be camera 4, camera, come on, give me camera 5 or 3, and then camera that one, and then why is it playing boss music? This isn't a time to be scared. This shot, and then this camera this shot. So I pretty much just brought in all the cameras into this one file, and then saw what the cameras would see, or took note of how much the camera sees, and then I just built the set around these specific angles, so that I didn't have to make a set that was like super duper high resolution or high detail that we might see from every angle. So I'm like, no, we're just gonna make it work from the angles that we see it, which in turn means that the set looks like this. The cameras are only seeing this area, a little bit of this area, and like and then straight onward. There's nothing behind it, so we don't have to worry about any of that stuff. We put trees and bushes and stuff everywhere. I wanted to have a river. I wanted them to be on a bridge and have a river, so we made that. And the river was kind of dumb because it was like, how did I even do that? It's literally just this one piece of river or one piece of ground with some textures on it that I array into like a big row, and then we use a curve to make it go woo, and then we subdivide it a little bit to make it smoother so that it doesn't look so dumb. And then yeah, it's a good time. We do this, we make the sets. And then because this particular set was needed to be used in 6 different shots, I set this file up in a way so that I could do it, build it, make it, but then in the actual shot file, where is it? Montage 4. Bam, this guy. Lighting, this guy. In the actual file, I would also add a extra piece of geometry that I could kind of break out from it. So this is just referencing that previous file that I had open, but into the actual file that I'm animating everybody in. Then I also add a second piece of ground so I can add extra grass and stuff on it that I paint in. That's like just the camera can see, because we don't need grass like over here and off in the distance or on top of the cliffs or anything like that, because it's not necessary. No one's looking at that. And bushes and all the other nonsense and all that fun stuff. So yeah, if a set's being reused, then I'll make it in one big file, and then I'll reference that file in any shot that might need it. But I also make sure that the set is only detailed enough for the angles that we see it at, because we don't need a whole forest and an ocean if we're only looking at like a flower in the corner. So yeah, it's a good time. I went on this tangent because I wanted to show something and I forgot what that was. Yeah, sets. Oh right, I wanted to show how sets were actually even made. Okay, so like we'll take what's a good one? We'll take You'll take this shot actually as a great example, as like a nice one-off. So there's a shot in the second montage where it's a nice grassy field. It's a nice grassy field. We got all the grass and stuff everywhere. Excuse me. Excuse me. And big cliff chunks are come out of the ground as in sync with the music. Come on, please, Blender. It's really slow. I'm sorry, because the grass is really heavy, which I will probably attempt to turn off. Please, grass. It's a little better, but kind of not at the same time. We're gonna turn everything off actually. Bam, bam. So yeah, we have a bunch of cliff pieces, and I might talk about how I made the cliffs a little bit later. We have a bunch of cliff pieces, and these cliff pieces are actually just references as well in another file, so that I don't have to. So if I needed to update the cliffs, then I can update them in one file, and they all get updated in all the other files, kind of thing. We just I made giant cliff chunks, like just big walls of cliffs, and then I just animated them popping in and out of the ground, like big old cliffy cliffs. Stop it. And then yeah, I just had that going in sync with the music. But that's not why we're here. We're here because we want to know how we turned a flat plane into a less flat plane, and one that kind of looked like a forest, pretty neato. So in this particular time, or in this video, I got a plugin or a add-on called Scatter 5, and it's exactly what the name implies. It just scatters stuff. It's a scene generating tool, if that makes sense. And in that, actually, and from that, in another file, I also made sure to have all the vegetation that I needed. So I have a tree that's procedurally animated a little bit. Cliffs, get out of here. I want you gone. We have a tree that's animated. We have a bush that's animated. We have flowers, 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 and grass. Oh, and this grass chunk. Oh no, that was a big mistake. I made a grass chunk in hopes to like optimize the scene a little bit more, and it turns out that it didn't help at all. It actually just made it worse. But don't worry about that. We have a singular blade of grass that we're going to be also scattering around the thing, and this plane here is literally just holds the material for the grass, like this 2D grass material that I can bring from shot to shot and then work with. How do you sync the animation to the audio? So in the blocking phase, we solidify the frame range, like how long I want the shot to be, and then for a long while, I had just like a rough version of the song that I was editing to in the editor, and I would edit out, or I would export out just a tiny sliver of that piece of the music, and then in Blender, I would go into the video editing tab, and I would add that piece of music or audio into. Thank you, music, but I'm trying to be informational here. I would add that piece of audio into the actual shot file, and then make it so that you can make it so you can hear it when you scrub. Kind of. Oh right, it's this camera. Stop it, hey, quiz freaking. Get out of here, camera thing. Camera thing. I know it's the camera that's making this shot nice and ugly, nice and slow. Maybe not. Maybe I'm dumb. Anywho, yeah, I would add the music into the scene or into the set or into the file, and I would animate to the music, and then hope that when I export it out, that it syncs back into the edit, and then that's how we get that's how we sync to audio. It's pretty good. Where's our ending shot here? It's pretty good. And then later on, when I make the song sound like a song, I hope I am very strict on like not moving the notes around too much, because then it might bork up the timing for the shots of things. So yeah, but I'll talk about music and stuff a little bit later as well and go more in depth into that. It'll be good. What was I saying? Yeah, so we get a thing. We have all the building blocks to making a what is this? What are you, a plane? Get out of here. We have all the building blocks that we need to like make a thing. So then I make a big plane that I'm gonna be scattering all the buildings and stuff on. Add a little bit of displacement so that it's not flat. And then we get wild. All right. Then we get crazy. We can then take the tree, and then with this neato add-on, I can go. I want a tree preference. A tree. I made a preference for how I like the trees being scattered. That's grass. Give me the trees. Give me the tree. So I can select the tree thing, and I go all right, pick the ground and then scatter some trees, and we get trees everywhere. Wow, we love the trees. They're pretty cool, and we can pretty much just do that for trees. I have another thing for bushes that come on, we just adds bushes, and then we add the flowers, and then we add the grass. Actually, grass is going to be I'll have to show that in a hot second, but we had trees, in a nice random fashion, and then it also has some fun features for where is it? Proximity. Wait, it would be proximity, but I didn't use them in here, I guess. Where you can pick which one gets which where you want trees and where you don't want trees. You can make some other pieces of geometry so that they don't occlude with other things. Actually, no, I did do that with the trees. Yeah, I had a thing here. So before there was a lot more trees, but they would clash with the cliffs. So like the cliff would come up and like you would see the tree kind of like clipping through the cliff. You kind of can actually from this angle. Actually, right there, right there. Look at that nonsense. Yeah, God, gross. This is the kind of thing that people write articles about and go, look at that. That's an ugly tree. Um, so yeah, I didn't want that. I wanted everything to be as clean as possible without spending too much time doing it. And this particular add-on was like, oh, you can just add a bunch of blocks to like where the cliffs are gonna be so that you can remove them in the tree thing and then where is it, and then you can just get rid of them. Trees, big ew, like we don't want them in the way of our cliffs. And I said sweet, and then I added bushes, and then I added weeds everywhere, and I added no, not the grass. The grass comes later. We added flowers everywhere to make sure that it was all nice and dandy. And then I thought to myself, ah, man, I kind of want grass, but I also don't want to like include a bajillion particles of grass in this thing, because we're gonna have to have grass that we can see all the way out in the distance and what have you. And it's like it's gotta be nice and thick with like 40 seeds of grass. And I tried a couple different methods, a couple cheating methods to try to like cheat the essence of this field looking like it's covered in grass without actually having grass in it. And they didn't work. I just said, okay, we're gonna bite the bullet and we're just gonna fill the scene with grass, and try to make it look as full as we can, but also not be but while also trying to make it as not slow to work with as possible. And we painted them in. So we had grass. We added the grass layer, the grass thing, and then in this we can literally just. It's so slow that I can't even like do it nicely. Oh, it's just dispersed. Okay, so yeah, we have grass that just goes from the camera to come on, Blender. To where to just outwards, and then the further it gets, the less grass there is, and then it's. I've been venting about this for talking about this for the last like 20 minutes, and I feel like I've actually taught you guys less about any of this stuff than before, and Blender's frozen. Stop it. But yeah, that's pretty much how I would go about doing the sets. I'd be like, I had a plane. Wait, no, stop it. Go here. Come on, please, get rid of it. Get rid of it. We had a plane, and we had trees, and we had bushes, and we had weeds if need be, and then we had flowers. And this thing has some capabilities of painting them in and hand placing them in areas that I like them, and also giving me tools to remove them from other places that I wouldn't want them. Like, for example, in this opening shot here, when Nook throws the box down, you can see that the grass kind of moves a little bit. That's because of scatter. It's a good time. And also over yonder, where it doesn't clip through his house too much. Same deal. Oh, and by his feet. As you can kind of see, the grass was currently going through his shoes, but then doesn't. That's nice. That's a good time. All the grass waving animation, all fun stuff. It looks kind of alien, not gonna lie, but that's all from this plugin as well. It can also do like tree sway and flower sway and all that fun stuff, but I end up just not really ever doing it, at least consistently. So, yeah, it's a time. Grass clipping, yeah, there's so much grass clipping. I hate grass clipping. Or at least trying to make the grass nice looking. Like if we get to the actually, now I can talk about the Sonic scene. Where are you? Get over your Sonic scene. This shot was really annoying because I set it up in this shot, the first one, where Mask is bending down, and he's doing the things. But as you can see, all the flowers and stuff are gone. Like everything's just gone because for some reason, every time I opened up the shot after building it, everything would just disappear. But then the shot that I made all this for to begin with was the shot afterwards. The big aerial shot, and everything in that always just comes up okay. So I'm like, what the heck? Scatter, you're making me look like a fool. But in it, I literally just painted in, or ooh, how did I do this? Can I show this? Like, do I have all the building blocks for it? Scatter, props, lights, paths, set. Yeah, okay. So this was a good time. This was a great time. We made a plane, like just a big plane for the ground, and then what else is next? And then we made a Sonic face. And then I'm like, okay, we're gonna have to make the head. So, oh no, I don't have it anymore, do I? I don't think I have it in here. I drew I traced a really crude picture of Sonic, and then put it in here, just in the file, and then traced out that with a path, with a bunch of Bezier path curves. Get out of here. Give me. Yeah. Why aren't you working? I wanna see this. Yeah. So yeah, we just drew his face out with a bunch of curves. Why did you put Sonic? Why did you choose Sonic? Does Mask like Sonic? Of course he does. Everyone loves Sonic. But there's also kind of a gag reference to a previous live stream that I did a long time ago, where I drew Sonic on the back of a hill. and then didn't keep it in because we wouldn't have seen it in the renders, but I thought it was a fun time. What's the add-on again? Scatter 5. Yeah, it's called Scatter 5. It's a bit on the pricier side of things, but if you're very serious about doing scene creations and stuff and want a lot more tools to make it a little easier, then like it's a good investment. Except this plugin was also causing problems when I rendered stuff, but I'll talk about that later in rendering if I remember. Anywho, so I want that Sonic, so I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to draw him out. So we added a bunch of Bezier curves to draw his face with, and with each Bezier curve, we just added a path or added some geometry to make the big chunks of his head shape. I was gonna add his mouth, but I didn't, so sorry. But I'm like, oh, to color him, we're gonna have to. It'd be funny if we did it with flowers. So come on, do the thing. Do the thing. Load it up. Let's go. Oh. Thank you very much, Christina. Oh my goodness. Whoa, oozing with talent. Mostly love the satire in this one. I'm probably the only relieved to the only one relieved to see the mask guy finally didn't seem so utterly Looney Tunes. I did hope Pietro turned out to be okay. He's fine. He's fine. I butchered your comment, but thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. Anyway, so yeah, I'm like, we need Sonic, so I added a bunch of gold nuggets to make his eyes. I added where was it? I added some metronomes for his nose. I added I guess that's kind of it, and then I just needed to do everything else. We also did a big old plane thing to make sure that no trees that I was going to blanket across the plane were inside of the Sonic head thing. And then we did where is it? Scatter. And then I made some flowers blue, some flowers white, some flowers beige skin colored, even though they look almost identical to the white, so it didn't really matter. I kind of hoped that the green in the ground would be good enough for the green in Sonic's eyes. And yeah, then we just moved on with life, and I populated in some other buildings. I've been utilizing the asset browser actually, so I can just take buildings and put them in, get in there, buildings, and then yeah, and then we just added bushes and some weeds and stuff, and then made a big old thing. Like we have all this stuff here. So it's like we got his blue, we got his skin, or his white. We have his skin. We have all the trees. We have all the bushes. We have all the weeds. And I had grass specifically just for the smaller shot earlier because we didn't need grass for the big wide shot because it was too wide to see the individual like grass particles, and if they were there, it would just slow everything down significantly more. So we opted to not do that. But yeah, it was a good time. Very much just this is a funny gag. I want to put this in. I think Masked Boy is a big fan of Sonic, so he made a Sonic hat. It was either a toss-up between this or like Danny DeVito, but I Sonic seemed a little easier to do, so we just went with that. Yeah, it's a good time. Those animators would make a cutesy video about villagers. What made you choose to make your series involving a malicious player instead? Specifically because everybody else, or at least majority of the community, is sweet and wholesome content stuff. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I just didn't want to add to it because I could do anything with it. So yeah, I decided to go the polar opposite and make something spooky. And you guys seem to dig it, so I just keep doing it. Yeah, I thought it was a fun choice. I thought it was a funny choice. Too funny. So I'm just gonna pretend like I know your pain. Thank you, Derp. I'm sorry if all this is like confusing to the majority of you. Just know that this stuff takes time. It takes a while, but it's fun to do. At least for me, I enjoy it. This man is not only an amazing animator, but he's also a florist and a master of feng shui. That's fake news. I don't know how to do any of this stuff. So tell all the rest. You guys already have all the talent. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can quickly get it up. Did you guys see the kind of nonsense that you guys sent me on the Twitter? Where is it? For science. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. You got these beautiful villages made by you beautiful folks, and I'm just supposed to sit here and go, you can do this in the game? It's pretty cool. It's pretty wild. Like this is nice. This is too nice. I hate it. I wish I could do like what is this, guys? Yeah, I was comparing myself to this when I was trying to make anything. Like I had the plans of making something as gorgeous as this, but just didn't. So like I apologize. But yeah, you guys are way better at making nice looking cities than I am. At least I think so. So thank you for the reference. But also thank you for the comments. I do also appreciate the fact that you guys even like what I made to begin with. So mwah. You guys are lovely. Want to be a bush? Oh, that's facts. Me too. But yeah. Yeah, set building is pretty simple. It's just slow because I have to go in and be like, oh yeah, I need to make a hole for Hippix's house to fall in. Then I have to go in and source these thingy things, these jail. Oh no, these jail bars. But the jail bars aren't called jail bars. They're called. What are they called? What were they called? They're called cage. They're just called cage. Thank you, game designers. Oh, can I render this? Will this ruin the live stream? Huh? Everything seems to be okay so far. Stream seems to be okay so far. Blender's frozen. Cool. Very cool. I am working my computer to the death right now with this live stream. So I apologize. Oh no. So yeah, we make the sets. They're pretty much just I just reuse all the assets when I can. Actually, this particular shot I was hoping you'd see more of it, but you ended up not really being able to from the angle. But come on, get my blender. You can do it. But there is a hole. There is indeed a hole that the house falls into. That actually is moderately detailed with cliff chunks that I just kind of repurposed to make a hole with. But we don't see it from the angle because the grass is high, weeds are high, and the house is high. So it's a time. But Scatter 5 does a good time. Really makes you feel like a gardener, landscaper. That's what I was looking for. All right, moving on, I guess. Yeah, this was reused. That was reused. That was changed last minute. Dottie's house. I literally just found a picture of Dottie's house, like what the inside looked like, and then we just made a list of all the furniture that's in our house, and then I just went on like a big old tangent to find all the pieces, brought them all into the scene, made our house, and it was all well and good. I was originally going to do like a cloth sim for like her bed or her bed sheets to like, because they move a little bit when she speaks, especially in, where is it, the shot. I had full intention of doing a cloth simulation for the bed sheets, and then I did the next 3 shots as lazily as possible by just animating some deformation stuff, and then and I said, wow, this is actually good enough to hold up maybe this close. Let's just do that here too. Pretty good, pretty tasty. Oh no, my stream died for a hot second, I think. Anywho. But yeah, it was a good time. Oh right, and then the final set. That's I don't know. Yeah, all this was okay. This is just more scenes. This one's just a blank canvas with some dots floating around to make the dot effect, and then she gets the throne. This is just Dottie's house with some cloud volume item or like elements just like animated to pass by. Same deal. This is same deal as the last big shot with the cliff pieces rising up. I just did that with some camera shake, and then if you freeze frame, you can see Hippix getting launched into the air in this shot, which explains why he's in the air here, flying away. We love him. Water. I hate water. I hate water so much. I tried to go the same route I did in the collector to make the water here. It came out looking okay. It's kind of flickering a lot. I was gonna fix it, but I did it. Moving on. Yeah, this was just same thing, same deal. Making the things. Oh, actually, this money pile is kind of interesting because it's made with geometry nodes, and I just animate the amount of money bags that are in a pile, so that they just show up when they just slowly add more to them in random places whenever he gets near them. I'm sorry for the shot; it's pretty flashy. There's this guy. I knew I just wanted some Pietro giving him a smile, like, I'm in your way, eat it, son. This shot was fine. This shot took forever to render, or actually had to be rendered with really low samples, so it wouldn't take forever to render. We got clouds. We got all these shots, which is the same thing, just forests with some bushes, flowers, weeds, kind of spread randomly on a plane. House. This is just adding a whole bunch of flowers in front of Goldie's house. I wanted to actually do more for the interior of her house and actually get the wallpaper and stuff going for it that you'd see in her house, but I didn't do that. Turns out the piano also takes up all the space that you can see in the house anyways, so I'm like, nah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, big shot. Diva doing her diva thing, looking at Mask Boy making a big old Sonic. Pretty good time. All these shots. Yeah, we have Timmy and Tommy holding up a crucifix. Pretty good stuff. We got this shot of just Dottie looking at Mask hitting a tree. I was gonna pose him out to make him do something else, but I thought this would probably be the easiest thing. Actually, if you freeze frame, you can even see under his armpit here that that there's a little bit of geometry from his skin peeking through his sweater. Oops. We had this shot of Lolly getting being scared of water and all the other girls cheering her on. I thought this would be really cute to do. Don't at me. Hippick's getting hit again because that's just what he does, and Raymond's seeing it with his eyes. Yeah, all this stuff happened. This was in sync with the music. I love me music videos though, right guys? So whenever I can do them, we're doing them. This actually was an image taken from someone on Twitter. I was like, I need to recreate at least one of these. So yeah, somebody made something similar looking like this. And then we got these guys. This was a fun gag. To explain something with Froggy Chair in the back. Don't worry, that's a 4K up-res Froggy Chair, I'll have you know. Then we have this shot. I really wanted to do this shot, just have a big field of flowers because flowers are a pretty big nuisance in the game. At least they were to me. And yeah, it's a pretty good time. What else is there? Raymond. Good old ramen noodles in his house sinking in the ground. Poor guy. This was to explain a little bit of a scenario that happened in town meeting. Don't worry, guys. Pietro's house is being rebuilt, and they're just hanging out in front of it. But then Philipper sees his house, and so this was the same deal. I just added grass and trees and flowers and weeds. Music. I love you, but you're not fitting right now. It's kind of okay. What do you got? What's next? My place, the air check version? Sure, that works. Yeah, just trees. I think this one tree that they're sitting on is actually the source tree in the files. Like every other tree that's placed here, they're all referencing this one. That's kind of neat. And then oh yeah, and then I made a pretty like a fun clean looking image, quote unquote, for him to be like referencing. You can't see it, but there was some more stuff that I wanted to show up here, and the motions were kind of killed it. But oh well, who cares? And then we have the village or the scene or the town. And again, I wanted this to look ugly. Like I wanted it to look genuinely ugly, but it just kind of will never look ugly because it's rendered nicely with nice lighting, except for that house over there. There's a tree peeking through it, and I didn't notice that until now. I also didn't know what to do with this, like how to make it look for so long. I'm like, yeah, I want to have a river in it because I want Hippix's house to be in the water. But that's kind of it. I don't have any other ideas. So that's when I posted the Twitter the thing on Twitter that I was like, hey, give me some ideas, guys. And everything looked too nice to recreate. Like everything looked really difficult to recreate because it would involve having to like model waterfalls and like different geological masses of land and incorporate various arrays of flowers, or require me to have to like get tons of furniture to make things look nice, if that makes sense. So like yeah, I tried to make something that looked ugly, but inadvertently I guess made something that looked nice. And so I just filled it with weeds. and then made Raymond's house do that. Yeah, if you freeze frame, you can see that there's all the furniture that's here was reused slash seen earlier in the thing. I got some fences to put those in there. This fountain has 4 froggy chairs that are just kind of circled around it because Mask doesn't have any better benches. And yeah, he really hits them with the and then does a leave. I was also gonna fix this. All these bushes are the same angle, so they all move the same way. But I just didn't. I was like, that's fine. We'll just leave it. And yeah, that was kind of it for sets. The town hall, I reuse that pretty much every video, so like it hasn't really changed much since the last time. But yeah, it was that's sets for the most part. And then I think that's it for sets. I don't recall any other fun stories. Because there isn't really anything super fun about them. It's just me putting grass down on planes. Yeah, I know, KK. It's pretty crazy. Anywho. Alright, so I'm gonna open the floor once again to questions before I move on to lighting and rendering and comping, I guess, and trying to lump all those into one big fat chunk of talk. And I'm also gonna sip some water again. What does the eviction paper say? I did write it as a gag, but I also might show it in the next video. There's only 120 people here. That's fine. I'll just you get the goods. Where did I put it? That was in here, and then in here, and then in here, and then in here, and then in no, in here, and then in here, and then in just this. This is what the eviction notice says. Feel free to read that on your own while I skim your words. Hey Jay, welcome to the stream. Was making the set the longest bit to do? Not really, except for the last big town, the town shot at the end and the bridge shot or the bridge sequence. Those 2 sets took the longest to make because I was trying to make them reusable for multiple shots and was running into a lot of problems with the scatter add-on and everything like that, not properly bringing the trees and bushes and stuff over. Yeah, that was pretty much those. Everything else was pretty much fine. It just takes time to make, putting the grass in, putting the trees in, making them making them work for the angles of the camera or the camera angles. But yeah, that was a good time. I pronounce Hippix like in French. Yeah, that's fair. It's supposed to be pronounced hippo, but I just say Hippix because it's just fun to say for me. Do you manually add bones for animations to every single character you use? Yeah, so I re-rig them to work inside of Blender so that they can actually have controls and I can actually use Blender's tools nicely with the rigs. If you bring the models in just kind of raw, they do have bones that come with them, but they're not good enough to animate with. So yeah, I re-rig the characters. Carlos being alive in general. Yeah. Side PvP. I mean, he's doing it. He's advocating for it. This is mentioned earlier, but do you make your own music? If so, what DAW are you using? I do make my own music, and we're gonna be talking about it later. I have the song file opened, and we're gonna mingle about that. But yeah, I used to do music before animation. And then I did animation, and then so now I just squeeze the 2 of them together as egregiously as I can. Nice, thank you. I'm glad that was like the eviction notice. How long did the whole thing take? It took about 3-ish months, almost 4 technically, because I ended up moving at the end of April. No, sorry, at the end of March I ended up moving. And then and that took a big chunk of time out of working on the video. But yeah, about 3 months. These darn sea bass are at it again. They're always at it. Does Blender support boneless pizza? Let me get that boneless pizza. It does. It absolutely does. Why is Nook's Granny called Mini Nook? Because the game has different namings for the stores based on different localizations. When I was looking through the files, I saw Mini Nook. I think it's from Europe or something. I forget what localization it's from, but yeah, it's just not the one that you get in America. So I thought it was a lot cuter than just Nook's Cranny. So I've been rolling with it since. Did you make storyboards, or did you work from the script to create as you go? We work with storyboards. We make storyboards for all the stuff, and then actually we write the script first, and then I make storyboards based on the scripts to see if the storyboard ideas or the script ideas work. And then once they do, then we move into the blocking phase where we get all the rigs and everything like that, and actually start setting up all the technical aspects of all the shots. And then once that looks all good and dandy, then we move on to animation, where we start to animate and make all the characters actually move around and do the goods that they need to do. And then once that's all done, then we move into rendering and compositing to then get the frames out of Blender and into Resolve, and then we do editing and then sound and then all that fun nonsense afterwards. But yeah, did I? How do you decide which villagers live in the town? Thank you for your question, Anonymous. Sorry that I missed it. But also, I might just miss your questions, guys, like, because you guys are talking, so feel free to send them again if I miss them. But this particular cast of characters was chosen a while ago, back when I was working on Town Meeting. I was like, hey guys, who do you want in the videos? No S tier villagers, please. And then we had a little battle royale powwow of me looking at villagers and then adding them in a list and then doing a poll for who gets in where. And then yeah, we all chose 5. I chose my own 5, and then I forgot about Filbert, so we totaled up to 11, and then yeah, that's how we got the cast we have now. Let's see, what other questions are there? Gizzo across the go to the Nintendo Switch home screen. Who's the second account? Oh, that's Campbell Soup. Where are you? Where are you? Yeah, it's just Baskel and Campbell Soup. He's just a second account. I don't know what's so crazy about that. It's just Campbell Soup. I also did Vinci. It was overwhelming, dude. My head hurt the first time I used it. Yeah, it can do a lot. This DaVinci Resolve here. I'm not super on board with like how it does some things, but for the most part, it's pretty wild of a program. And the free version of it is also very wild of a program. So, yeah, if you're looking for a good video editor with a lot of features, I recommend Resolve. Oh my god, I love your videos. Hi. Wow, I love that you love the videos. Welcome to the stream, Ashley. Why are you so cool? When I become cool, I'll let you know. Hey, how many hours do you how many hours do you have on your AC island? Ooh. It's in the hundreds somewhere. I think 200 or so hours, but it's not that crazy. What song do you use for the time traveling sequence? The song that was used for the time traveling sequence was where is it? The host waiting song. This song. Let's put this up a little bit more. it's just a cover of the Host Waiting song from New Horizons, and I thought the pace of it and the jazziness of it really fit with the aesthetic, so then I made a remix of it, and then did the thing. How do you make your animation so smooth? Just a lot of splining, a lot of tweening, a lot of Bezier curves, you know, offsetting and stuff. Following the animation principles whenever they're applicable, and yeah. All right, a couple more, and then I'll get into lighting and stuff. Here's about the audio side of this thing. Which DAW do you currently use for compositions? We use Cubase. Here's the song. This is literally the file for the song. I'm gonna get to it later. We're gonna get there. I'm gonna talk about it. Maybe just not immediately now because we have to talk about lighting. But we'll get there. We're also gonna talk about how I did the animal sounds a bit later as well. So don't you fret. All that sweet, juicy, girthy information is coming down the staircase later. All right. How long would you say you take to create animations through the script, blocking, and everything? About 3-ish months, at least in this current phase of things. Use the song as a whole tone for work the other day, just to make myself feel happier with dealing with some elitist and unsatisfied adults. Thank you. I'm happy it helps, but I'm also sorry for your situations. All right. Let me put shuffle this music again. Great, let's play more shuffle. Hope you guys like KK Bosa. Alrighty. I don't really play AC anymore, but all of us get excited when we release a new video. Oh, that's so great to hear. I'm really glad you like them. Serena? I was reading it and I'm like, I need to get this down. But thank you. You said the music is remixed. We release it on standalone video soon. Yeah, I'm currently just waiting for it to be available on other streaming platforms, and once it is, I'll let everybody know with a big video. Same thing with Lacrimosa last time. Sorry, computer. How did you come up with the idea for the series? I just wrote a bunch of ideas that I thought would be funny when I initially, like, at the very beginning, and then I picked a lot of this crafting to start with. That did really pretty well, and I said, wow, okay, well, let's do another one. And I did Great Pietro, and that did pretty well. And I said, okay, well, let's do a series. I'll rewrite the ideas that I had into like a little narrative, and then and we'll go from there and see how it goes. It was very much like a iterative kind of idea process in a sense, but one that felt natural as a nice progression. Say girthy information. Yeah, delicious information. If Nintendo asked me to make a movie and then they let me pick the story, would I do it? Or what would it be? I don't know. I guess whatever they want, they're paying for it. But that'd be pretty fun. I'd work on that, I guess, if they give me the opportunity. How do you recreate the villager voices? All right, stick around. In about an hour, I will talk about that. But I'm gonna move on to the next big thing. Will the stream be posted afterwards on your other channel? It will, and it's also available on. It's gonna be available on this channel directly after in the live stream playlist. Yeah. You go to the channel and then just go to the playlists tab and then go to the live stream archive, and then we got all the live streams here, guys. We even got the last commentary video and all the other videos or commentaries. No, they're just regular live streams. Excuse me. Of me making stuff like in this one I was rigging Harvey, and this one I was gathering assets, and this one I was doing some animation blocking, and all these ones. And yeah, if you ever want to rewatch them, they're there. Hey, Cuphead, welcome to the stream. I'm doing great. I'm sure you've already answered this, but are the villagers in your video the same ones on your island? They are not, Doge Boy. Firstly, thank you for your donation. I really do appreciate that. The only villager there that is on my island is Pietro. And I have had Hippics before in another game, but other than that, everybody else is pretty much half randomly picked by me, and then half picked by you guys in a previous live stream. Okay. What's the other channel's name? It's Densel 2. No, wrong tab. Densel 2. Over here is where all the technical stuff goes. I have some other commentary videos that are longer edited documentary style for some of the older videos. But this is also where I'll be posting all of the comparisons and any technical stuff that doesn't really do too well on the main channel. It goes here. Please subscribe. I plan to do I guess a big retrospective thing on it later, when later. And tell your friends, or don't, because not everybody wants to learn about Blender every day. They're not me. My favorite. You're my favorite Animal Crossing YouTuber. Ah, wow, thank you. I'm glad. Okay. Rendering. Wow, and lighting. So that's a fun time. I don't have anything cool to actually say about it. All of these shots were all not that crazy. I rendered them in Blender here. If we go into like, give me this shot actually. In the lighting, rendering, and compositing stage, that's where I also do any fine tuning of textures, of any character model fixing that I need to do. There's a problem with Tom Nook's his collar that I didn't fix in the rigging stage, so I had to fix it in every shot manually during lighting. Some geometry was like jutting out of his. Actually, I can show it to you. Where is it? Give me, yeah, this shot should be fine. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. It didn't. I fixed it there. Oh no, this shot. What about this shot? What about this shot? Okay, what about this shot? Okay, what about this shot? Or this one? Or this one? Or this one? Yeah, this one. Okay. There was a problem with Nook's sweater where I was give me this one, where his sweater was doing this nonsense. It was all weird and stretchy, and I'm like, oh no, that's ugly. We're gonna have to not do that, Nook. Gonna have to get you yourself a nice sticker. And by sticker, I mean a literal sticker. Like, it's just a little patch. Like, I would go in and I'd fix it, and I'd render just a little region of that frame, and I would just comp that back over top of the thing. So instead you get, how do I do this? X, Z, M, N, B, V. What's the disable button? Fusion, I don't understand you. I'll just get rid of it now, it's fine. Yeah, we went from just having it be broken to having it fixed. You get the idea. We add a little sticker, and that gets rid of it, and that's why. Garbage. But yeah, we swap it around. We just fix it from that to that. We just give him a little light. Give him a little, doing a little cool. Like we're just fixing a sweater. That's. I'm making this sound cooler than it really is, but it's not. So we do that for a bunch of shots if need be. But anyway, back to lighting. For this first sequence, the beginning sequence of mask getting all the fun stuff, I lit it with, I have another plugin or program or add-on called Pro Skies, which is exactly what the name implies. It's skies, but the Pro Edition. They're pretty much just HDRIs that are that you can load in with some extra settings for things like rotations and stuff, and they just light the scene to make it look like you're lighting or standing outside. And it's a pretty good time. Lighting, I added I think another sun and like some area lights or something around them for some extra rim lighting, but nothing super crazy is going on here in the hood. And then I would render out the shots, and then in here in Resolve I would also add a bunch of other nonsense. So like we have give me all, I'll get rid of all this. Get rid of all of it. We add one node here to fix the color space for it. Please, do it. Yeah, to fix the color space, and another to also fix the color space so that it looks like how it looked at a blender. I also add a bit of a lens flare. I added this thing called halation, which is like a film grain or like a light dispersion effect on that you get in film, kind of. I don't really understand it to be honest, but it's a little haze, and then some prism blur to add a super tiny amount of how do I frame this? A super duper tiny amount of chromatic aberration, which is the blue and red kind of like color space split you get at the end of edges of frames and stuff. I don't know exactly why I need to do it. It's like a lens artifact that you get from actual cameras, but pretty cool. But this particular shot, the mask's glow effect, it wasn't enough. I'm like, I want that to be blindingly glowing, so I took added another node that just took the footage and kind of like cut out this area and then made it super glowy, and then just kind of layered that back over top so that it looked super glowy. And we love the glow baby. And that was kind of like the general phase for compositing, at least for the first sequence. And then oh no, what's a great example of another one? And then these ones are all just lit with like a couple lights on the inside. Can I actually show that without destroying the stream? I would love to render these, but I can't show them without there being problems with the live stream quality. Welcome to Stream Blue. Nick's sweater, pretty much. So we have here the lighting for the shots, and it's all well and good. We have pretty much 6 lights up on the ceiling that are all connected to each other. Yeah, 6 lights that are all connected to each other, and I can edit one of their values, and then they all kind of come along. They all come along to do the thing. We also add some secondary lighting so that we can add some what's what I'm looking for? Detailed like lights to help the curvature of Nook's head look a little more interesting, like rim lights and stuff like that. We added a couple of those. I added one for his laptop so that we could see it on his face a little bit better. And now I do this for any shot that we would be able to see it in. We added this guy for just to help fill him up a little more, and then this guy for all the sweet rim lighting. Oh, everyone loves the rim lights. And then that's Nook. And then when the camera spins around, we need some for Mask Boy, so he gets his own lighting. He gets what does he get? A light above the door, which I never show the light fixture for, so we just kind of always assume there's one there. And then this other light, which is kind of just beside him to make him a little bit brighter, I guess. I'm not really much of a lighter, so Yeah, I just kind of do whatever until it looks nice, and then we just make it work. But that's pretty much how we lit the interiors. They're nice and interiorly lit. It's a good time. Actually, can I just lower this down to like 5 samples and then render it? Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, we just have the lighting. It's all nice and lit. Oh, later on in the episode, I was like, oh man, that bell on the door is really cool. Wow, thank you, Blue. Yeah, then things start to get pretty wild when we need to do the day and night cycle. The best shot, I guess, to do that in, or to show that in. Oh, actually, no, wait, I didn't talk about the oh yeah, these shots. These were really neat. Sorry, we'll get to the day and night cycle in a little bit. There were these shots where Mask is looking all ominous and spooky boy. He's a spooky boy. Everyone thinks he's a spooky boy. I rendered this in two parts, or two. Yeah, in 2 parts basically. One which was just Mask Boy kind of sitting in front of the thing, and then another which was just which had the background being lit its own way. Get ready, get out. Being lit in its own way, and then because I wanted the background to be differently bright. That sentence doesn't make sense, but you get the idea. It not as bright as Mask here, and how we achieve that is inside of Resolve. Where is it? Inside of Resolve here, we do compositing. We do node-based compositing. We take the background, and the background's all nice and backgroundy. It's doing a little bit of a zoom, and we make it less bright, and then we add an ellipse and then some lens blur to make the edges of it look a little more blurry than the center. Ooh, very spooky, very delicious. And then we also, then on top of that, we add Mask Boy and him doing his starey stare. We just kind of throw that on top, and then that's the shot. And then we just animate the brightness getting darker over time. And we did that for 4 shots. This shot, and then Nook's shot, doing literally the same thing. This shot, I ended up kind of crying a little bit because we don't really see the background that much anymore at the end of it all. But we do the thing. Thank you, B. I love my voice too. That's actually why I like to. I'm sorry. I think I sound like a child, but thank you. I'm glad you like it. And in these last 2 shots, there's no background. It's just straight up black, because in this one we don't even see anything anyways. Even though I animated the camera to have the background move, but anywho, these shots of everyone's favorite Dottie here sleeping. Actually, it was in lighting that I also fix up the camera, or the image on the phone. Because it's a texture thing, so I only ever do texture animation stuff in lighting. But in here, or in these night shots, I was like, all right, I know I want a big streak of light coming through a window, kind of like spilling across the scene, because I think that'd be pretty fun, or at least that would look pretty nice. So we did it. We did it, baby. We go into the thing. Oh, actually, wait. I need to make sure this isn't gonna render a million frames. We do the thing. We light it to look nice and delicious. Where is it? Yeah, get out of here with your lighting. Yeah, we light it to make it look like it's lit from out the window. There's a big old sun lamp that I just kind of positioned to just kind of do its thing and kind of show itself onto the dresser, and it's a good time. We also have another area light here just to help illuminate Dottie a little bit more, so that she's not super lost in the dark. And then this, everyone's favorite, the Nook landlord phone. So So this was animated inside of After Effects. I just made a thing. Where is it? In here? No. Where is it? Where did I put it? Somewhere away. I animated what goes on the phone screen, and then I just via some textures, I just lay it back over top. Like, here's what the phone's supposed to look like. Just flat like that. But then we have this, which is just the animation, which is an image sequence of the animation for the phone, and then I animated a texture to make it a little more glossy, as if it was underneath some glass. This thing is just to help mask it so that we can put the two of them together, or put the screen on the screen of it, and then we animate this little thing here so that it turns on or off. And then we just, and that's it. That's the gag. I also put my Densel's singular greatest hit vinyl on her record player because she listens to Gravity Falls. I thought that was pretty neat. Oh no, numpad, home. So yeah, so we lit these scenes at night to make them look like they were lit at night. My favorite out of all those ones was probably this guy. I mean, look at this. Even in its rawest form, it's still a really pretty shot. No, wait, stop it, Blender. Blender, please. Even in its raw form, it's still a pretty shot. Please, oh, it's playing. No, it's not. You get the idea. It's a good time. But it's the same deal. I also added some trees out the window so that we can actually see them. Oh god. Sorry, I'm watching my little preview in the corner, and it's really laggy, and I'm very sorry about that. But yeah, outside the window, we just have two trees that are meticulously placed so that they can we see them through the window? Can't. So that we can actually see them through the window. And then from that, I made sure to in the editor add some glare, add some glow, add some stuff, add some whoa, and it's a good time. So Dottie's canonically an official Denzel enjoyer. Absolutely. They listen to the tunes. Sorry, I had to slurp on the liquid. Yeah, so we just rendered them lit them to make them look like they're lit at night with some very harsh moonlight strategically placed through the window to hit Dottie's face so that we actually see her in the darkness of the whole room. And it's a good time. All this stuff is nice. This stuff is not rendered because it's recorded. Let me get this. Okay. Are you guys ready for some story time? Vague. We're gonna talk about the animalese and the vocals and stuff in the soundstage. That's coming up later, but right now we're talking about film and rendering and stuff. Like how I did the day and night cycle just in time. So yeah, are you guys ready for some story time for this stupid effect? This was the crux of the entire episode. I'm like, I want to do this effect because I think it'd be really funny, just having light spill in through the window, and then you being able to see the it go from day to night, or night to day, back to night through the window, and then Massboy just doing a thing, and then these shots where he's doing this like flash stepping and doing the thing, and the day is being wild. I'm like, I can do these in two ways. I can either figure out some kind of procedural methods that I can only animate one value, that would just do it all for me, or and that would require me having to set it up and spend a whole bunch of time figuring it out and all that fun stuff. Or I buy an add-on that can do it for me, and lo and behold, I chose option 2. There's an add-on that I came across called Physical Atmosphere. And what it does is exactly what the name kind of hints to. It does physical atmospheres. Give me, where is it? Give me this shot. Yeah. This shot, actually? Sure. Oh, actually, let me also not do this. So we have this shot, and the camera is, and the lighting is doing a thing. It's super neat because it can, it might lag a whole lot. I'm also very sorry. Can I shoot it any other way? It doesn't really work too well in Eevee. Yeah, it's kind of horrendously bright in Eevee, but I'll try. So I originally there's a setting in it which is like which is basically like the sun direction, and this whole thing will procedurally give you a day and night cycle. If you animate the sun going up and down, then the sky will change accordingly. So like it's really neat, and it seemed to be a solution to my day and night cycle problem from earlier. And also does some other fun stuff, like it lets you make stylized skies. It also lets me. It's also what I used to do the clouds in the later shots. It can do stars. It can do atmospheres. It can do atmospheric fog, which I also utilized later on, but that has another wealth of problems that came up with it, as well as like. Actually, that's kind of it. It's just all things skies. Which I very much needed. So the first time I did it, I was like, oh, I should just be able to animate this elevation slider so that I can have the sun go from up to down and then up to down. I was still going to have to animate, and I still did, animate the interior lights of this building kind of going on and off because they'd be off in the day and on in the night. So that was a time, but I'm like, but that's fine if the outside gets taken care of, and if it can do the one thing I wanted it to do, which was have light streaks come in through the window that would travel across the floor as the shot progresses. I really like the idea of like this, where there is just light that just spills across Nook's face or on the desk or what have you, and it's all wild nonsense kind of deal. And I'm like, yeah, this add-on's gonna do it all for me. It's gonna be amazing. Oh, it didn't show it actually because it took too long to think. But light smearing on Nook's face. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna do it all. I was gonna say yeah. And then I tried rendering it. Like I animated it all in Blender, and it looked great in Blender. I did some test renders, and it looked great in Blender. And then I tried to just render it, like just let it render, and it proceeded to crash on pretty much every frame, every single time. And for like 3 days, I was like fighting Blender to get these shots out of the program because of this day and night cycle, and I screamed because I need to do this shot, and this shot was very important. And the alternative was me hand animating it, and I didn't want to hand animate 30 lights doing a thing. So I'm like, I need to make this work. I need to make it work, and we kind of did. By not animating this slider, because it turns out that's a problem, but it makes a sunlight object in the scene, which that could be animated and it works a little better. Pretty cool. But it still kept crashing, so I'm like, oh no. Then we're getting closer to the end of the video. We gotta find a solution quick. So I keep trying some other ideas, and I keep sending different versions of to the quote unquote farm, which is just my current computer, but I just queue up shots to render at night. And I'm like, okay, maybe I just need to let it run for forever. So there was one day where I just let my computer run like all day, trying to render one of these shots, and it took the entire day for it to get to like 8%. And didn't really work, or didn't really and it was rendering them out of order. Like it would render frame 10, then frame 30, and then frame 1, and then frame 107, and then frame 27, and then it was not a good time. It wasn't working. So I'm like, we gotta find a better solution. Like maybe it's mask like flash dipping here because he's animated to just be pose to pose, but like I don't know, teleport to each one because he's teleporting. It causes a motion blur because of the way that motion blur gets calculated. But doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. I'm like maybe it's him smearing. Wasn't the problem? It was all just the add-on. Just not liking rendering in bulk. So I'm like, oh, dang. And the solution that I ended up giving it was letting it brute force render every shot 1 frame at a time. So like this shot is 330 and 43 frames. Sorry, 343 frames. And I would just say, okay, just try every single frame individually. Don't do it in batches. And then if the frame fails, then just try it again until it works. And that worked. It worked actually really well. All the shots rendered in a couple hours, and I was able to put them in. And I said, "Great! I'm only rendering these shots once, so they better look good right out of the gate, or I get whatever I get." And I'll just do little sticker fixes when need be. So like this shot, for example, what was up with it? Oh, right. 2 things were wrong with it. The first being I rendered it the first time, and it stopped at night at the end. And I'm like, that is too big of a continuity error for me to just leave, because the next shot right after is Masky in the day. So I'm like, well, we got to fix that. So I re-rendered the second half of it, or the second half of it. So that could be okay, or be rendered all right, or be in the day. And then I realized that at the beginning of the shot there was a where is it? Nook. He a part of his shorts kind of like clip through his body, like this is the back of his pants, and there's like a specific vertice on it, like a point on his pants that is stretching the back of his pants through his gut out the front, and that we couldn't run with that, so I rendered a little sticker and then also fixed his pants deformation here, so that it'd be a little better, and then that gets put over top of the shot as a whole, and then we get the shot as a whole, and then it mask clicks on in the day, and then it's a good time. Yeah, it's a good time. So these 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the 2 others over here, 6, 7. I rendered these last. Like, these were the last couple shots to render because I was just troubleshooting them throughout the duration of the rendering stage, and it was the time. How long did it take to get all these items? Not super long. Like some of these pieces of furniture are from Isabel's dream. Like this closet, this piano, some of the benches and furniture and stuff. Froggy chair was from Town Meeting. The cup and stuff is from Dottie's room. The stove is from Dottie's room. Like it's all furniture that I've used in other videos or other portions of the video that are all just being used here. Along with some fun foreshadowing, like with the golden bench and this fountain here. Yeah, not super long, but there was a definite point where I had to sit down and like collect them all together so that I could put them in the shot, and that took a little bit of time. But yeah, rendering, that was a good deal. And then we had clouds. All these clouds are static. They're what's called VDBs, which are I don't remember what the acronym stands for, but is the case clipping through the tree? Yeah, there's tons of clipping in the in the thing. Actually, if you look closely, because it's flashing, it hides a little better. But there are pieces of furniture that pop in and then disappear, and that happens throughout the sky. So because the geometry node setup I had for this wasn't the greatest, but it's fine. No one notices. I didn't even notice. That's probably the worst kind of person to fool. But anywho, the clouds are what's called VDBs, which are how do I explain this? Kind of like 3D files of like smoke data. that I can put into Blender and then make look like clouds. And then we added those in. So you had all the houses, grass. This one-off of Blathers doing a thing with a fun gag of the downstairs being every single exhibit mixed in one. I had to render this shot a couple times, I think 3 times, because the fog for it wasn't working, but also the first pass of it had trees that were in the door. Big no-no. Why aren't you up there? And then this shot it's all one file, but it was it was rendered in 2 different ways, because the first, if the camera just continued, then you'd see the ground. So I made one version of it that just had that was all this nice scenery, and then underneath with all this spooky water stuff. Whoosh! It's a good time. Yeah, no, it's just noise and volume. Noise, volumes, and smoke to make all these like weird black and blue ripples in the background. This sky, we lit it to make it look like it's daytime. Had all the animated all the furniture to jiggle and wiggle, and then Dottie looking out the window to see more clouds. And these clouds are the same clouds from earlier here, but just repurposed to move from left to right by the window. Good stuff. We had Hippix here, doing a Hippix thing. Nothing really interesting goes on here, actually. I just lit it to make it look like the day. And it just dies and then gets flared. Then we got the beach. This was all done in rendering. It's just literally a plane for the sand, another plane doing the foam water roll-up thing, and then another big plane, massive water plane that's just going off all the way to the horizon that does the rest of the water. And then we added the forest here. It's a pretty good time. I'm trying to think if anything interesting happened in the shot. Not really. I just lit it. The same deal. We just lit it and made it look nice, nice in the day. Same with this guy and this guy. Dottie's speaking her words. Oh. Sorry, actually, there's a great Easter egg I actually have to show you guys. And by Easter egg, I mean it's a rendering glitch that I didn't keep in the original video. But all right, give me the open file location, version 1, I guess. Yeah, we'll bring those in. Bring these into here. So it's a bit crunchy to look at, so bear with me here. But the first time I rendered this shot, all their faces were doing a really wacky thing here. There were all the textures that go into that I needed to animate to render their faces were bugging the heck out. You didn't even loop. We're bugging out. They're all blinking rapidly and moving their mouths and faces and stuff. And for like a week, I didn't know why this was happening. It was absolute pain. Are you in Premiere? No, we're in Vinci Resolve. What did long speech option say? I believe it says, yeah, we all definitely evenly contributed. That's what it said. But yeah, the first time I rendered this shot and like a bunch of other shots, all their faces were just not animated correctly. They were all just bugging out and glitching pretty horrendously. Same thing with this shot, actually. It happened. Please. It even happened in this shot. Give me the goods. Resolve. Bish. 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 Please. Look at it. He's fine, but then his mouse starts doing all this nonsense. And I'm like, what? What the heck's happening here? And it turns out that the Saving Grace application, the Saving Grace add-on that I was using to do the day and night cycle, to light all of the skies and all of the shots, has this feature where that can do fog, like atmospheric distance fog. What do I mean by that? In shots like this guy, the further off in the distance that we go, the less saturated colors and things seem to be. So, and that helps sell the scale of depth. Sell the scale of that doesn't seem like a crumb sentence. It helps sell depth a lot more. And I really like that. I thought it was a great thing. Oh no, sorry, I have to wait. Because you guys, yeah, there you go. It should be good by now. But yeah, it's the lighting can do this thing that makes it so that things off in the distance look like they're behind an atmospheric kind of smoke effect looking thing, and the further away something is, the less saturated it looks. And I'm like, yeah, I need that. That's a good time. But it turns out that whatever system it uses to do that was also causing texture animation problems on all the characters, because it was also applying that same effect to all their faces and all the textures that make up their faces and their mouths and all that fun stuff, and it just wasn't having it. It just wouldn't let it render correctly. So then for like all the shots, I had to go back in. Did I do it for that one shot? Yeah. For all the shots, I had to go back in and rendered stickers for some of their faces, so that they actually would fix their faces wouldn't do all that weirdness, and then comp that back over top of the shot to make it look normal. And it was a good time. It was a good time. It really makes you feel like an animator, you know. Anywho, yeah, that was kind of a lot of what makes all this a fun time. The lighting, what other things happened? Yeah, for the most part, I was just like, all right, we have the shot, we have the set. Add a sun lamp, put it in a direction that makes the shadows look kind of nice, and then add a nice glow and some bloom and stuff in Resolve here, and that's kind of it for the lighting phase. Oh, in the Discord, I talked about. Oh no, why is the stream going all weird? How do you stick the faces to the model so that it animates and moves at the same? Well, you're in for a treat, I think. Get rid of this. In Blebder here, in everyone's favorite application, I set all the textures up for their faces in a way so that it includes all of the textures for their faces. Then I can animate a little value here so that it just transitions between their faces, and that's how I do their faces. It's just swapping the textures for their faces. That's how we're doing the faces. Everyone, that's the secret, guys. It's just face texture switching for the faces. Thank you for coming to this face talk. Yeah. Right. Oh, before in the Discord at least, I was I hinted at a problem happening in this shot where the water was not animated to look like he was moving like water. Like, it still kind of doesn't. It's just a noise texture that I animated a little bit, but it used to look worse in this particular shot, and I apologize preemptively if the stream starts to cut out while I show this, because I think it has been. But let me see it. Let me do the thing. The water at first looked like oh, no, this is gonna be rough. What's a better way to show this? Because this has to re-render it or recache it, and that's gonna take all my CPU. Can I Will it? Oops. Whoa, what is going on here? It minimized everything weirdly. I hit some hotkey on my keyboard and it destroyed my laptop. This isn't a laptop, but sorry. I was about to do this. I was about to go here and find this this image sequence, and was it this one? Where? Let's see. I just want to show ugly water. Yeah, look at that nonsense. It's like flickering in a really strange way. And I said to myself, "Oh no, that's ugly. We can't have that. Yeah, get out of here. I need more RAM, please. Give me the RAM. Do I even have RAM to allocate? Ugh. We almost don't. Cutting it real close. I'm sorry, guys. So yeah, the water was doing this, and I said, "Oh, that's a big ew. Let's not do that." But yeah, it was a good time. So I rendered a new version of that, fixed up that issue. It was the same thing the same reason why their faces were bugging out was the same reason why this water was as well. So I just fixed it, rendered a new sticker, slapped it into the composition, and then moved on. The big U, it was the big U. It was massive U. But yeah, it was a good time. For the most part. Are you done, Resolve? Eating my CPU? Yes, you should be. And then what else happened? No, that's not that. There was some problems with Isabel, with some flickering frames. I also actually, the first time I animated the shot, I had her mouth talking a little bit too much, so I went back and re-edited it to talk less so that she could say the word okay and then speak. But turns out I made her say okay a little too long anyways, and cried about that. She does her fun things. It's a good time. Everyone says evict. It's a good time. Oh, actually, and this speech bubble came in later because I animated everybody and I rendered a version of it earlier, and then and I was like, oh, I should probably do a big evict bubble instead of having it be a tiny 2D speech bubble because I think that'd be more fun. So I went into After Effects. I animated this big bubble, and then exported that as an image sequence back into Blender, which I then positioned above the group, and then rendered that out as a new version of the shot, essentially. And then yeah, that kept that going. We had the star counter. I think I also rendered this sometime later because I needed to actually make the image for this, and I didn't have it ready when the shot was ready to be rendered, so that came later. But we got it. And then all this fun stuff. All that fun stuff. It's a good time. It was a good time. Sneak peek to Town Meeting Part 2. This is Town Meeting Part 2. Like, just in general. So what is the reason behind using Resolve as opposed to using more of the mainstream editors such as Final Cut Pro or Adobe Suite? I'm on Windows, so I can't use Final Cut Pro. It's a Mac-only piece of software. I'm also not a huge fan of Adobe anymore. They used to be great. Now they're Adobe. And I've been transitioning all of my tools kind of away from their platform because they're unfortunately king. I still use After Effects because it's still a great piece of software for what I need it to do. So I'm like, if there's an alternative out there for 2D animation graphics, I'll switch. But until then, I'm stuck with After Effects. I like Resolve a lot. It has a lot of really awesome features, like a whole compositing suite, a whole color grading suite, a whole kind of DAW suite put into it. I love Blender. It's a good time. I love me some Affinity Designer, which is the program that I use to do all of the 2D animate or 2D bubble work and any 2D texture manipulation. It's basically just like Adobe's Illustrator, but not $100. And I dig it. Yeah, it's just there's other stuff out there that's just as good as Adobe's products that are either free or are a lot less in terms of how much they cost. So yeah, I dig it at least. You didn't do the Bill's bell sounds. What a guy! Oh man, I put them in last minute, and then I forgot to. There's one extra one at the end of the video that's really loud that I forgot to remove, and I didn't want to remove it or re-upload the video just to remove that sound, so I left it. But at the end of the video, the official video, there's a extra bell sound that's very loud, pan to the left, and I'm sorry. But it's a good time. If you want an alternative to Photoshop, Clip Studio Paint is great. Hoping the transition soon. Though Photoshop is still has some essential features. Yeah, I don't really do much in Photoshop. Like everything that I need to do, at least photo manipulation wise, I can do in Designer. I do have Clip Studio Paint, but I have yet to sit down and properly use it. But it's a good time. Resolve is incredibly robust for a free program. It's actually rivaling Adobe in a lot of aspects. It has a one-time paid purchase option as well. It does. I did actually buy Resolve Pro, and I even have a little speed editor thing to prove it. I never use it except for this spinny wheel, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I really like it. It does have its quirks, and there's some features and workflows in it that I kind of hate, but it does too many good things for me to try to find an alternative. Yeah. Oh, I should also probably mention the other backbone between things. There's a program that I use called Prism, and it's a project management / pipeline software, and this hooks into Blender and into Resolve technically, as well as a bunch of other programs as well. So this is what I use to like manage all the files and all the versions of files and all the renders and like this thing handles organizing the entire project behind the scenes on my computer, as well as then gives me a nice window to like easily browse everything from on a shot by shot and version and then version basis. But it's kind of not. It's very dry to talk about because it's just project management stuff. But yeah, this guy is what lets me use a bunch of programs kind of simultaneously, because this thing can handle saving the files for them and versioning them up and stuff like that, as well as getting files and stuff from various other files as well. It's a pipeline tool. I dig it. I love it. There's a program called Natron that might be an alternative for After Effects. Maybe we're checking out. I do use Natron actually. I have it installed right here. I do use it every now and again, but it's a node-based compositor that's similar to Nuke, and although I have experience with Nuke and node-based compositing, such as because that's what also Fusion in here is. It's also a node-based compositor as well, similar to Natron. I still can't grasp doing like 2D animation stuff in it that I on the caliber that I can in After Effects. I am trying to learn and like make the switch or to transition to them more fully, but it's hard. It's at least for me. It's not an easy task. Take care, Teddy. I hope you had a good time. And I hope you had a great rest of your day. Alright. Unplugged Densel's merch in the shop chat. Oh, if you want merch, there's a link in the description. Buy a sweater. Buy a hoodie. Buy a sweater and a hoodie. Wait, why am I saying that? A hoodie is a sweater. Buy a button. Buy a hat. Buy a beanie. Buy a sticker. yeah, if you're feeling generous, the option's there, and I appreciate it nonetheless. It's been a long grind. I can't say I've made any super worthwhile, but I enjoy what I do, and I want to do more. Yeah, get it, son. What's up? The roof. Actually curious on Prism since you use it. Is it heavy to use, and how's the learning curve? So unfortunately, right now you'd have to sign up for the beta or get into the beta for it. The producer or the developers of it are making a new fan dangling new version 2 of it, but it's really simple. You go in, you go into the where is it? Give me. Can I get the hub? Oh no. There's another aspect to it that I currently have disabled, but there's a hub for it where which has a couple plugins that you can install for Blender, Resolve, Photoshop, Substance Painter, Nuke, and Houdini, and I think Maya. It also does USD features or capabilities as well, but I don't use those because Blender is not there yet with USD. But inside of this is actually what when you load it in, it hooks itself up to Blender and gives you a save and a save comment and a little publishing kind of window which you can use to submit stuff to a farm. Oh, and Deadline. That's the other plugin or program that I forgot to mention. And yeah, from this I can import stuff from other files, and I can export these stuff to other files or to either play blast them or render them as well. And like it can do a lot. And me just kind of glossing over its various features isn't really doing it justice. But do check it out. It's free. It's a free piece of software and open source. But the current latest version of it that I'm using is a beta version that you'd have to apply for to get into. But yeah, it's a good time. Oh, you have merch? Yeah. Feel free to eat it. We got oh no, I'm terribly not getting into it easily. We got merch. You can buy sweater, a hat, and a mug, and a button, and a band sticker. I wear the hat quite often. I really like the hat, but I'm also incredibly biased because it's got my logo on it. But yeah. Buy some merch or support me on Patreon or whatever. I don't know. Whatever you're comfortable with. You use Blender? Yeah, we use Blender. Are you self-taught? Pretty much. At least in terms of like how to use Blender. I used to work professionally in VFX and stuff, so yeah, it's been a time. I gotta go. Take care, Nick. I want to say that I love your videos, and then these stream. I hope you mean stream. Make my day. Me and my brother always look forward to watching them together. Can't wait for the next one. Oh, thank you. Have yourself a great day. What is the hardest thing to render? What was the hardest thing to render? These day and night cycles. Where is it? They were all but problematic. No, they were nothing but problematic the entire time through. Both getting the motion blur, getting the lights to work okay, getting them to render to begin with. Yeah, they were a time, especially this guy, because I needed furniture, tons of furniture. Everything else was pretty much trivial. Yeah, crazy is free, but yeah, we'll take a look when I brush up more on Blender. Thanks. Good luck. It's a good time. Thank you. Here there's a pretty poggers nickname hoodie in his merch, guys. But yes, you can get the Dingle Dongle Denzel hoodie. It's a good time. The Switch scene. Did you play stuff? Oh, for this. No, stop. Where is it? For this sequence or this shot. So I pretty much just I didn't for the most part. Like I opened the game up, it just sat at the main menu, and I'm like, wow, look at all my villagers. And then just recorded me closing the game and going into the settings a couple times. I just happened to be doing it at 9:30 p.m. that day, and I didn't bother to change the time to make it coincide with the video. Um, so yeah, it was time. I did like 4 takes of it. Because every time I would do it, I would keep tripping up somewhere and would go into the wrong area, or like wouldn't do it correctly, and then like it was a time. But it was fun. I liked it. I thought the idea was fun. Okay. How many hours do you have in Animal Crossing? I think like 200 and something. Not a crazy amount compared to most others. All right. I think I can move into talking about audio. I think I've exhausted talking about lighting stuff, because like it's not really that eventful. It's just putting lights in and then hitting render. Okay, big question. I'm gonna put a poll up for this. What do you guys want me to talk about first? The music or the sound effects, which will also include voices. Which sound topic? All right, there's a poll coming your way, guys. I'm letting you guys decide what I talk about next, which is either music or sound effects, which is going to include doing the voices for Animal Crossing guys or characters. If a place where you can find your amazing music all in one place, you bet your sweet Bippy. Oh no, where is it? Do I have it open still? Over here on the Denzel Bandcamp, you can find all the music in whatever quality or whatever format you'd like it in. It's all free. You can download it, use it however you please, in whatever you please. Just all I ask for in return is credit, and yeah, that's it. No preference. Come on, we always have a preference. Come on, guys. Currently, voices and sound effects are taking the lead. Oh boy. What made you decide to make Mask creepy? The creepy aspect just seemed like a fun idea. He wore a mask originally because I didn't have an understanding about how to animate the character faces at the beginning of the series. So I was like, I'll just give him a mask and then let him, and then we'll work with that. But then people started really enjoying him and really vibing and connecting with him as a character. So we just let him keep the mask. Curious on voices and stuff, because I did a short film before school, and we had little to no experience with doing good recording and stuff. I think the sound design that goes our audio was fussing. Nice, but that's fair. All right, looks like sounds are winning, or has won. So we'll start with some sound stuff. I take it on a phone with particularly good proof room. Yeah, doing audio is relatively easy. I'm not gonna lie. It's just time consuming. Like I spent, it took I think 3 or 4 days to just get all the audio effects in, and just sourcing them and then getting them all in file, and putting them in, and then doing all the sound mixing stuff for that. We'll talk about music a little bit later for it, because that's another fun tale. But yeah, for the most part, all the sound is a mixture of stuff from the game and stuff from stuff like just real recordings of stuff. So all the atmospheres that we hear for like the forests and the trees and all that fun stuff. I get all my sounds that I don't get from the games from a website called Epidemic Sounds. I just have an account on there. I just get a bunch of sound effects and stuff from them. Anything I need, I just go and go, I need wood scraping, wood scrape, and then get a wood scrape sound effect, and then put it in the editor, and then leave it at that. And then we just layer stuff. Like, what's a good shot to talk about? Yeah, I guess being in a room. So, how do you do? How do you make how do you do Foley for one of these videos, Dong Dong? And I go, it's very much just a kind of like just doing a bit of a puzzle, but your puzzle pieces are sound. So like you stare at a place, I'm looking at this shot and I'm like, all right, what would it sound like? Well, they're outside, so we need the sound of some outside sound. Then they're also talking, so we're gonna need them doing their talking. Every time they move or they move a little bit, I usually like adding some emotes and sound effects and stuff to kind of like help accentuate their motion. So we also add some of these little toony tunes, some emotes. You can barely hear it. But just imagine that's going like a I'm not even gonna try to describe it. I'm just gonna blast it to 100. Yeah, sound effects. We all love them. They're everyone's favorite. But yeah, and then we just it's all about layering essentially for the most part. Like this opening sequence, it's pretty much just the background ambience and then like sounds that follow on actions that we see or like things that we see. So like this box is a what is that? It's actually a duffel bag, doing mostly that as well as a cardboard box, like a fanoodling kind of sound effect of it doing this in the set to give it the impression that like stuff inside the box is moving. And this particular sound effect, I also add some EQ to just cut out some of the high end so that it's not super clear. It sounds like it's muffled behind cardboard. And then we also have some grass footstep to help make it sound like it's on grass a little bit. Pretty grassy. And then I ran all this through a bus. A bus being kind of like a mega sound track channel kind of thing that all the sounds get routed into. And on top of that, I put some reverb to make it sound like it's outside a little bit more, just like a little bit of echoing, kind of nonsense. You can't even really hear it. Now I would try to show you what it sounds like with and without, but I don't know how to do that in this program just yet. So take my word for it. And yeah, so we just layer. I just look at what's happening in the scene. I just describe to myself what's going on. Like this box is hitting grass, and this box is filled with stuff. These two don't have any sounds because they don't do anything. They're just standing there, but they're outside, so you gotta make it sound like they're outside. And they talk, they mingle, he reaches up, and then on top of that, we're also layering in game sound effects as well. So things like him technically pulling this out of his quote unquote pocket. And actually, wait, let me just boost this up on the streamy beam. I'm sorry if it's too loud. But yeah. We had some in this first shot. I wanted to make it seem like they were further away from the camera, so I added some knocking and some at the door opening up, and then Nook talking, kind of just like saying, "Hey, come on outside, man!" And then we do a hard sound cut, a hard jump cut with a sound cue to the next shot, kind of just going further in the future, moving along, and time wise at least, if that makes sense. Like we're just hard cutting to like 10 minutes later. Grabs the thing, does the thing, and then it's all well and dandy. So yeah, for the most part, we're just layering, and then all this fun stuff. You wave, and he walks away. So we get footsteps that we have to pan. So each one just is just slightly quieter than the last, and then and each one pans a little further to the right, so that at least if you're hearing it with headphones and stuff, it sounds like he's walking away. Uh, and it's all well and dandy. And then he opens the box and he touches it, and then we just have some more sound effects of things rustling around to imply that the things in the box are moving. Wow, pretty tasty. This is literally just one clip of some atmosphere of Forest at Night, and then inside we get some room tones, which is just this humming, which you can't even hear. I can't even hear it. And then some diegetic music. Yeah. It's just the resident service tent song that I cut up. And on every single cut, I want to give the impression that this music is coming from somewhere in the scene, like a physical place in the scene. So I just kind of assume that it's coming from like the center of the ceiling. So I just I cut it up and just make sure that every single different camera angle, we're hearing it from the direction that it would be coming from physically in the scene. You kind of can't really hear it. But like right in this shot, like there's also a gag where the music only starts playing when a player walks into the room. So there's some radio of like the record getting like starting or whatever. But you can kind of hear it. It's right now panned fully to the right, and then when the camera spins, it just pans to the left, and then when it cuts back to the right, and then so on and so forth. So yeah, we do that for anything diegetic. We do a lot of panning, a lot of volume adjusting, and get out of here. We also add whooshes for when I want to accentuate camera movements. That's always a fun little detail. This chair slide, I just found it online. Got some walk-in stuff. You got other sound effects from the game. This took forever to find. Just the sound of the ATM turning on, because it's not called an ATM, it's called System 4 in the game files. Which also brings me to, I should probably explain how I get the sounds. No, give me this. Yes. So in the files, there was some time ago, if Piprod is still here, there was a lad in the chat here that was like, you should do it this way, and I'm like, heck you, and I did it that way, and I said, oh, actually, thank you, you were very helpful. But in the Animal Crossing game, all the sound effects are like on the cartridges themselves. They all come in these file formats called B-Wave, which are kind of specific to the Switch, and you can't play these files in any other program or any other thing. So they need to be converted. Like I can't just drag like the airport C file into my editor, or like I don't know. Like, what is it? Give me like the player, like a player jump sound. Like we got some jumping on carpet or grass and stuff like that. Like all the sound effects from the game. I can't play as anything, so I use other program called Foobar 2000, and this is where things get wild. This program, I'm pretty sure nobody develops for it anymore. And the plugin that you need to even like play the audio files is like gone for some reason on the internet. Like I can't find it anymore back when I first set it up. But like yeah, we have this guy that I use to take the sound files, put them in here, and play them to kind of preview them, and then if they're what I need, then I convert them to a wave and then put that into another area of my computer, which is where I save all my files to. And then from there I can put them into my editor, into Resolve, and actually have wow, the sound of sliding furniture, or the ATM moving, or these footsteps, or not these footsteps. or the sound of buttons being clicked, or emotes. Yeah, good time. We just converted from the game files. It's very cumbersome. Actually not that cumbersome. It's a lot easier than it used to be, but yeah. And then I just have a little thing here where I can excuse me, where I can put all of the Animal Crossing sounds that I use for throughout the videos. We got all the emotes. We got wow. We got this love one. Amazing. We even got the one that I keep using all the time, which is, where is it? Confused? No, that's curious. I need no, that is confused. No, I want serious. Yeah. This little thing. It I don't remember what your character looks like when you do this emote, but every time somebody nods their head, I put it in. What program do you do it in? I don't know what you mean by it, but this is Resolve that I'm doing all the I'm just putting these sounds in and then just changing their volume and pitch and stuff like that to make them do a thing. Well, yeah, this guy or this effect. I took the what did I do? Huh? Just slow down by a whole bunch. Yeah. I just took the song, literally split it here, made it play 70% slower, and then just nice and nice. Good times. Yeah, and then we just layer stuff. We just find the sounds of the objects on the screen, like her phone's ringing, so I need some vibration sounds. I need the sound, and since her phone is sitting on a table, I need the sound of your phone rattling on a table, like if it goes kind of nonsense. Find some of that, and since she grabs it, we're gonna need the sound of our phone sliding on said wood. So we do that. We need some phone beeps and her talking, Nook talking. It's a good time. You just describe the scene to yourself, like what's going on, and everything that happens needs a sound. So, yeah, sound. And then actually, then I can talk about this guy for a hot minute. The time traveling. I didn't know what time traveling would sound like, so I just kind of filled it with earthquakes and whooshes and the sound of like glass playing in reverse and stuff. And I just kind of hoped that it would be good enough. It worked out okay, at least in my opinion. Then there's this, which I was contemplating just leaving silent. Then I was like, but then silence sounded weird, so I just added some the footsteps and the money drop bag and the ATM turning on, looping ad nauseum until we get outside where the most sound effects happen. Nook opens the door and actually yeah, he opens the door with a big and then it's really windy out, so it's actually sorry, it's really windy out, so it's, and on top of that there's a bunch of wind. So then but the camera looks up and there's a bunch of stuff moving around, and what does furniture tumbling through the air sound like? So I just kind of took a bunch of cardboard box rummaging sound effects and then layered them all together. But also added some earthquake rumble so that so to help mask the sound of, like, you know, the sky isn't filled with a couple people just clanking sticks together. It's furniture, so we also have 3 earthquake rumbles going on, like layered together. There's this one which just sounds like thunder. Then there's this one which is some more clanking. It's stuff from a drawer being like searched through, and then like this earthquake crackling. That we loop twice, and then all together you get the sounds of noise. I kind of wanted it to be a bit more dramatic and like a bit more distinguished in terms of like how it sounded, but you get what you get. Make these wonders. I thought I could, and so I did. Can you give me advice on how to make the human? Ooh. Dude, what kind of advice do you need? The humans are complicated. Not gonna lie, it really puts into perspective now that you've broken down the sound design. Yeah, sound design's. I'm not gonna say I'm like good at it, but like it's not particularly like difficult once you start like doing stuff. Like it's just really time consuming because you just need layers. Like sounds are layered. They're you. Granted, you can just go to the to YouTube or the internet and go like, yeah, give me the sound of like, I don't know, a door opening, and then like you have a door opening. But if you have some more complicated stuff, like a house sliding by, then like, well, what's it doing? Well, it's a big, massive object, so you can probably get away with just doing like a big whoosh, like a big deep whoosh, and then maybe there's some sounds of a scraping tile, like metal or wood scraping tile. Oh no, wait, they did that here? Or the sound of what is this? Static scraping. Yeah, and then whooshes and what have you. Oh, then more effects. You guys can do it, I believe in you. Yeah, for the rest of the episode, I was going to add more sound effects in the second montage. Please Blender. But I decided to just let the music do its thing instead of trying to like also layer sound effects. Yeah, his mouse boy is flying in the air, so we need the sound of air passing by and clouds whooshing by. Oh, this is kind of fun. I put the sound of a jet for the buildings. I thought that'd be pretty funny. I don't know if anyone heard it. Inside of the museum, I wanted to make it sound like the foundation is being ruined or crumbled or what have you. I didn't super do it justice, but like I wanted to attempt to get the sound of of like cement cracking and like things breaking, like it's being ripped from its foundation kind of. And outside, I didn't know what to make the building sound like as they left, so I just made them whoosh. Switch sound effects, more whooshes. I wanted this to sound more muffled and more watery. I was contemplating doing it to the music, like literally just going up to, where is it? Taking the tune here, making it do this, then adding some of this. Give me this. So instead it goes. But I like the song too much, so I ended up not doing that. And it also broke the pacing of the transition between its next portion, so we didn't do it. This was pretty neat because I just needed the sound of things clanking around, but looking for things clanking, like just the sound of like 10 seconds of things just clanking is not a common thing that people need apparently, or a common sound that people need. So we mixed in some cart rotations, like the sound of like metal or wooden wheels clanking around, I guess. And I layered that a bunch of times. I had some glass bottle rattling for the glass on the table, and like some wind that you can kind of hear outside, and some earthquake and some drawer wrestling, in hopes that this would sound like wood rattling on the side and stuff. Yeah, very much just guesses and trying to repurpose other sounds or sounds from other things into other things. That's a good thing. And, oh yeah, there's that one. Same deal. I didn't know what a building rising up would sound like, so I wanted to add more sound effects for this because the mountains come up in sync with the music, but I didn't want to have explosions and like rock explosions coming up for every single note, so I just did a couple, and I just left it at an earthquake, and then this last one with the big. We got some whooshes. Oh yeah, whatever this emote, the stun emote for Hippix flying away. We have some water. A surprise or confused thing, and then we have Hippix hitting the water with a nice distant splash, and then what have you. So we had all this nonsense, just more talking here. More game UI stuff of little blips. That thing was a pain in the butt to both to animate and to do audio for, but I knew I really wanted to do it. Like just him where his hand moves, it also updates or reflects that in the option that he's about to pick. And because of that, we have to have animation for it. We also have to have audio for it as well, just to help sell the effect. But I think it was good. I think it was a good choice. I don't think that's the correct sound that I needed for it, or that goes with like flipping through the UI, but I was too lazy to double check, so I just went with a nice little tick sound. And then he hits the thing, and then the bubble, and then Dottie says her iconic line, and then she gets slapped, and then yeah, this hit sound effect. I was originally looking for like the sound of like a cardboard tube kind of like hitting something, but I couldn't find anything. And I didn't really want to record it myself because that would require me having to acquire a cardboard tube. So I just ended up going with the sound of a newspaper being like a newspaper hitting something. Technically not accurate, but it gets the point done. And then I actually was supposed to have camera UI and like interface stuff on the screen, and I turned it off before releasing the video. So oops. But it's fine. We have camera. And the sounds here is just music. It's all just music until we get to these shots. Just Forrest looking around, smiling, looking around, confused, looking around, confused, looking around, confused, and them talking, confused. Can you choose where the sound comes from? Like add it to a specific item? Ooh, what do you add? Maybe, but I'm not sure what you mean by that. I was wondering where the inspiration comes from the story ideas and also your animations. It's just from my own experience playing the games, to be honest. Like, and what I've and the different things I see that players and people do in the communities and stuff. I try to just make, hopefully visualize the things that people think like find fun in the game with my own experiences mixed in as well. No, I'm not Mask Boy. Please stop thinking I am. Now, what kind of video are you planning to do next? Find out next video. The end of the jet sound, it really made the scene with Mask Boy riding the houses all more charming. Thank you. I thought it might have been too much, but it made me laugh too much, so I left it in. You have a great track record of acquiring cardboard at costs. You're not wrong on that, bub. You're a genius. Fake news, but thank you. The fact that you thought of all this is cool, and your attention to detail is unmatched. No, people do this in movies all the time on significantly grander scales. I'm just bootleg Pixar. Yeah, and then sound stuff, and then whooshes for the camera movement here, and then I was gonna add more sound effects because I wanted to have because Hippix screams in the back. You can see him raising his head, doing a yell, and I wanted to accompany that with something, but I have yet to figure out how to make Animalese yell. So, I couldn't do it. Ooh, okay, hold on. Before I get back to your comments, I'm gonna finish up this thing. Oh, he has all these sound effects. I had to sit there and add a bunch of tiny blips in sync with the comments on screen. That was fun. Ooh, this was a fun thing to do. The first instance of this whole part, because we don't see anything. This whole sequence is all done through sound. It was very fast, the first version that I had. But I'm like, I know I want to imply that Isabel's sleeping and Nook is calling her in the middle of the night. So the room is all dark because the lights are off technically, and then she picks it up and you can hear it, and then you can even hear a tiny bell somewhere. No, there's only one. There's one here. Where is it? Somewhere here. And they talk. They mingle. Oh, Dongle, how do you do the sound, the make it sound like Nook's coming through the phone? Because she's clear here, and he's sound like a phone through there. Oh, I'll tell you what, son. There's an effect on here called RC20, which is a like a tape or like media, like a physical media damage simulator kind of plugin. It can do noise, it can do wobbles, it can do distortions, digital distortions, some reverb, and magnetic like a tape, like a magnetic tape disturbance kind of effect. And I just dial this in a way so that it kind of sounds like you're talking over a phone. I have Nook do it, and Isabel doesn't. And yeah. Oh wait, you're also supposed to be able to hear, and when she picks up the phone, because Nook is in the town hall with everybody else, there's the subtle sound of everyone murmuring in the background. I thought I really liked that idea. I thought that was kind of neat. And then yeah, they're talking, and then they're doing a thing. She gets up, starts to move around, and then they're talking. She's here doing a thing. I wanted to do more printer sound effects, like the sound of it going like, because I animated it to like pop out in little like jet kind of motions, but I couldn't find a good enough sample of it, so I just did the best I could. But she grabs the paper, she turns around, we have sound effects of papers being moved around, her bells jiggling around, and everyone yelling. Oh man, I hate this. I hate the way this epic sounds. It sounds like them honking. Like, oh, but it was too funny to not include, so we let it stay. But that's pretty much how I put the sound together, I think. It's pretty fun time. And now we can talk about audio, or how I do the voices. Oh man, I know you guys have been excited about this. In fact, I know probably 100 other people were excited about this and wanted to know how I did it about 3 hours ago, but I'm sorry guys. We're talking about it now though. Inside of my application, my program of choice here, we have Cubase. Cubase, for those that are unfamiliar with it, are what's called a DAW, or digital audio workspace. I think workspace. Digital audio workspace. And inside of here is pretty much very similar to what we work with inside of Resolve here. Inside of Resolve, we work with audio clips as well as video footage clips, and things like text blocks and images and stuff and all that fun nonsense. But inside of here, we work with audio and audio alone, and actually technically audio and MIDI data, which is kind of like audio instructions for instruments, if that makes sense. So like for example here, we got a cello pizzicato cello here, doing some of these notes. I'm not talking about music. I'm just showing what this means. But we got MIDI here. MIDI is these little blocks, and each one is pretty much an instruction for an instrument to play a note on whatever note we tell it to. Oh no, this might be super. Hold on, I gotta swap Resolve here to free up some computer life. Yeah, better? Yeah, a little bit better. It might be a bit staticky. I do apologize for that, but bear with me here, guys. And we use this piece of software to do to generate the audio for all my villagers and all their voices. And how I do that is with this plugin that I have called Contact. Contact is not necessarily an Animalese generator, but it what it is what's called a sampler, which lets you play samples. Like you can load stuff into it and play them like a sample. So it's mainly used for instruments and stuff. Like I use it for all things like cellos and violins and all that fun nonsense. But You can also just load in all the all the tiny sound bites that make up the Animal Crossing animalese. Like, where is it? Where is it? I need. You guys are gonna love this. It's you guys are gonna love this. You're gonna hear it and go, ah, I love this. Animal Crossing files, sound, animal sounds. Here we go. So I have all of the all of the sounds needed to like the core soup files for all the villagers, and oh no, you're gonna be these are bee waves. Hold on. Is it in here? In here? In here? Not these guys. In please. Please. Give me this. Converted. Into nope. Don't worry. This is gonna be totally worth the hunt of me looking for this. But I've forgotten completely where any of this actually is stored. Wait a minute, better yet, what are you called? Normal, sweet, innocent. We can just look up normal, sweet, innocent. And that is in two places. One here and one here. That's B waves, and this guy is waves files. All right. Yeah. Here we have all the sound effects for all of our dear sweet villagers. This is you can hear it. And they're literally all of the tiny little blips of words or sounds that they can make. You love it. You love to hear it. I know I do. There's I think 100 or like 1,000 or so. There's no, actually I'm lying. There's 231 voice files, and this is for all villagers that are normal, sweet, or innocent, Isabel included. But you might be wondering who's who. Well, we have Sisterly for sisterly characters. Your favorites. Snobby and Snooty, your favorites. Peppy, Perky, Easily Impressed. Dottie. And then we have the same thing for the boys. We got Cranky Grumpies. We got the Jocks. We got the Lazies. And we got the Smug, Flirty, Proper Gentles. Which I've pretty much been only using this one for all the males in the series so far, because coincidentally all the males that I've been using so far have all been the gentle boys. So cool on that. But what we do with these is I take these files, these individual files, and close all these other windows that I have open. And inside of Cubase here, in this particular application, I make a new instrument, and on this instrument, I go in here and I go map editor. Give me I can't physically do it because it won't work in Cubase unless I do it like outside the program, but I'll explain the idea. I would drag and drop all these sound files onto this here piano line here, so that each note here on the keyboard would be assigned to a specific, would play back one sound bite. And then from the fun array of with the fun magic of time skipping, here we have one that's already ready, and this is the one that I had to make for Dottie because she was the only unique one, or the only unique girl speaking in the video that I didn't have a voice for. So hold on, let me get my instrument going on here. We have Dottie. Do it. Wow, you love to hear it. It really makes you feel like a. I have reverb on this one for some reason. Hold on, let me get that up. Turn that off. Turn you 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 off. And that's pretty much how I do the voices for them. And I just go back in and then make a big chunk of them just playing notes randomly. And then when you play it back, you get. don't you just love like it's just music to your ears. And then in Cubase I'll make a big like a sound, not sound chunk. What am I talking about? Make like 10-second chunks uh of just babble, of just them talking for a hot 10 seconds. Where is it? Animal sounds, room, footsteps, emotes, talking. And I'd have just slowly been making a little bit of a thing. So Dottie was here talking. We got that. We got the crowd chatter. Crowd chatter. We got a second version of it that sounds a little bit more chaotic. And we got Isabel's voice and Filbert's voice. And then and Tom Nook. So Tom Nook, Hippix, Pietro, and Filbert are all using the same voice profile version. But they're all just I just pitch correct them to different octaves to make them sound like they're different people. But yeah, that's how we do the voices for them. And then on top, and then with that done, I'll then bring them into the editor and then chop them up into pieces, and then further further change or do like pitch bend them in semitones and what have you, or little octaves to kind of give them a little bit more vocal inflections. But it's very tedious. But I also can't push it that far, because if I do, then they start to sound like other villagers. Like Tom Nook here is now sounding like a chipmunk for some reason. Why? Stop it. He's at whatever pitch he's at now, but if I pitch him up like, I don't know, 4 semitones higher, he sounds like Filbert. If I pitch him up even higher, then he sounds like I don't know, somebody else. You get the idea. It's a good time. So sometimes it doesn't really sound too great. They kind of sound a little bit monotone, but lately I figured out another way to kind of mitigate that a little bit more with Dottie here, because now I can hit one note at a time and it'll randomly change the pitch of it, so we can so it sounds a little bit more human or animal-ish instead of just straight up monotone. You love to see it. And that's how we do the voices. It's all we just load them up here in Cubase. We get I build instruments that just play back their sound bites, and then I just make a little make some stuff to or make big bars of MIDI that just play back different sound bites at random, and cut that up further in Resolve to then make it sound like they're speaking actual words. And it's a good time. There was one other thing I was going to say about it that I forgot. Oh no. Oh right, the chanting. Oh god, the chanting. Where was that? Chant, Dottie chatter. No, please. I don't want to open up that other the big file again. It hurts too much. Chant. Ugh. Basically, how I did the chant was wait, no, I can open up the file. AC master open. Yes, activate it, please. Hold on. We're almost there. I'm going to show you guys the cool chant, and how in the same files also where Dottie's audio was made. Come on, let me in. Yeah, so here we have the literal raw MIDI that's doing Dottie's voice, and each one of these, like, this is one shot, this is another shot, this is another shot, this is another shot. Like I would just bring in the footage from Resolve, and I would just kind of like guesstimate how she would speak it, kind of. And I do that with some characters, but not necessarily others, because it takes a lot of work to like hand make exactly what they're saying and how they're saying it. So We cut corners. Do you know what time it is? You know what's going on? Oh, I see. And then, well, etc., etc. How we did the crowd was I just copied a bunch of different versions of all the different voices, and I had them all play the same lines. But I just made sure that they did one they said one quote unquote word first, and then with a space in the center, so that I can edit it a little bit further in Resolve to actually time it correctly, which is what I did. Can I do it in another thing? Can I just like take the footage and then put it up like over here, so that I don't have to actually like open up the big file again, because it hurts. So yeah, so like theoretically they'd be chanting at the same rate for the, like, while we're not seeing them, but you know, there's there's one shot of us seeing how they're like them moving and them actually saying it, so that needs to be in sync with most of them. In these shots where we don't see them, it doesn't really matter. This one doesn't really matter too much because her mouth's mostly obfuscated. But then like this shot, they're all their bodies are moving to their speech, so I have to make sure it syncs to that. And then yeah, that's how we do the voices. It's a good time. It's a pretty good time here in voice land. All right, and I think the last thing that I have to talk about is what time are we at? We're at almost 5 hours. All right, that's a new record. Is the music. Let me just turn this on and take some quick questions before while we wait for this to open up. I'm also gonna take a seat because I've been standing this whole time. I thought I was hearing Legend of Zelda chest open music. I would love that. Did your AC character wear the gas mask in previous games? I would love to know the origin of that. The origin of that is a very not fun technical story of when I did Lolly's crafting. I didn't understand how to do the character, like the player character faces. It wasn't they didn't require setting them up the same way as villagers. And at the time I couldn't figure it out yet. So I'm like, well, I need a player character for this bit, so I'm gonna just give him a mask. And then I wanted to find a spooky one, and the one that kind of sold the deal was the gas mask, and we've been rolling with it since. What else is there? You guys were all saying things that I missed. I'm sorry. I thought I was here, and yeah, I got that already. Are all the models handmade, or did you find them somewhere? I take them from the game files. I luckily don't bottle any of them because that would take forever. How long do you stream for? Usually a couple hours. More than 4. Quick question. Can you write me 500 words on political correctness? I'm out of ideas for my essay. Funny you ask. I have this paper of 500 words of... No, I'm sorry. Like the avatar looks at the screen when you speak up. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you do. All right, so the tune that was in this video, I called it Terraforming, because I thought that'd be a pretty funny name. I'm not sure how much of you guys know, but I do also do music on this channel. A lot of the previous episodes of these shorts, if the song isn't, if I'm not using a song from the game, that I usually compose it myself. A great example of that would be not this tutorial, but the song from Town Meeting, where Pietro sees his house is burning down. Please, internet, I need you to load Kura fast enough, called Pietro's Turmoil. Do it. Yeah, this tune and my award-winning where is it? My award-winning Wisp crying. Or the KK Cafe tune. You'll love to hear it. I do compose music over here and all that, and the music that is created is available for free to download here on the Denseful Bandcamp, but also partly available on Spotify. I also used to do other music. So yeah, go check it out. Go check it out. It's a good time. It's a good time, guys. I'm not lying. Go 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 check it out. Get the music. Listen to it in your car. Listen to it in the shower. Listen to it. I don't know. In other places where you listen to music. But it's all free. You can use it in your own projects and videos if you like. No credit. Oh no, sorry. My only request is credit in return. Get it. So anywho, this song was a tune called "Host Waiting." Is so this the track for this episode was a remix slash cover of the "Host Waiting" song from Animal Crossing. It sounds exactly like this. Oh no. Host waiting. No, this guy. This tune. I put this in because I thought I thought it would work. I thought it'd be pretty funny. It's quite jazzy. It's quite simple. But I couldn't just use it just by itself. Because I needed it to be a little bit more like grandiose and like epic kind of, because some big things were happening alongside it. So I decided to just make a cover of it and work with that, because I knew I wanted to change the composition for it a little bit to coincide with how I want the video to be structured. So I cracked open my application of choice, and I did a transcription of the original song on just piano. That's right. What do I mean by that? I mean, please open up. I got a piano in, and I just by ear figured out what notes and keys are being played, and how they all work together. So we have. You get the idea. It's a song. It loops, like it pretty much just perfectly loops at the end as well, back into itself. And I said, that's great, but I don't need that. I want this part of the song to be when montage stuff is happening, and I wanted this portion of the song be a nice chill area / breather space when we do the bridge sequence, and then I wanted to slap back into doing a when we get back to the big main stuff. So I'm like, okay, let's take these pieces and then let's rearrange them a little bit so that we can make a tune that works for the video. And we get over here this bit, which is basically me just taking all those pieces that I've transcribed and just reorienting them into a different structure for the song. So now it has an opening, now it has a bit of a builder, and then that it further layers itself onto, and then we have the first verse or whatever where we can do some montage stuff, and then start to cough and show some stuff going on. And then after that, we get a break period, break period is here. We get a break period where we do the bridge sequence, and then I had to make sure that this was long enough so that I could do the bridge sequence, but also not too long, so that I'd have to animate too much stuff or make it too long, if that makes sense. to the tune, back to big montage stuff going on and what have you. And I needed to make sure that it was that this part of the song also evolved with kind of the other things that we were seeing, because now we're seeing more of like bigger ideas happening on the island, kind of, and I kind of wanted the song to reflect that. So yeah, we layer them up together and then do all the fun nonsense. I also wanted to did this a little bit, that thing, and then we have this thing, and then we have this bit, and that's all fun and great. And we're dancing in the street, and everyone's like, "Yeah, I love me some host waiting" or whatever. And then once I was happy with this, then I exported that out and then pretty much animated the entire video to it. Like just a really rough piano version of, oh, actually we don't need this open anymore. Get out of here. Just a really rough version of the tune. Basically just being played by a piano, and that was what I did all the storyboarding and the blocking and the animation and all that stuff too, because I'm like, for the most part, the core structure of the song is pretty good. I think it works. We just need to make it sound big and grandiose and big and grandiose. So I then took all that and said, what's the best way to start this off? That's right, a double bass. So I put one of those in doing the bass line, and then we started and we just start layering things up. Right, we get this Eldon violin pizzicato thing doing the melody, and that was a cute silhouette in the foreground. Can interact real time while on live through voice react stuff in OBS here. Oh yeah, and there's also a marimba doing some marimba stuff. Yeah, then there's another cello down here. The song is pretty much like all strings. Like, it's just 30 layers of strings and then some other teeny things here. There's also another piano, and then another violin, and then what are you? And then Tina coming in with the chords. There's also another bass down here doing another thing. It's a great time. Oh, I also had the intention of adding KK slider to it. You're supposed to do some of this. Get some rest. I've been resting, man. All I do is sleep now. It's awful. Yeah, I wanted to have some more KK slider. I wanted to have KK slider singing on this track, but he just, the sound font that I have from just kind of sucks. I hate using it. It sounds really crunchy. So I didn't do it, but I'll show a portion later on that it really made me sad to cut. So yeah, we got some all the instruments doing a thing, and then they're doing we can also watch the video. Where is it? I also exported the video out so I could actually see inside of here to compose to. That's a good time. We can put this, I guess, down here. So that's doing a thing. It's doing a thing. It's pretty good time. And I'm like, oh yeah, I wanted to make sure that here have sounded pretty mystic. And then you did some other stuff. I was really I wasn't super on board with this where is it? Yeah, this guy, this thing. Kind of doing a thing at the beginning of every shot, but at the same time I'm like, I kind of also wanted to do this thing where like every cut it there's like a big sound cue, but also like some dissonance to remain feeling uncomfortable. Yeah, we just kind of kept going with that. What else happens? During the break here, I'm like, all we need is like a couple instruments just playing the bass line and maybe the little harmony. That's kind of really it. Where's KK? Give it turn. Yeah, actually, KK was supposed to sing here, so it's supposed to be like. but it ended up sounding kind of not that great, so I just didn't do it. And he was also supposed to sing a lot more in this part. He was supposed to do this. Slay, man. But yeah, it just ended up sounding a little too crunchy when I was mixing it together. Then I just said nah. I'm sorry, guys. I'm super sorry. KK he just wasn't working in the last 2 seconds of me working on the song. So instead we replaced them with violins. Yeah, and then I just needed to get more chaotic, but also more majestic as the tune kind of progressed. So we added more layers, we added more, we added some horns, we added some tubas, we added, we just made the song sound loud. Let me get to this part, which I initially thought wasn't gonna sound that great because we kind of come off from a high without much of a transition, but then I ended up just liking it, so we just let it go. And yeah, can you release the KK crunchy version either way? you don't want it. Hey, Nitsa, can you turn this into a song? I would love to hear a full version. Well, it really, like, the idea for it only kind of lasts the duration of it, which is, what is it, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Like a full song, like, because the original song just loops, so there isn't really much to go along with. But the song is released. You can download it for free on the Bandcamp. It's called Terraform. Look at that image. It's so cute. And it's gonna be on Spotify hopefully in a week. I wish it was sooner, but it's out of my hands. Yeah, and that's kind of it. Also, I would probably just ruin the essence of it if I tried to like force it into a big song, because like my creative vision for it was like, yes, it needs to do exactly this for the video. So I appreciate the one for a bigger one. I have some your AC character takes off his mask. No, you don't. He doesn't have a face. Just came back and I'm welcome with such a beautiful song. Welcome back. You're just in time for technically the end of the stream. At least now I can do the Q&A because I've talked about music. Talked about everything. Wow. Can you explain what he did to Lolly's house and why he was sent to the ground? Does that mean she's entered the void? That sounds like a lore question, to which I say, great question, amazing question. Moving on, your videos make me feel like a monster, but your work is so beautifully executed. Thank you, Bree. I'm really glad that you enjoyed the stuff. It's a good. It always warms my heart knowing that, that they're liked. Yeah, great. Woo, thank you. Trust me, I want it. I need KK's way. Here, fine. I'll release a version of it in the Discord. Same with how I did the piano sketch version. Actually, what I was going to probably should have done was just upload it to Bandcamp, but just the different versions of it all in one big thing. But I can't now because this is a singular upload. No, I still can. I might do that later actually. There seems to be a want for it. Yeah. How many layers is that? This is a whopping 31 minus 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24 layers. 24 layers of sweet, majestic Tina Guo going. Oh, right, that's the story I didn't tell. I was working on this track. I put this together in the last like 2 days of working on the video. Like it was the sketch version of it for so long, and then I was like, well, I need to make this a big song eventually, so we're gonna do it. And I did open up me some Cubase and was layering all the instruments, swapping out different violins for different violins, and getting everything going. And for so long, and but by so long I mean for like a whole day, I was trying to just get. Let me turn this guy off. I was trying to just get this transition to sound like fuller or like more yeah, very like grand and ethereal and like woo wow, big moment going on. And every time I did it, it just didn't sound that great. Like I was adding in all these violins and all these other instruments, and like it all just kept sounding flat. And oh, no, and I was on the verge of just going, I'm just gonna leave it. I don't care for it anymore. I'm done. You guys will never hear any of the other versions of it, so it doesn't really even matter. Like I can release anything, and you guys will probably still go, wow, this is really neat. But I was it was hurting me super deeply. So so in one last attempt, I'm like, okay, what if we change the violin to a piano? This is technically a piano. It's a whatever this is. And also changed made Tina play the melody again. And then we get her brother Mark to come in doing some Mark staccatos or whatever the thing's called, and their brother Simon doing some of this. And I'm like, okay, this is working. It's working a little better now. We added a little tuba and his friend Huba doing some. You can't even hear them at the bottom. They're so quiet. Oh my glob. But it's cool because tuba and Huba come up loud at the end. You know, song. And then yeah, like literally that one switch of just changing two instruments made it sound significantly better, and I'm like, yes. And then I put it in the editor, and then I said, that's it. We're done. Just upload it to Sounddrop and Bandcamp and put in the video and finish it and release it the next day. And it was great. It was a good time. We ever released the KK Slider version? I love it. I guess I'll just put it on Bandcamp. So watch out for that. I guess I'll make a community post about it later today, tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. I'll release it and I'll let you guys know. Don't worry. What else was there? Technically now I can just go into fun production story times. Like because I don't know how I'm supposed to segue into this portion, but I need to talk about this graphics card and this computer and what it was like to work on this video during the move. So we're gonna go over to comment corner. Okay, do you guys want the regular comment corner which has fan art, or the other one that's me at Isabel's desk but I change poses? What does the crowd say on these further vids? They can use it. It's all free, so as long as you just credit. I just want people to know where they can find more of me if they like it. Fan art. The second one, okay, here, yeah, let me show you them. We have the first one, which is with fan art, and we have fan art that will randomly shuffle, that I've been acquiring over the times. Or we have the other one, which is me at a desk, and sometimes I hold a pen. Wait, please. Okay, sometimes I also hold the stick and point at the chat and what have you. I would put this one on the other one, but but the black on the suit kind of doesn't work out that well. So so yeah, it's only kind of okay. But actually, okay, here, better yet, I'll take the fan art. And let me copy this so we can get both, and then go over here and then paste it as a reference. So now we get fan art and me talking like this. All right. Oh no, my eyes are burning. One sec. Okay. So, as some of you may know, um, during the production of this episode, I was working on it for about two-ish months at this point, and I was living in an apartment in another city, and it was going great. Everything was just going okay. And then some other nonsense about with living conditions kind of unfolded, and and I said, I think it's time to move. So me and some others, we decide to get a place together and move. It's a nicer place. The rent would be cheaper, and all would be well. And I said, bet, let's go. Um, the move was okay. The house is great. I'm here currently, and but during the entirety of August, April, on the okay, so while all this was going on, at some point, I was working on the video pretty much as much as I could, like up until the move, and then and then what happened? And then sometime in like March, April, March? Yeah, I think at the beginning of March or somewhere in February or somewhere between March and February, my graphics card died. Like I have I bought a 3090 on an RTX 3090 about a year ago, and and it died. Like it just one day I was trying to do some rendering, and it literally it just said, "All right, thank you for your time, Dongle. I'm out of here. Goodbye." And let's just stop working. And I said, "Oh no." I call the company that makes it, and I go, "Hey guys, your card decided to die. Can I get a new one, or can I get it repaired?" And they said, "Bet, send it into the factory." And I go, "Sweet." But they make me have to pay for it during that one time. And I go, that's okay because the landscape for getting graphics cards is kind of bunk. Actually, I should be playing some music right now. Let me get some of that going to make this sound less dire. Adele, I can't play you. You're illegal. Let's play some not illegal music. Yeah. So then I send the card to them, and then it takes like a month, and then they send it back repaired, or actually they send it randomly one day, and it arrives at my doorstep, and like 3 weeks later, and they're like, "Here you go, we fixed it," and I'm like, sweet, and it lasts like 3-ish months, and then it dies again, and I go, oh, that's big sad. I'm trying to do make a video here, guys. Why can I get a card that like works? Because I need to render like a lot. And they're like, it's fine. Don't worry about it, Dong. We'll get you fixed up. So then I call them back again, and I'm like, hey, the card died. What's going on with that? Can I get a new one? And they're like, okay, yeah, that's a-okay. We're gonna give you a shipping label. We're gonna send you send us the card, we'll label it as pretty much worthless, and then we'll send you a brand new one once it reaches our facility. And I go, bet, that sounds like a great deal. Here you go. And I mail and this time they pay for shipping, so it's a good time. I mail the card, and it goes out there. It takes like 2 weeks for it to arrive because it just decided to sit in the UPS warehouse for like a week. And then it gets there, and I'm like, hot diggity. The website is updated, it says it's ready to go, or they got it, and they're getting themselves ready, and I'm like, yes, amazing. And then silence for a couple days, and then I'm like, you guys said you were gonna send one when you did, and I looked at the website, and it looks like it's saying that it's oh wait, yeah, it's probably a bit loud. Sorry about that. Yeah, the website's saying that it's being repaired. Now, you said you're gonna send me a brand new one. What happened? What's going on? And they say, Dongle, rest assured, we we'll get you a brand new card. What the site says is just a precautionary, like, internal kind of dialogue thing that our system uses. But your card is marked for replacement. Don't you worry. And I'm like, okay. And I hang up the phone. And then I wait a little bit longer, and then still nothing. And I call him back, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And they go, Dongle, big sad news. I know we said that we were gonna send you a card once like you had arrived at the facility, but oops, we kind of have none. And I said, and you waited a month to tell me? I got video surrender. I need this card. Technically not at the exact moment, because I was working on I was doing the animation and blocking and stuff like that prior. I'm like, I need this card. It was guys, and they're like, no, don't worry. If you don't hear from us in another week, or another 2 weeks, then give us another phone call and we'll give you a refund or something. And I go, what? I can't use a refund. These cards cost like twice as much as they used to. I need a card, not money. Can I? But Dave, help me out here. And he says, buddy, call back in a week or 2 weeks, and we'll get you sorted then. And he hangs up the phone. He didn't actually. He was a nice guy. But that's basically what he told me. So you know who I am. I assure you, he has no idea who I am. So then I wait 2 weeks, and by this time I'm getting close to the end, or I'm getting close to when I need to move from the place that I'm at, and I'm worried that they're not gonna have the card, and I'm gonna move, and they're gonna ship it to the previous address, and I'm not gonna know when, because they didn't tell me when they shipped it last time, and it's gonna be this big kerfuffle of nonsense. So I'm like, give me the goods. Whoa, thank you, Christina. Because I appreciate your work with the HC New Horizons vids. Keep going. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm getting nervous because I have to move soon, and I want the card before I move. Unrelated, but I also ordered a Steam Deck at the time, and I was worried that would also arrive late, and I would not get that. But that came, so that was fine. But anywho. So I give him a call one day, and there's one day when I wake up and I'm like furious. I'm like, okay, I'm about to throw some vocal hands here, because you guys are throwing me around here on this into this big circle of inconvenience with all this nonsense that you're putting me through. I need a graphics card, or like a decent refund, preferably, so I can actually buy another card. And I wake up that day, and I'm like, let's go. And I checked the website one last time, and then turns out it's shipped. It shipped the day before, and they didn't tell me. So I'm like, wow, thank you. You like the Steam Deck? Oh, Steam Deck Q&A afterwards. No, the story is just getting juicy. So then it turns out that it shipped out. They got it. They managed to get a new one, and they shipped it. They just didn't tell me. So I called them up again. I'm like, hey, what's going on with this order? The site says this, and I didn't get anything for it. And the guy was like, oh, really? Oh yeah, you should have got an email for it. I'm like, you didn't send me one last time, and I didn't get one now. So, and he's like, okay, yeah, no, sorry about that. Here you go. And I said, wow, James, because it's a different person every time I call. But I'm like, wow, thanks, James. You said, hey, bet. And then and we hang up the phone. And then a week passes, and a new card arrives. And I'm like, yes. But the day it arrives it was like a day or two after I dismantled my computer. So I'm like, I couldn't test it at the time. And I'm like, okay, well, we have the new card. We should be able to get going with it when I get settled into the new place. So a week or two passes, and during this time I can't work on the video, so I was set back like 2 weeks. Not that big of a deal, but it happened. Big fun. And then and I also decide to order a new desk because I would be getting a new room and like a nice office space for to do this all in. And yeah, I want me to get a new fun desk. Oh, you can barely hear the background music. It's fine. But the desk takes like like a week and a half to arrive or so. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll just set my computer back up on the kitchen table so that I can get back to work, because I was pretty much settled in for the most part, and I just wanted to do stuff again. So then, yeah, I set my computer up on this other table that we have downstairs, and I put the card in, and it works. It's a brand new card. It's amazing. It's a good time. We're all singing and dancing. By this point in the story, I was rendering this video. Like, I was just about to start rendering this video. So I was able to render for about a week, and then hey there, Kayla's. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, it works, and everything. You're right, everything was coming up Millhouse, and it was a great time. And then my desk arrives sometime at the end of the week, so I spend some time just building that, setting it up, and I'm like, sweet. Now I can move my computer from downstairs to the actual room it's supposed to be in, my actual office little area, and it's all well and dandy. But also that following weekend, that would be approaching. We were hosting a party for my sister here at this place, and I was like, oh sweet, that's gonna be really fun. And I was absolutely going to peddle VR onto people, because that's what I do. So I'm working on the computer, and then now I have the computer set up upstairs in the proper place where it's supposed to be, and then we have this shindig that goes on. Everything's going great, and then at one point I walk outside and I go, where's this layer for this guy? Hold on, hold on. So I come into the frame and I go, hey guys, can I just use some VR? And everybody goes, oh my god, yeah, amazing, yeah, absolutely, get that going. And I say, sweet beat. Earlier in the day, I was doing some testing, because I wanted to know how seamless it would be for this to set up to quickly set up and create the VR experience for said party. So I do that, bust out a TV, bust out the headset, and get everything going. I was using the computer upstairs to do mirroring back to. I was mirroring my computer. I was streaming my computer's screen to a Steam link downstairs, which was showing what was happening in the VR headset on the TV, because the other alternative was showing it on an iPad, and I didn't want to do that. So that was working for a while. Everyone was having a good time with it. And there's one lad rolls over, and he's like, "Hey, do you have any other games on this?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I got on my computer I have other PC VR games. We got like ping pong and like racquetball and like some other games, as well as boxing." And he's like, oh, "Can I play that?" And I'm like, I didn't account for people wanting to play PC VR stuff, so we're gonna yes, absolutely, if you're down to be a bit of a guinea pig while I like troubleshoot it. And he's like, do it. So I run upstairs, make sure everything's working and being a good, like, no one's upstairs by the way. This is all happening in the living room, but in the living room is where the headset and the TV and everything is. So then I go upstairs, I turn on I make sure any other programs that I need running are going, and I run back down, and I go, okay, we should be kind of good to go. I prepare it all, and it's all working. Like, it's streaming from the computer to the headset to the showing on the TV and all that fun stuff, and I'm like, yes, we're winning, son. And I take the controller that I have down there, so I can control the computer a little bit while I'm away from it, and I go and I boot up the game, and it just goes to black. Like there's just a black screen, and my mouse kind of rolling around. I'm like, this is weird. Give me 1 sec, and I run upstairs, and I get up there, and I'm like, computer, what are you doing? And the computer's looking at me going, buddy, I'm dying, man. I crashed, actually. I don't know how or why or what, or or where I'm going with my life, but my fans are revving at 100%, and your computer screen is not working. In fact, nothing's responding. I'm just on at 100 at max power, and I'm screaming and I'm like, okay, computer, calm down, calm down. So I lean down, I try to turn it off, and it's not working. So I pull the power for it, and I give it a restart, and I'm like, okay, it's all good. I just had a little bit of an episode. Are you doing okay? And it wakes up, or it turns on, but it doesn't actually fully turn on again. The screen is black, and nothing's working, and I'm like, computer, are you all right? And it's just coughing heavily at me. By coughing, I mean not really doing anything. So I turn it back off and I turn it back on again, and same thing. It's not working. So I turn it back off, and the third time I turn it back on, it literally goes. There's a little explosion in it. There's a literal poof of sparks and smoke kind of filling my case, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Right this very second, right now, buddy. So then the card literally teenily exploded in my computer and stopped working. So I'm like, thank you so much, computer. So I run back downstairs, and I'm like, okay, and I put my hand gently on the guy that was that requested this in the first place, and I'm like, hey man, this isn't your fault. No, this is not your fault. 100% entirely. This is unrelated. But my computer kind of exploded trying to get this game to start. So we're gonna not. We can't do boxing tonight. And he was like, nah. Okay, I'm sorry, man. And I'm like, no. I'm sorry. This is a bunch of other nonsense happening with this specific graphics card from the specific company. Then we dance a little bit more. Party goes on, and then what have you. And I'm like, okay, I cannot deal with this card anymore, or this company. So I'm just going to buy a new one from a different maker and get a refund on this guy. And also get a new power supply, because I had some secret suspicions that was also a problem, but I didn't really know because the power supply was working pretty much with every other component of my computer. But it doesn't matter. So the following day, that night I ordered a new one, so a new computer component, because thank golly they're a little cheaper now. So it was cool. And then a couple days later, I call company and I go, hey, who is this? And he goes, oh, my name's Ryan. And I'm like, hey, Ryan, I got some bad news for you, bub. Can I return this card and get a refund? It kind of exploded in my computer, so I want to be done with all of you guys, just completely. And he was like, oh, yeah, okay. And I go, thank you. Take care, Brooklyn. Thank you so much for coming around, hanging out. It's still wholesome and mysterious. Thank you, Lemoon. Yeah, so then I get them to just give me a good old refund on it, or at least send it to me, and hope that they actually do. So they give me shipping labels. This is the old one too, and yeah. Now I've been working with this newer one ever since, and it let me render the whole video as well as do the thing that the last card died doing, which was trying to stream from my computer to like just the other room kind of thing, like just play video games but over the internet kind of thing, like just stream from my computer to my headset. And the last card just said, I can't do this, please stop it. And I look at it and I go, this is literally what you're designed to do, video graphics card. You're supposed to render graphics, and you're just not. And he said, you spent all this money on me, but I can't do it, I'm sorry. And I pat him on the back and I send him back to the States. And yeah, so ever since then we've been living. But during the process of me putting in the new power supply into my computer, I also ended up frying one of my hard drives, unfortunately. Not an important one. It was one that was what that held all my game files and local music libraries. It's you can't even hear it, but it's dead. It just stopped working. So I swapped out that with another hard drive that I also used for games and music, and have been living since. But yeah, it's a good time. We're brand new music now. We're with the with Asus Strix. and unfortunately had to spend a little extra money so I could get it sooner, so I didn't have to wait a week to dot render. So, it's a time. It's been a whole time. The person that you've had graphics cards die before. This is a small fleeting suspicion, though. That's the thing. I never have. I still own my. Granted, only two. I've only kept two out of the 3 graphics cards that I've owned previously. But every other component that I've ever used in my computer, all the other components of my computer have been fine ever since I've gotten them. And whenever these cards die, I go back to a 1070 that I use, which is also a Asus Strix card or whatever, that I got like 8 years ago, and that still works. And the card that I have before that, which is a 970, it's so old it can't do anything anymore, but that still works. Everything's fine. It was just this one specific GPU, and I cried. I cried really hard that night, guys. Not actually, but I was very frustrated. It was very unfortunate of a situation. But yeah, now we're winning. We got a fresh baby that looks to be doing the job. I was able to render the whole video with it. That was pretty neato. Yeah, it was we're living, we're winning, we're doing the jives, we're dancing, and it was a good time. I feel like I had more stories to tell, but I can't remember any of them. Yeah, the move's been okay. I moved here a month ago, so I'm pretty much settled in, and now I'm just trying to get back into the swing of live streaming again. That's good times. Yeah, and the mess of it all. Ugh. It was quite the doozy of a fiasco. And now I'm still waiting on that refund to come in the mail. Please just send it. I just want my money back. Yeah. I guess now I'm pretty much, I think, done talking. I think at least of things to remember to speak about. Does anybody have any questions or Q&A stuff? You said you were standing before. Do you have a standing desk? Yeah, I got a big old L-shaped standing desk with adjustable heights. So every now and again I can go, I'm tired of sitting, and then stand for another couple hours and go, I'm tired of standing, and then sit for another couple hours. Yeah, it's pretty good. I enjoy it. I dig it. But yeah, it's been a good time. You're gonna rally for you? Oh, you don't need to do that. It's you don't you fret. Favorite AC villager? Jeremiah. Will you use any more NPCs for the animations? You'll have to find out. Nice. He's a standing desk person now. Yeah. Now I can gloat about the ergonomics of it to everybody, going, my back is now straight again, and what have you. Do you do all your videos by yourself? I do. That's why they take as long as they do. I am not a studio. I'm just one man trying to be a studio. I'm just gonna switch to Comic Corner now, because that is an audio thing. Yeah. Yeah. What else is there? Well, I'm gonna go to bed. This was fun. Good night, everyone. Take care, Fortune Payback. Thank you so much for coming out, hanging out, chatting about being your best you. It's an honor. Please put Terraform music on YouTube too. It'll be there. Don't worry. Once it's ready to stream, once it's ready for all the other streaming platforms, it'll show up on here. I'll make a video about it. We'll sing and dance. You'll see it. Don't worry. As for that all of the AC animations are just previews for a full feature movie at this point. Guys, making a feature would be so hard. Speaking of Jeremiah, he's actually one of my villagers in New Leaf. Nice. I was so shocked when he showed up. Me too. Actually, how I even got, because I have him on my island, and I got him because my friend had him on his island and wanted to get rid of him, and remembered that I liked him because I mentioned it once somewhere, I guess, to him, and he's like, "Yo, Dongle, he's in boxes. You want him out? You want him, buddy?" And I'm like, "Yes!" And I had to quickly force somebody out of my village, who ended up being Celia. Um, God bless her soul. She was amazing, and they swapped places. But yeah, yep. I know the videos are focused on Basketball, but will we see other villagers' friends again? I'm starting to really vibe with Kevin recently. I don't know. We'll have to find out. You plan on making another episode focusing on multiplayer? I don't know. We'll have to find out. You referenced to Dottie as everyone's favorite as a couple times, so it includes you, right? Did you finally know she's a favorite of yours? Did I win? No. Dottie could I don't know, get her house thrown into a hole. She's nice, but she's not my favorite. Take care, Alejandra. Thank you so much for stopping around and hanging out, chatting about being your best you. You gotta have a great rest of your day. Can you do a one-time video where you create a perfect world / wholesome world in Animal Crossing where it's not with Scary Mask Boy? Buddy, that sounds like work. I gotta make some stuff cute. Do you like Chrono Trigger soundtrack? I haven't listened to a lot of it. I pretty much only listened to Quarters of Time, which is why I did the song about it. But from what I have heard about of it, it's pretty good. How do you write so bad? I swear the game was like it's like a holy grail for someone like me. Why is my nose running? I'm not sick. How often do you stream? This is my first time being here. Streaming is kind of random. I try to do it throughout the week if I can, like past 6 p.m. Eastern. But it's very much just random because I can't do a consistent schedule because I can't stream everything that I work on all the time because for fear of spoilers and stuff. But yeah. But on the weekends, sometimes I haven't done them recently, but I'm trying to get back into them. On the weekends, I also stream me playing video games in the Discord, where we have these little couch parties where we all talk and mingle for a bit, while I die a whole bunch in Control. If that's your fancy, then join the Discord. Oh no, I took a quick peek at the Discord, and there's tons of people that have joined recently. Thank you. Thank you. You're so wholesome and have dark art. Come on, who really wants wholesome stuff? You guys only want to see Mask Boy, I don't know, throwing villagers off cliffs and stuff. That's what you really need. I'll shamelessly step in to fill the role. What are your villagers in your game? I can't remember all their names. I got Bree. We got you got Pietro. We got what's his name? What's his name? What's his name? He's a kangaroo, and he's a grumpy kangaroo. Kurt or something? No, that doesn't sound correct. Actually, it might be. We got Phoebe. We got Blue Bear. We got Jeremiah. We got May. I think her name was, or Maeve. We got Walt. That's it. Thank you. Oh my god. And he's actually, I really like him actually. He's absolutely become the town dad. And I approve of that. I also have a koala, but I forget her name. I also have and Antonio, I think his name is, an anteater. The boy kangaroo with his baby. He doesn't have a baby. He's a single man. Did you have prior experience with 3D animation, or did you learn it through creating the series? I have prior experience with 3D, with working 3D. I used to work in the VFX industry. Um, yeah, I used to work on movies and stuff and TV shows. And then I said, let's try doing YouTube for a bit, because it's more me. And here I am. What time is it? Oh, don't worry about that. Would you continue your cool animation vids on the specific version of AC if they made a new one? Maybe, but also probably not. This very much was like just a big old like phase for me to try doing it. It just happened to be pretty popular. So I'm unfortunately not an Animal Crossing channel, guys. I'm just a guy that makes animation stuff, and I'm currently on an AC bender. So yeah, subscribe if you like the style of the content, but I'm gonna be doing this type of animation work, this type of quality of work, for a whole slew of stuff outside of Animal Crossing once we're finished. So yeah, if you like me and how I do things and like how the stories I tell, and the kind of effects and stuff that I do, then like, yeah, you're in for a great time sticking around here in the Denzel channel. But if you're here solely for Animal Crossing, then I got some bad news for you when I do something else. If Animal Crossing hires you to make an animation, what would your reaction be? I'd say, cool, and then do it, because I like money, or at least being paid to make stuff. You're not Animal Crossing channel? Prove it. Plug in all your other work. I'm super excited to see what you're gonna do in the future. Oh, thank you. That's great to know. Alright, but the song is very Banjo-Kazooie vibes. Ooh, I should get that soundtrack actually. Oh, you're awesome. Oh, thank you. I want political commentary. Oh god, the last thing I want to do is be a guy that gives you opinions about things, about real world events. You don't need that. At least not for me. What would you do if Nintendo took down all your vids? I'd say they have every right to. They own it, technically. So, like, everything that I'm doing is technically just fan art. So, yeah, that does not give me express permission to do everything that I do. But here's hoping they don't do that. Probably something you do naturally, but any tips, or like how do you manage to learn these many skills in the animation pipeline, especially Blender, since you said you're self-taught? You self-taught yourself that. Basically by just making these videos. Since they required to know so many different kinds of facets of 3D, they're at least for me, they were a really great excuse to like learning to learn all these different facets of 3D. Like I like animation, like I like every aspect of the pipeline. So I give myself projects, and these videos are the results of them, of just different things and different different projects to help build my skills up. So I'd say, yeah, if you want to improve on the whole animation pipeline, then like just do a whole animation, like from start to finish. Do some modeling, do some animation, do some shading, do some lighting, because you'll only get better at it the more you do at any aspect of it. You'll only get better at it the more you do it. So yeah, just do it. But also don't give yourself too much, like don't give yourself huge kinds of ambitious ideas or projects to fulfill. Like start small and then work your way up. Like the first video was 30 seconds or was 60 seconds long, and it was like it was Lolly and Mask in one room, and I only had to animate 2 characters, 1 per shot, kind of, and then slowly from that, I've understanding my limits and figuring out where I can stretch things and where I can improve and and how to improve on the things that I want to improve on comfortably without burning myself out. And yeah, and now making 7-8 minute long shorts that that look pretty decent. Um, because the whole process has been one big learning curve. And anything that I don't know, like I'll also give myself tasks or ideas or shots that like I don't necessarily know how to do, but like I'm interested in figuring out. Like the day and night cycle shifting, or the furniture flying overhead, or I don't know, doing stuff in the sky or stuff that involves water. I'm like, I'll give myself stuff that doesn't seem too out of my reach, but also challenging enough for me to like seek out information on how to do it and learn how these kinds of things are produced. And that helps a ton, both directly and indirectly, because then I learn a lot about Blender, I learn a lot about other programs and how they work and how different tools work and how they work together and stuff like that. And like, it's a good time. You just give yourself stuff to do or projects to make, and you'll learn what you like throughout it. Pretty decent, unbelievable. Firstly, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. But also, yeah, you know, they're just videos. But thank you. I appreciate all your kind words. Oh no, where was I? Where was that question? There, yeah, great. The sound of your Discord is coming to the stream. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, thank you. Would you ever consider making a cozy grove animation? Sorry, someone asked that. I am not familiar with that, unfortunately, but maybe. Delicious. Maybe if you start renaming the characters, Nintendo will notice. Tom Nook, Tim Book. You're right. I should really do that. How do you make the 3D models for animations? I don't. I import them from the game files, and then I make them work. I give them bones. I give them rigs. I give them the textures, and we make them look like they do in the game as much as I can, at least. And then we animate them. Oh no, it's dramatic music time. Generally, how long does each video / project take to complete? About 3-ish months, give or take some weeks. There's a scene where Mask Boy looks back at his island after terraforming, and I noticed Dottie's house has random stairs placed by it. Yeah, sometimes you just put some stairs down and you don't want to move them just yet. Yeah, it's daunting getting into projects because you just can't help wanting to make it big. And learning a new program as well. Yeah, that's pretty much my go-to with like how to learn anything. I'll just give myself a project for it and then figure out how to do it, and then do the googling, do the making, living the lives. And eventually it all starts to, one day it clicks and you go, oh right, I'm doing all this wrong, and then you get better. But it's a good time. He's too big and burnt out. We'll see what to do again. Yeah, always start small with projects. Like, keep the big grand ideas. Like that's okay to have and think about. But like when you're actually doing them, like start on a smaller scale. Give your and make sure you finish it. Like even if it's garbage. Like even if you don't think it looks nice. Like make sure that you bring yourself to a point where you're like, okay, it's done, so that you can start the next one. Because also like the discipline or whatever of actually like finishing something is a lot more powerful than you think it is, than just leaving something like to be continued or to be finished at some point or unfinished. Because yeah, it really stinks when you got a whole hard drive full of unfinished projects that could technically be done, and you can technically like leave them off your like get them out of your mind if you never have plans to come back to them again. Just say they're done and then move on. That was not a cohesive answer, but yeah, learn to say this is finished. That'll help a lot. Prior CAD experience is what makes it so much harder for me to fully commit to Blender. Modeling for production versus modeling for animation is a whole different experience. It is. But you at least know modeling and some practices and I imagine some principles and philosophies also overlap. So you're at least not going in blind. You're just going in confused. Like I used to use Maya. I like in all the places that I work, it's all Maya. Maya's the standard. So when it came to doing my own stuff here, I'm like, well, I can't afford Maya, so I'm going to learn Blender, and the learning curve for it was ridiculous. Not painful, but just not as smooth as I'd hoped it would be. But then I eventually got over the hump with tutorials and the internet and stuff like that. And now I'm like, wow, I love Blender more than Maya. Yup. And life is pretty good. Can you animate a game more than AC? Like make a story from the game Mario? Maybe. Find out next week on the not next week. Find out in the future when we do other things. I was sorry. I saw Among Us and couldn't resist. I forgot. No, Fierce Gem drew the Among Us stuff, I believe. Yeah. Thank you, Fierce, or Mira, I think. What else do we got? Every animations gives me life. Oh, I'm glad you enjoy them. How do you get a whole model from the game files? Oh, right. I guess I'll just show it. Okay, let me open up a nice instance of Blender here, and then swap on over to home. So here we have Blender, everyone's favorite 3D application. AX. I have all the models kind of already exported somewhere on my computer, and I hate going to it, so I use this program called Everything Search, which scans all your hard drives and everything like that, and then just gives you a nice Google-like search for your computer to find any file that you need. I want to bring in, I guess, not someone specific. Maybe a dog character or a sheep or something. So I know that the naming convention for these characters is, I think, SHP, and I know that the files for them are end in .dae. So I can just type those two things in, and then oh wow, here they are, all the sheeps. You got sheep normal 1 through 15, and if I open up one of those where that file location is, then I have all their textures for them as well as all their faces and eyes. And I can just take this file, this folder location, and then in Blender here I can go to File, Import Collada default DAE, paste that directory and import that sweet looking guy or sheep character or whatever. And then from that we also see that they have a separate mouth and separate eyes and separate bodies and bones. What are these? So then I take all of these bits and I go, I want you and I want you and I want you to be all one big piece of geometry. So I hit Control J to join them together, and then I go into tab mode to edit their geometry. This is where we go to make them change their shapes or whatever. And I select all their vertices and I hit M and merge all the verts together. So, oh, never mind. Merge all the verts by distance. Then that gets rid of any weird seams that are that we see before. Because before it was looking like this with all this ugly nonsense, but now, oh no, can I Control Shift set now if we do this, then it's seamless. Ooh, and then we have the model, and then they can do a backflip or something. Like, so yeah, but they also have these ugly bones, and these bones really do kind of be sucking because where is it? I need pose mode. because we can't really animate with these. These are kind of nonsensical bones here that are that come along with the character because this character is meant for a game engine. So these bones come from I don't know, Maya or whatever program that they used to make them previously, and this is how Blender interpreted them. So we can't use these. Instead, I have to go into here and reset you, and then take all your bones and delete them. And then they throw a temper tantrum. They're like, I don't want to get up anymore. So I go, come on, you got this. So we get you straight up. We do the applying the transforms. Now they're working kinda, and then we go in and then we rig a character by adding in a human meta rig, and then we expand that up so that it's doing a thing, and then we'll go in and we'll put the bones here and the bones there and the bones and the waist there, and then once it's nice and ready to sorry, this is horrendous. Once it's nice and ready to go, we generate a rig, and then now we have, come on, don't crash, please. And oh wait, sorry, I forgot to do a very important thing here, which is applying the scale of this. And then we want to generate the rig. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Yeah, now we have a rig that we can attach our rig to. So we take our geometry, we take our rig, and we hit Control P. Yeah, and we do an automatic parenting or automatic weight painting. So now our character is fully rigged, and yeah, now we have controls for them, and can animate all of our fun. Why is your other horn not attached to your hand? But now we can animate our sweet character doing the goods. So give us a backflip. But buddy, he's gonna go location rotation. He's gonna he gets it at dissipation, and then he goes wait, hold on. He goes and then he's got to stick the landing. So he has this pose, and then he comes back down, and then he lands it. He just heckin' lands it, man. He's like. And then but back to the beginning, and then we hope to gumbo that actually looks any good. By nice. All right, we're gonna take these keyframes and we're gonna just make them a little bit faster by bringing them closer together so that it takes less time to get from one key to the other. And then we get a nice backflip. Oh wait, that's actually looking pretty butt. Let's make that. Yeah, there you go. Then we take all those keyframes because right now they're in step tangents. So what that means is pretty much it sticks on the frame until it gets to the next one. So right now it's like static, and then we hit this next keyframe, and then it jumps to the next pose. We get static, and then jumps to the next pose, then jumps to the next pose, then jumps to the next pose. There's no interpolation between these keyframes, so it's just kind of popping around frame, kind of. So we're gonna take all these, and we're gonna turn them into Bezier, which turns it from, as you can see here, straight lines to curvy lines. Ooh, pretty neat. And then now when we play it back, we get sweet backflip animation. Whoa, that's crazy. And that's how every single shot is animated, or that's pretty much how everything is done in this program. And then once we're good with that, then we take the frame range here and we make it down to the frame range of the shot. We go, wow, that looks so good. We make sure it looks good to render. Yeah, the textures look pretty okay. How does that look with some lighting? Actually, let me close Resolve here. I don't need this open anymore because it's just hurting my computer resources and this folder or this project. And yeah, now we can render it, so we can just get our sweet rendering renderer going. We can add some lights, add some shadows. We should actually probably also add a ground plane, just so that there's a nice ground plane, and then and that's it. And then we just and that's pretty much the animation. Then we'll render this out, we'll put that in our editor, and then put it on YouTube, and it'll be pretty cool. That's pretty much how we That's pretty much exactly what I do. But just on the grander scale and doing this 100 times over for every shot. And it's a good time. I'm sorry, your original question was where do you get the models from, and I ended up showing you how a shot is animated from beginning to end. But I hope you learned something. That was, yeah, I know I did. But yeah, that's what we do here in in animation land. It also becomes a tradition that Denzel creates a backflip every stream. They're just so easy to do, like, because like it takes forever for me to animate like a character doing an actual pose, but a backflip, it's like 5-8 keyframes. Like, just God, look at him. Oh no, actually this is looking weird. Hold on, we're gonna fix you up. Just get you, maybe do that, and then he. Oh no, and then he does. And then he does that, and then he's straight. Yeah. You get the idea. They're doing a sick backflip. It's a good time. Best slash you've ever watched. I'm glad. I am so glad that you're having a good time. All right, what else do we got here? I can't believe I'm 5 hours late. Carmen! Sorry, I couldn't see the R from the distance I was sitting. Carmen, welcome to the stream. You're just in time to ask me any question that you want, and I'll give you any answer that I can think of. So long as the question is related to the animation. You can ask other questions, and I'll probably answer them anyways, but ideally, how did you do things? But yeah. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. Thanks for hearing it. Yeah. Thank you for being around. Just in general. Crazy Holly Animation has done a free software. Mad props. Thank you. Crazy to me that the software is even free to begin with, because Blender can do so much. It's a good time. Like the AC videos? Thanks, dogs. I'm glad you do. What was your favorite? What was one feature you liked more in Blender than Maya? Oh, actually, this is a feature that everybody who initially starts using Blender hates, and I did too when I first did. But the shortcut based grabbing, scaling, and rotating feature, like if you just hit G, and anywhere with your mouse, anywhere in the this we don't need dramatic right now. We need somber. Okay, that's kind of scary. Yeah, okay. If you select anything and just hit G, then that toggles the grab feature, and then now anywhere your mouse moves, you can move whatever you're holding around. You can also then lock that to an axis by hitting either Y for Y or X for X-axis or Z for up and down, and you can swap the Z for Y if you prefer that, since mine is Y up and Z somewhere else. And you can also then combine them. So like, let's say I want to move this character. Like let's say I have a camera, and I just want to move him over to here or something. In Maya or any other 3D software, you have to take it. You have to get the gizmos, and you have to like hand move it all the way over there and into the background, and it's really cumbersome using gizmos. But in Blender, you can just hit G and then hit X and then Shift Z, and that locks it to an axis, and you can just move it with your mouse. That sounds really complicated, but it's like when you get into it, then like it becomes super fast and super easy to move things, to rotate things, to scale things, to just work in the program. It becomes so much faster when you're working with these kinds of shortcuts. Ever since then, I've hated gizmos with a burning passion. Like before, I was like, "Oh, there's no gizmos in Blender. Dumb software. I hate this." And I have to use the stupid grab thing, and it only works by the camera view and all that nonsense. But no, buddy. Once you get used to it, your life goes from down here to like to just friggin' away, yo. It just goes. It just goes, buddy. Oh no. Come back to me. Yeah, that's what I like about it. It's its most unique feature, if I'm guessing at least, because no other program seems to do this. Maybe Unity, I think, but I'm not too sure. And most people hate it. Everyone loves gizmos, but then when you're working with animation, it's like then you have to gizmo every single controller here. So actually, let me get a better rig out here so that it's not super butt. Give me Harv's rig here. Yeah, so like if you're working with animation, then it's like every single controller you have to manually move with gizmos, and then I want to rotate it, I have to hit R and then rotate it, and then I want to move it, and I have to go get the move, and then move it, and now I want to rotate it again, I have to do a thing, and then I want to move it again. So like it's so slow. Granted, you can set this up to hotkeys, so you don't actually have to manually hit the buttons for them, but like with the hotkeys, it's like grab, rotate, rotate again, rotate, grab, put the thing in here, rotate, do the thing, rotate, do the thing, do the stuffs, and it's all well and dandy, and it's all so fast. It's just so fast. Yeah, that's the one thing. That's pretty much the biggest thing that I like about Blender. It's just like it's very fast to use as a program. Like once you get used to all the hotkeys and all of its other nonsense, because there is a lot of dumb things that it requires you to do. It's a very fast program to work in, and I love everything about it more than Maya. Like doing anything in Maya is it just hurts. But in Blender here, you can everything is just so speedy. Like you go to edit mode, you can do edit stuff. You jump into tab mode and then change the geometry. And then there's also the modifier stack, which 3ds Max has, but Maya doesn't. I don't know why Maya doesn't. This is literally the future, because this lets you procedurally edit your geometry and your objects and stuff without damaging them. And by damaging, I mean like permanently changing. Like, oh no, I moved Harv's entire cheek and ear. In Maya, that's permanent, but in Blender, I could just, I don't know, add a displace modifier and then like put a texture on it and have them just freaking do that, and like, it's not permanent. It's a good time. It's a good time. Blender's a good time. Oh no, let's take care of Zerky. I hope we had a great time. Setting banners from the stream. Ah, yes. Thank you. How about have a great night? People hate this feature because this is how I learned to move things around in the viewport in Blender. This is the only way I move things. Like it like when you're coming from another program like Maya or Max or Cinema 4D, like you're coming from however long of whatever amount of time experience you have with it, always just using gizmos and then thinking that like they're the only way to do a thing, and then when you come to Blender and it requires you to do something different, like something completely alienationally different. It's not a word, but you get the idea. It's very hard to pick up at the beginning of things, and it's very and like there's a lot of people that will like change a bunch of the program's hotkeys and like and try to make the program Maya or try to make the program Max, and that only hurts you in the long run, because all the tutorials, all the educational information about the program, all the hotkeys, everything that you would need to learn the program now becomes harder because all of your hotkeys are different, because you're not meeting Blender halfway, and that's really the biggest learning curve to overcome with Blender. It's just essentially just letting Blender be Blender, and working with its quirks and its pros, and unfortunately dealing with its cons. But that was a long-winded answer of I really like Blender. I think it's very fun to use. A lot more fun than Maya. Oh my god. What all goes into the sound of animation? Effects, speech. Oh no, I closed Resolve, but if you rewind about an hour and a half of the live stream, you can hear me talk about all things sound. But sound design is very much just layering things and making sure that everything that needs a sound effect has a sound effect, and one that hopefully looks or sounds good with it. In terms of there's speech for the characters. I made a little instrument here in Contact. Oh, will this do this? Yeah, I made a little oh no, you're not recognizing my MIDI. I made a little instrument here that does the sounds of their animalese, and then I make clips of this to then cut back up into Resolve so that characters talk and I can have nice clean animalese audio. It's a good time. What else is there? I thought the gizmo was the only way. It's amazing. No, come to the world of hotkeys for practice because of this. Yeah. Again, like the best way to learn like learn how to do things in a well, no. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say, get comfortable in your programs. Like figure out all the hotkeys and how to navigate it around it, how the tools work and what they do, because then it makes using the program to make stuff in it a lot easier. If you just jump in blindly and just start clicking stuff, no, that's actually the way you're supposed to do it. But and like make projects or make stuff in it. Not that. Yeah, make stuff, but also while you're making stuff, learn what buttons do and why you're clicking on things and like where things are, and so that you're learning the program as well as how to do things in the program. If that, no, that's the same thing, but you get the idea. It's a process. It's a slow one. Give yourself time. You'll make it. You'll get there. The gizmos help if you only need to animate or tweak a small part of animation or pose. That's the thing. They don't, because you can also hold shift and control for fine-tune minute control. So you can be like, oh, I need to just rotate you just ever so slightly. So you just hit R and then hold down shift, and now you can just very subtly move them around. Then you can hit R twice, and then you get free orbital rotation or camera locked rotation. Or you can also do the axis locking as well, and shift to multiple axis locking, and it's a good time. You make it work. You can absolutely make it work. Has to mention not sponsored. I'd love to be sponsored by Blender, but they don't know who I am yet. But we're going there. I'm gonna walk up to Ton's office and be like, "Hey, I use your program to make lighthearted, family-friendly Animal Crossing content," and he goes, "Cool. That's great to hear. Actually, I'm glad you're enjoying the software. I hope it's been going well for you." And I go, "Yeah, it has. Thank you for making it, Ton. You're truly a savior in the 3D community." Did you make the music for the most recent video? I love it, and would even want it released separately. Emily, you're just in luck. Yes, I did make the tune. If you were here earlier, I talked about it and how I put it together. It is available to download in the link in the description. There's or if you just go to denzel.bandcamp.com, there's a release for Terraformed, the song from the video. I actually might re-release it because apparently everybody wants to hear the KK Slider version of it that I didn't do. But yeah, I'm a music guy. I make the tunes. Assuming it's not me using the game's original soundtrack anyways, but yeah. It's like part of family-friendly content. Exactly. Yeah. I think that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, and the song is going to be on Spotify at some point. That is happening sometime eventually. It's something you get part. Let's go Starboy. Well, they'll get wind to me eventually, because I use the program, and Blender is really generous in terms of like acknowledging the creators that use it. Not to say that they have to or that they should or like they're I'm gonna hold a gun to them if they don't, but like it'd be neat if they did. What gave the idea to make the AC Blender animations? I did all this crafting because I wanted to try. I also was testing out just in general how to do animation because where is it? I was coming off the high tails of doing Lancer and this Patapon video, so I made this video, and I was like, okay, this came out kind of okay, but like I want to be better at making 3D animations and stuff. So let's do a one-off where I get the assets to Animal Crossing because I got wind that I could get them or that I could acquire them, and let's make a little short. I also made a Lancer tune from Deltarune, and then I made the first one, not in the queue. Stop it, close the player, open. And I made the first one. I just tried to do it to see if I could make another animated short, just with a nice, well-written story, and it being its own little thing. And then it started doing numbers, man. It went viral on Twitter and on not Twitter. It went viral on Reddit, which then helped it on Twitter and Instagram and everywhere, and everybody loved it. Everyone was like, "Wow, this is so great! Can you do more?" And I'm like, "Oh, okay." So then I quickly made Great Pietro, and then and that didn't do as well at all. Actually, it kind of did significantly worse than I thought it would. But it did well enough for me to be like, okay, this is the most successful thing I've done on my channel since I guess since the Steven Universe debacle. So I'm like, okay, we'll do some more because I came up with some other, with not just the story but like this one and some others. So I'll just repurpose those little tales into a little series, and then I did Morning Turnips, and then that completely exploded on everywhere, and I'm like, all right, we're committing, we're gonna do them all, and then I said I'll do 10 guys, and make a series, and everyone said, oh cool. Wow, thank you so much, Dong Dong. And I'm like, hey, anything for you, beloved viewer. Beloved viewer. Do the dance, Harvey. Oh, actually, that reminds me, Lola, I have a bone to pick with you. You gave me the goods about the wiggle modifier, or the wiggle add-on here in Blender, and I'm like, ah, sweet. This is gonna do everything that I need it to do. The wiggle will get me the real views. And for those that don't know, there's an add-on here in Blender called Wiggle or Wigglebone, and it makes it so that you can it'll dynamically animate portions of your rig that you kind of toggle it on to do. So I've been using it in this episode for things like ears and tails, so that I don't have to animate ears and tails. And it was going great. It was going amazing. But it turns out that there's a bit of a bug with it that I kind of found out about very inadvertently. No, that's not the word I'm looking for. Accidentally and inconveniently. Turns out if you where is it? Let me see if I can recreate it. If you have another object here and you animate the visibility of it, or try to animate the visibility of it, Blender crashes, and I didn't know why that was happening for like a couple days. I even put up a bug report for it, and the developer for it came out and said, Dongle, do you by chance have the wiggle add-on enabled in your scene? And I'm like, yes, is that the problem? He's like, try disabling it. And I'm like, and I did. And yeah, it turns out the wiggle add-on will crash your Blender if you try to animate visibility toggles for anything in your scene. If the add-on is disabled. And I said, okay, cool. Which wasn't that big of a deal because it was necessary for this shot. It was necessary for this shot so that because I had Mask, the hat he was holding, go from him holding it to him being on his head, and the thing being a transition. This particle effect here, where is it? Come on, do the do. Get out of here, grass. Yeah, this particle effect was supposed to help hide where his hat kind of toggled on. So I had to animate the visibility of it, and it kept crashing every time I like scrub forward a frame, and I'm like, what's going on? But that's it. Other than that, it was very useful. I used it on all the ears because basically it's just I turn it on, I do the animation for it, I bake it out, and then I turn it off, and then animate the rest of the shot. And it was good. It was very helpful though. Don't worry, you're not actually in trouble. But it was good. It was a great time. What's the point of add-on if it doesn't even work? Right. No, it did work. It saved me a bunch of time because before, which is why I didn't like animating Isabel a whole lot because her head is all ears. Where is it? Give me the goods. Give me your goods. Yeah, she's all ear, and I'm like every time I have to animate her, I have to animate her body, and then her ears and her hair bit at the top, and she's a lot of work. But with this add-on, I could do at least most of it, quote unquote, procedurally, so I don't have to do so much of this nonsense by hand. And it was very useful. So don't you fret. Doesn't like Blender have something similar to Wigglebone with the graph editor modifier noise? It does, but noise is it has a mind of its own. I use it actually to do idle animations for all the characters. So I layer them up here in the non-layer animation editor. We have a big chunk that is just their torso, their hips, their torso, and their head kind of just moving at their own rate or pace or whatever. And then then I layer the actual animation of what they're doing on top of that, and it's all well and dandy. Animating noise so that it drives something dynamic, like that's supposed to look dynamic, like the jiggle or flapping of ears and stuff, is a lot more work than it's worth, because it requires you having to animate it on and then off and then all that other nonsense, and then it never really looks that great because it also isn't predictable. But yeah, it has its uses. Just not in the realm of making ears and tails flap. But body movements, that's great. I use it all the time for animating. Yeah, any like rapid motion body stuff that they're doing, like any talking that they need to do, I'll often use noise. Nook's nose, I'll often use noise for it. Oh, the camera and all of its handheld camera animation looks, it's all noise, and it's a good time. No, this is another video. We're not talking about that. It's a good time. Good time. But yeah. Okay. Wow, I thought I was gonna not live stream as long as I did. But I never get out of that. Or I never get out of doing it. No, what am I trying to say? I never end earlier than I think I will. How long the most recent video I take to put together? I started it in the beginning of February, I think, and then I only managed to get it out at a week ago. So yeah, about almost 4 months. About three-ish months. April was kind of was kind of the ending of March, and then most of April was I was moving, so I couldn't work on it as consistently as I'd hoped. But about three-ish months. Are the RIP models pre-rigged? Technically, yes. But they come with a rig with a bone system that isn't usable, at least by my standards. It isn't usable to do animation with. So I clear them out and I re-rig them to do what I need, so that Nook here can do his own backflip, and then I can actually have tail controls and ear controls that move his chin. That's ugly. I'll fix that later. And nose controls. Amazing. And every character requires a little their own specific rigging needs. So I give everybody their own special rigs. Thankfully, because the game reuses the animal types, so like there's like 13 cats or whatever, and no, not a lot of cats, six cats, 13 sheep or whatever. If I need to reuse a character type, I can just swap out their textures and not have to re-rig a new character. So that's a good time. Except for Nook, he's special because he's his own man. But Mask Boy, for example, he's just a player model with his own hair, and a mask on. All I need to do is just change his clothes, and then I can make anybody. Which is pretty much how I made all the other characters, like Susie and Megan and Kevin and the other two that we see in the flashback sequence of Isabel's dream. Yeah, it's all one. It's just the same rig for the most part, but just with different clothes. So it's a good time. It's a great time. We want Nook backflip or we riot? Oh, I can't do it in this shot. There's too many keyframes. But yeah. Just the player model, the audacity. Yes. He can do a backflip just like the rest of them. Oh, that was broken. Garbage. Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. That's that, I guess, for that. He's just his own different breed. I keep wanting to like make him jiggle, because he's on the larger side of things, and I thought it might be funny if he jiggled. That requires extra work, and more wiggle baking, and I don't think I want to do that. But other stuff that I'm trying to think about doing, contemplating doing more cloth deformation for like their jackets and stuff. Where is it? There's your displace. Give me the wind. Give me the wind, but on an object and on the wind speed. But like, yeah, doing some doing some fake procedural cloth deformation to make them look like they're blown in the wind. That'd be pretty fun. Might try that in the next video. What else is there? Yeah, we're gonna be doing some more ear wiggling. Might try to do some more weather effect stuff. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that I want to try doing in the next video. And so it might not look great, but I'm trying it anyways. Wiggle baking? Yeah, actually, so let me pick a different shot so it doesn't crash. But what's a good idea or a good shot for that? We're gonna open up Dottie's rig here. So let's say we have ourselves a character that's doing a thing. So Dottie takes her head and she moves it, she rotates it this way and then rotates it this way and then moves back to the center. Right now, as it stands, her ears are doing a bit of a a bit of you know, just going straight up. So then I have to go into her rig settings and make them follow her head, so that instead of it always pointing upwards, it points with her head's direction. But then it's looking flat, so I want to add some extra dynamicism. Dynamic. I want to make them look more dynamic. You get the idea. So we're gonna go in. We're gonna toggle on the wiggle add-on, the wiggle bones. We're gonna make these bones wiggle. So we're gonna take these, and then we're also going to then just toggle on this here wiggle bone feature, and now they jiggle. Ooh, wow, they jiggle. But I can't render this. Like I can't just render it as is, because technically this calculates this jiggle every frame, and that's no good. So I'm actually gonna quickly set something up here so I can where is it? Here, and then do this. Take her animation and chunk that down into an animation layer chunk block or whatever. Yeah, so I can't render this because this is generated and animated dynamically, and because of that crashing issue, I don't want this add-on on when I need to render or work on other elements of the scene. So one of the features that it actually includes is, where is it? Let me in. Is a bake wiggle feature. It also lets you select all the bones that you have this applied to. But yeah, you select that, you hit bake, and then it just turns all of everything that it was kind of figuring out and doing animating by itself into raw animation that now is on the rig. It just converts it into raw animation keys, and you can. And now I don't need to have this add-on on anymore, and it also automatically disables itself as well, so it doesn't overlap with more animation. So now I can go and turn off wiggle bones, and her ears are still flopping and jiggling. And it's pretty cool. Now I can render it without worrying about the program crashing or her ears flopping in different ways on different frames, because the animation is now solidified. It's concrete. It's written in stone with exactly how these ears are supposed to bend. That's nice. It's a pretty good time. And then the only downside too is that if I need to change them later, then I have to delete all this information and then resubmit and reinitiate it and all that fun nonsense. But that's water to the bridge. All right, you guys got me for another 20 minutes, and then I'm out of here. I'm backflipping out the window, and I don't know, going to eat something, I guess. Oh, thank you for the smooth particle animations and stuff. I didn't see that earlier, but thank you. Hey, your animations are very sick. Anyways, how are you? I'm great. It's what? It's Wednesday now, apparently. But I'm doing wonderful. I'm living. I'm currently on a break, technically. Everyone's gonna yell at me if I try to work on the next video, so I'm not doing that. I'm watching movies and catching up on TV shows and playing the thought of me thinking about playing video games again. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. How many books would Tom Nook cook if Tom Nook cooked his books? Maybe like 12. Another name for me, tanning outside, wiggle baking, Shelly Bones. Yes, the wiggle. Is this live? It always is live. That's it. Yeah, if you guys have any other questions, spill the beans before I spill my beans somewhere else, I guess. In the meantime, here's what Dottie's house looked like. This is her house. It's recreated 1-to-1 as we see it in the game. Pretty cool. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Uh, I wonder what mask was hiding behind his mask. Maybe another mask. We better take a good solid break. We are. Journey stream when? I streamed Journey, I think, once in the Discord. But I can stream it again. It's a great game. The stream was lovely. I'm glad I've been here for a little while. I hope you sleep sometime, Denzel. I know you didn't mention the time. Kind of suspicious. Don't worry about that, Jigger. But thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Have yourself a great night. My question is here. Did you watch MOM? Oh, you're gonna have to give me the full acronym of that. I'm not sure what MOM means. Is it going to go down next episode? I don't know. I don't know what down means, but find out in the next episode. Gyroids can't live without him. Yeah, beautiful. Are they pronounced gyroids or gyroids or something? No, I don't know. How long does a typical video take to make? Time. At least now we do. Thanks for the stream. Been a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Thank you, Sleepy. The new Gurumi Fox Dreamy. I'm sorry, that was terrible, but thank you. I would love to watch you play Journey. It's my comfort game. Slamming. Then maybe I might put it on the docket again because it's pretty short. But yeah. After your ACU series, do you have plans for something else? If so, could you tell? I do have plans. I've been pretty intensely thinking about what I'm going to be doing next. But I can't talk about it because the success of it highly relies upon the reception of the end of the series. So that's your homework for tonight, guys. Get excited for what's next. But not too excited because I don't want to disappoint you if it ends up not being a cup of tea. But yeah, we're doing some stuff. We're thinking about stuff. Is the video gonna get serious? I mean, come on, every video's serious. Like, it's just how it is. Equals plushie. New Romi? Whoa, that's a word. I'll never pronounce that correctly. I'm sorry right off the bat. Is it possible to give villagers items like boba tea or other handhelds from the game? Technically, yeah. I tried doing more of that in this video. With them holding sandwiches and sprayers and books and stuff. Yeah, it's really simple. It's just kind of connecting to their hand, but it's just it's just the process of getting it into their hands, which oftentimes isn't necessary. So we do when we can. What's the usual render time for an episode? About 2-ish weeks. I render when I go to sleep. Let's see if I can load up some deadline. I think I only have one shot currently ready in this program, but throughout the day, I'll work on animation and stuff, and the lighting and the rendering and what have you. And I could actually be on the director's commentary screen, but oh well. And then at night or while I'm finishing up shots and when I think they're quote unquote ready to render, I'll submit them through through the Prism application that I mentioned earlier. No, don't shake it like that. Stop it. Open the Blender again. And from that, you can hit render, and you can select whatever frame range you like select which camera you want to render from. The frame rates that you want, give it a little note, give it a little screenshot, and then submit that to the farm. And then this guy is pretty neat because it lets me figure out, or lets me kind of like micromanage how I want each shot to render. And then I submit that, and then that goes up into this program here. And all this program does is it just opens up an instance of Blender, hits render, and then pumps those frames back out of the and it just saves the frames wherever this other program that I'm using told it to put the frames into, which in the case of a shot like this shot is oh no, is in production shots, the sequence name, the shot number, the renders folder, 3D renders, lighting, version 3, and the beauty, and then oh, there's nothing in there, and the beauty of the first version, and then we got all the renders, and then in the morning I will I'll queue up as much shots as I can every night, and then I'll just let it run while I go to sleep. And then when I come back in the morning, either everything's done or some of these shots have yet to finish, and then I'll just pause the render, work on more shots, load up more shots for the end of the day, and then let it continue where it left off, and then as well as pick up new shots that might be there, and I'll do that for the entire like rendering / lighting process, which takes about a week and a half or so. And then usually with every single one of these videos, there's one or 2 days where I don't really have much to do. Like the next step is compositing, and I can't composite and let my computer render at the same time. Or either I can't composite because I need stuff rendered to composite, and I'm like out of stuff to animate kind of thing. So the next phase is fixing, but there's still a good plethora of shots that need to be rendered. I'll just let my computer render throughout the whole day, and I'll just have a relaxed day or something, and then let it do its thing. Come back check it back every couple hours to see how it's doing, and what have you. And then once that's finished, then we go into compositing, and then we can make them look nice. So yeah, and the shots range from taking like a couple, like this for example is, what is this? This is a sticker, I believe. Yeah, this is a sticker for Isabel's mouth. This was the last thing that was rendered. I accidentally animated too much of her mouth, and needed to scale back how much it moved, so I went back in, fixed up the animation so that she talked a little bit less, and then just rendered out just this small window of pixels so that I could slap that back over top. And this took, how long did this take? I think 20. It took almost half an hour to render. Jeez Louise. But yeah, that's it. So shots range from taking a couple hours to either a couple minutes to a couple hours to render. But for the most part, I'm never really waiting more than like a day for a shot, which I try to keep that way. And then if I'm really in a pinch, then I'll use a render farm service that I have to pay for. But we thankfully have not gotten there yet. So. But no, we got there once. I had to use it for a town meeting because my graphics card died during the entire rendering phase of that, and I spent a good couple $100 just getting this shot rendered or getting the series rendered. But not anymore. We got our graphics card back. It's all well and dandies for now, at least. Yeah. I discovered your content tonight, and now you're live. Great to see if we can expect more. Yeah, there's 2 more episodes left that are going to wrap up the series, and I'm excited about doing them. I'm very excited about doing them because I came up with their ideas a year ago and thought I would never get this far with them, and now I'm here. So now I'm like, holy cannoli! I'm actually gonna be able to do the idea that I wanted to do. That's wild. So yeah, thank you guys for watching and being around and supporting me along the way, and sharing with all your friends, and actually making all this feasible to do. I very much appreciate you guys. Yeah. Any specific scene you're excited for people to see in this video? In the time traveling video or the next video? The next video, I can't talk about it. This current video, all of it, just watch it all, and the end. Stop clicking off the ending of the ending of the video, guys. Yeah, stop clicking off the end of the video, guys. There's always end credits. Kind of. No, I only started doing that in boxes, but yeah, there's you can expect them now, so please watch them. Okay. Wow. Well, no, you should go live and talk about the animations too. Thank you so much for the amazing shorts. Thank you for watching them. Are you done after these 2 episodes? Technically, yes. But stick around. Just stick around. Can you edit these commentaries into old style video ones? I really like the stock images and miss them. So do I. But the unfortunate truth to them is that they take too long to make, and not enough people watch them to make the effort put into them kind of worth it. Unfortunately, I do plan to make them again, and I do want to do a big series retrospective at the end of this all, which will be edited in that same kind of style, and it will be like a whole documentary. But currently, until the series is finished, I probably won't be doing them again. But they're not dead. Don't worry. I appreciate the fact that you want them. Gonna support on Patreon soon. All right, only if you can. Like I don't subscribe to like guilt tripping people into like supporting my Patreon or buying my stuff or like giving me money. Like only if you can. Like if you can spare the extra couple bucks, then like it only helps. If not, then like being around, watching the videos, sharing, subscribing, and doing all this stuff, it's just as valuable. So yeah, keep do the best you can, but no rush. Hey there's Sky Girl. Welcome to the stream. Come on, Masswood's a nice guy. You won't do that, do you? Alright, now we can go to the comment corner, I guess. Oh no, you have me for 5 more minutes, guys. You know what that means. Why did I say that? I actually have no idea what to do with these 5 minutes of time. Oh, I guess I could plug all my other social medias and nonsense. Let's bring this back to the home. Hey guys, make sure to like and subscribe and follow me on everywhere. On arts, there's a link in the description, which is the Linktree a Linktree link that's got everything from the ArtStation posts, where you can go to see all the high resolution images of and some of the more behind the scenes 2D stuff for every single video that I've released so far, at least the Animal Crossing ones. Feel free to subscribe to Denzel, the actual channel that you're watching this on, if you haven't. If you're just one of the 63 people here that have no idea who I am or what I do, or are just here because you like being talked at, feel free to subscribe. I do Animal Crossing content and 3D animation and music stuff. We also have a second channel, which is Denzel 2, which is where I post which is where I'll probably be posting this later once I figure out all the timestamps for it, as well as comparison videos, so you can see all the other stuff, all the other versions of a video side by side, and go, wow, I love seeing T-posing Isabelle. She's so cool. Yeah, feel free to support me on Patreon. All that money just goes right back into doing more of this. You know, buying plugins and stuff to help me work a little faster and easier. Or the YouTube membership. That's also a cool thing. For your hard-earned bucks, you get to see behind-the-scenes stuff while I'm working on it. I post milestone updates whenever I reach them, and then show you guys little snippets of upcoming videos and stuff for the public. Oh, and you also get, if you pay more than $5, you also get the stems to the music. Any song I've most of the recent music that I've done, I'll post the stems for them up there as well, so you can, I don't know, hear a piano doing its own thing. What else is there? If you like the song Terraforming, it's on Bandcamp for free. If you'd like to use it in any of the stuff that you'd like or that you're working on, you're free to use it. All I ask is credit in return. You can monetize it. You can send it to your friend. You can put it on your Instagram stories. I don't really care so long as you go. Denzel made this. Then that's it's a-okay in my books. Do whatever you want with it. What else is there? We you can feel free to follow me on YouTube. There's also merch. You wanna get a sweater, or a hat or a mug. All proceeds help support the channel, and you get a cool piece of thing in return. I'd be lying if I said I don't drink hot chocolate out of my mug at least once a week. It's a good time. Patreon, Instaham, Twitter. Feel free to join the Discord. We do stuff in there. We talk. I'm in there pretty regularly. I'm just a guy, so I'm in there every now and again. I'm on Spotify, Bandcamp, ArtStation, TikTok, Facebook, and SoundCloud are also technically there, but I haven't posted there in a while, so maybe don't. Yeah, that's kind of it. No, actually, I want this one. Yeah. That's kind of been it. I got a minute left, so I guess I'll quickly skim all of your sweet comments. Boneless front flips now. Sorry, can't do it. We're out of time. You guys need to his Patreon. He's perfectly fine with supporting himself through making OnlyFans. Please, I can't do that. I don't even have a face technically. Damn. What time is it by you? Don't worry about that. None your business. Hilariously ironic name. But also not implying that rudely. Why is the YouTube button shuddering in anticipation? I don't know, because it loves to. Yeah, that's kind of it. I think in terms of the commentary video, thank you all so much for coming around and hanging out, chatting about doing the do's, being yourselves and hanging out and all that fun stuff. I hope you guys learned something. I hope you had a good time. I know I did, and I'm gonna now go and I don't know, do something else. Thanks for giving us the earthy information. It was delicious. Star Professor, just using your lingo, told you I was learning. I hate that. 0 out of 10. Yeah, feel free to join the Discord. After party is going to be there, at least until I pass out. And yeah, that's it. That's been it. I've been me. You've been you. Thank you so much for coming around to the live stream and being the cool guy, guy or girl or they them or whatever you prefer me call you as. Imagine me saying that. And yeah, I will catch you guys whenever I live stream next. I guess the next time I live stream will be another kickoff when I do some asset gathering and stuff for the next video. Oh, actually, do I even need to do that? Hold on. Maybe. I don't know. I think I might actually have everything I need to do the next video. I also can't live stream a lot of it, I don't think, because it's pretty spoiler heavy. Pretty much every point through and through. It's gonna be like Isabel's Dream again, where I'm like, I have to be very vague about it. But we'll see. I'll try it. I'll try to stream some stuff for it. Yeah, thank you for the stream today. Ding dong, I always have a good time watching your streams. Thank you, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for an amazing stream. Make sure to rest in and ear. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you, Sky Girl. Okay. I'm gonna pass out. Sounds like a good time. Good old Reagan. I just got on. Oh, I'm sorry, Bam. We're closing up shop. But yeah. Alrighty. Where's my end stream button? You're in here somewhere. You're over here. Thank you for coming around, guys. I love you. I've been me. You've been yourself. This commentary is going to be uploaded onto the second channel as well, a little bit later, maybe in a day or two. So if you wanted to rewatch it then, it should have timestamps. And if not, you can also watch it here. It'll be in the it'll be in the playlist. Other than that, goodbye. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. Um I think that's everything. Bye. Bye. Bye.